Nice. Streamlabs desktop is fucking getting a lot of amazing shit. Hey Wilson. Oh. Nice. I'm just looking at. Oh, I need to. You can get the free widgets for your videos on Streamlabs now. Coffee. No data. Excellent data. Yeah, that's dashboard is amazingly bad. Yeah, I definitely need to check that out. If I can get a free, you know, you see all of those sub buttons come on YouTube videos and stuff like that. If Streamlabs give them out for free, I might as well get me one. So how is everyone? How is your Easter going? I'm just waiting for the amazing fast updates that's called Windows Update. I'm like, oh. And this VM blue screen is once in a while when I'm updating for some weird ass reason. I think it's the TPM module. Oh, Streamlabs is not sketchy. It's actually owned by Logitech. Hey Jan, Logitech owns Streamlabs. It's just because they got into problems by calling it Streamlabs OBS. And the open source community don't like them because they are more popular than the open source project. No, they didn't act like they were part of the... No, that's a misconception. The whole system is based on OBS. That's why they call it Streamlabs OBS, because it's based on OBS. They didn't want to be part of OBS. They never claimed to be part of OBS. It's just heavily based on OBS. It's kind of like saying that Ubuntu wants to be part of Linux. How dare they? And there were never been a problem until some at OBS got a hissy fit. And I think the reason why they got a hissy fit was because Streamlabs was getting more popular. Because in the beginning they didn't really had a problem with it. Hey Fish Tank. It's a little bit... yeah, it's open source people that don't like people doing with open source what is allowed, and then they get all... How dare you take thunder away from us? We did most of the work. Well, that's what open source allows us to do. If you don't like it, don't use open source. The feeling I get from a lot of open source people is that they want to be able to do everything open source allows you to do, but they want the same protection from their own software that proprietary code gives them. So we can take and we can give back to the community, but you should not take our code. You should not take our code and become more popular than we are. Bro, there's a lot of misconceptions about that. Like, I'm not saying that Streamlabs was like they handled it really badly. They did handle it really badly. Instead of saying, you know what, if you don't want us to use, what the fuck is this? Oh, this is the weather. If you don't want us to use OBS, we are taking it out. They kind of became a little bit bitchy about it. You know, they were a little bit like, who gives a fuck? We do it anyway. There's never been a problem before. And then they were like, yeah, okay, we can kind of see why you don't like to be associated with us. And then it's like, yeah, okay, we are taking it out because they got too much backlash from the community. What they should have done from the beginning is, okay, we see this is a problem. Hey, Marble, yeah, let's take out the OBS name. They should just have done that from the beginning. But they didn't handle it the best way. But then again, they didn't really do anything wrong. I think there is I don't even think OBS is trademark, but there's something in a license somewhere where you cannot use OBS in a competitive manner, but everyone knew that Streamlabs OBS and OBS Studio was two different things. They didn't even look the same, they didn't barely function the same. So you could not mistake Streamlabs OBS for OBS Studio, and I think that's the only kinda thing they have with their licenses, is that you cannot, you know, copy OBS Studio and call it OBS Studio and redistribute OBS Studio. You have to call it something else. It has to be original work to some extent. And Streamlabs OBS was original work. It was just built on top of OBS. But again, they didn't handle it that well. They did what most people do. They get arrogant because they are big and they have big sponsors. They get a little bit competitive, and in the end, they end up just, you know. Yeah, exactly. It's like VS and VS Code, yeah. Exactly. But they took it away, and again, they should just have done it from the beginning, just to be nice. You say, you know what, you don't like us, use the name, you know what, we're going to take it out of the equation. No, it's not going to matter to them anyway. But they kind of wanted to play with their muscles a little bit, and it actually backfired on them. People said don't use open source, but they also say X-Office should be open. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's really weird. Open source licenses is a bit of a joke, though. So many open source developers don't look up their dependency license. Exactly. Well, there is a reason for the whole Virtual Studio and Virtual Studio Code. They are not the same software by far. One is more like a full-blown development IDE for big project management, big project control, massive source code repository management and stuff like that. And another one, like what I'm using, Virtual Studio Code, is basically just like it's like PyCharm. You know, it's like PyCharm. So they are massively different pieces of software. And they are meant for different kind of groups of people. So it's not Microsoft being Microsoft. It's actually Microsoft doing a good job of having a development studio for professional big development projects, and having an IDE for, or a coder for us normal people to just sit and do it at home. Yeah, Vim and Emac, I look at it the same way I look at Arch Linux users. It's just a penis flexing shit, you know? I don't give a fuck about it. If you want to overcomplicate your life so you can pretend to be cool, well, you go nuts. You go nuts. The older you get, the more you start to admire simplicity. and things just working. Because the older you get, the faster a day is, the faster a week is. I remember when I was 15 years old, I was like, oh my god, it's Monday, this week is never going to end. And now I wake up Monday and it feels like I'm going to bed on a Sunday. Because you're doing so many fucking things as an adult. And the older you get, you're doing more and more things to keep your mind open, to keep, you work out more, you are more social. You get accommodated to time in a different way. You perceive time in a different way because you age, you understand, it's a thing that time runs faster the older you get. It's a perceived notion that you get because you get a comment to time and waiting and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's you don't have the same amount of time to sit and tinker and set up keyboard shortcuts and all that fucking shit the older you get, as you do as a teenager that don't have anything to do other than go to school and do your homework. Maybe you have a part-time job once or twice a week. Other than that, you don't have many other obligations, so time is like in abundances for you. When family gets into the picture and all of the, obligations, wife, husband obligations, business obligations, work obligations, social obligations, kids obligations, taking care of yourself obligations, and all of these things. You don't have much time when it's all said and done to just sit down and, let's set up VM or Emac. Let's set up tiling Windows managers to make a cool screenshot for Reddit. Let's install the Archway for the 10th time. Let's update Arch and wait for it to break so I can tinker with it. All of that kind of, you don't have so much time for that anymore. I still have PTSD with using VI to edit. Yeah. I use Nano. I always use Nano. Again, why overcomplicate a simple thing? If you're going in and configure Samba or config file from the terminal, just use Nano. If you're just going to, uncomment something or comment something out or change the value or add a variable or a path to a file, just use Nano. Just use Nano. It's, I love watching people. Oh, for fuck's sake, I have to outcomment this line in a config file. Then they start up Vim or they start up Emac or some overcomplicated development suite that's built to handle thousands of folders and files and source code management and stuff that just to comment out a fucking line. I'm sitting there, yeah, it's you hit the nail on the head there, my friend. You did the right thing. It would be like opening up Virtual Studio to add a line to a notepad file. Remember to pick up potatoes on your way home or something like that. It's a fun thing. Arts I find harder to use or easier to use. The Arts Wiki is way better than Slackware. That's 1000% sure. Arch Linux or Slackware, you kinda need to know a lot of shit by yourself. And you need to understand how to get information. That's why, like, if you're an old school Linux user like me, back in the day, there was a saying, and that it's like, if you want to learn Red Hat Linux, you use Red Hat. If you want to learn Ubuntu, you run Ubuntu. If you want to learn Linux, you run Arch. Because it was the distribution, and it probably still is the distribution, that do the least amount of fairy dust sprinkling to anything that has to do with the system. They don't customize almost anything. it's almost everything with Arch is as vanilla as you can get it. It's directly from the developers. It's as pure code intended from the developers as you can get. So when you're running, hey Casey, quick it bad. Why are you quick it bad today? You know, if you're running LibreOffice from Arch, you're running LibreOffice. You're not running a modified version of LibreOffice to make sure that it works under your distribution. If you're running TCC and stuff like that, you're running the as close to the vanilla code as possible. The same with the kernel and KDE and all of these kind of things. So, like I said, we had this saying that if you want to use Linux, you ran Slackware. Because if you run Red Hat, you learn how Red Hat function. And some of that is not translatable over to other distributions, so you become a Red Hat, guru. If I put Flatpak on Slackware, it will be too easy and lose the point of running Slack. Hobo chili recipe from is that Jack Cooks? The Jack Cooks channel? I've seen some people react to his bad cooking. Arch Wiki is bullshit. The last time I tried it, you need to drive. I do like the Arch Linux Wiki is actually really good. But you need to know what you're looking like. You need to learn how to read it, which is a little bit crazy in of itself to think about. Oh, dude, I was sitting with my tablet and, they have this news section, kind of a little bit like we have over here on Windows. We have this news section here. And there were like 3 or 4 articles from Linux and Steam Deck fanboys about how nobody can compete with Steam Deck, and you should not call it any handheld device should not be called a Steam Deck competitor. And they got all like they were like no matter how good the Ally is, it's never going to be the Steam Deck. And it was just like, what? Like I think that there must be like a Steam Deck mafia somewhere or something like that. They are all fucking. I think we are going to watch the video because I have a reaction video on that Garnier, whatever the fuck his name is. But I'm debating on stopping doing reaction videos because it all brings is drama, and I don't want to deal with that shit anymore. And I have another channel called Kent Talks, and I'm debating on uploading like reaction videos, not just tech reaction videos, but videos where I react and just commentating videos on that channel once in, a couple of times a month or something like that when I feel like it. Because I do want to make videos where I just air out my opinion and stuff like that and don't have to be tech related. So I think I may open up that channel. It is open, but I may, start to upload to that one. I still have my gaming channel, but I don't think I want to do anything gaming related. Nobody wants to see a 40-year-old man game anymore. So I am debating on when I have something to say that don't fit in with technology or want to do a reaction video, I'll do it on that Kent Talks video or channel. And I may at some point do once, like it's 4 months since I did my last live stream on my gaming channel, but it don't get the traffic as I do here. I'd rather just put a game on here once in a while and do some gaming here. But then again, I find stream gaming to be really... The games you have to play to be active with your viewers are boring games. The games I like to play are mostly not boring games, or games that I get really invested in, and then I forget the chat. You sit there and you get all caught up in something in the game, and that goes 5-10 minutes where you're not talking to chat, and who wants to sit and watch that? But I don't know, maybe I should try and do some gaming on Twitch, I don't know. No, it's from a group of comedy a-holes. I always thought Hobo had a weird name than me. A weirder name than me. I have to look it up. You installed Fedora 37. Valve is genius. They got the most toxic internet community on their side. Yep. Yeah, I can do not just Chris Tiles Tech, but I can then also react to cooking videos or car videos and all videos. They don't have to be tech related. Or if there's some subject about gaming I want to talk about, I can talk about it in there. Are fun to many people using hacks, preferring cooking gaming video. Yeah, Luke Smith, react to anything that I feel I want to, that I have an opinion on. And it can be tech or non-tech. It can be it can be YouTubers. There are some YouTubers out there that I feel should not. Well, I'm not saying they should not be on the platform, but there are YouTubers out there hurting their audience. They are actively hurting their audience. Spooky2988 is one of them. He's one of the most toxic and manipulative YouTube channels I have ever seen. Terry Davis fan. No, I am kind of a fan. I'm a fan of his work. Because the thing he managed to do, nobody have done single-handedly. But he was also really fucking sick and didn't get the help he needed. And therefore did some crazy shit. And said some crazy shit. He's a perfect example of what happens if you don't get help. Like, his potential for this world was lost because of a bad mental health system. The guy that did Temple OS. Terry Davis. However, I finally found the perfect theme for Gnome. Oh, amazing. I would also react to VTubers. I have a strong opinion about, not VTubers, but the audience of VTubers. Do you have any Linux certification? Nope. I have a video. Give me a second here. I need to clear my throat. Yeah, I had something fucking stuck in my throat. I don't know what the fuck it is. I think I'm getting old. No, I don't. So, I have a video about certifications that I need to edit, because certifications don't mean anything. And then they still mean something. Certification only means something if the company that you're working for wants you to have a certification. So, you being a Microsoft certified professional it's a marketing ploy. What it does is it gets you ahead of the interview list, but it don't mean that you get the job. It just gets you in the door faster. Or companies use it as a marketing. Hey, we have a support team where we have only Microsoft certified professionals, or we have a response team that go out and repair your servers that certified this and that. That's where certification means something. If you want to get a job, being trainable and fit in with the company culture is way more important than anything that you can do. So can you work with other people? Can you work within the structure of the company? Are you engaged with the company? Do you, hey Anton, do you fit with the company? Are you willing to give a little bit of an extra mile once in a while? Are you willing to learn new things? Are you willing to learn on your own sometimes? Stuff like that. How easy can they basically mold you into the employee that they want and need? And today that may be a Microsoft certified professional. 6 months down the line or 2 years down the line, that could be a Linux certified professional. And if you're like, nope, I'm a Microsoft guy, I'm not going to be certified Linux, they will kick you out as fast as you came in. But if you are the person to say, okay, if this is the direction the company takes, I'm going with, okay, certify me for Linux then. And let them certify you. I don't think that you should go and pay for certifications yourself. I've worked in all kind of areas, in all kind of industries. And I've seen so many people with a certification getting kicked out or succeeded, getting a job, or not getting a job, where the guys and girls that got the job had no certification because of what I just talked about before. They were more malleable, they were more interested in their job, they were willing to do a little bit of effort to get up to speed with learning. They were willing to do whatever courses and whatever the company wanted them to do. They got the job over someone that, I have a PhD and I have these and these certifications, but I'm only going to do Python. I'm only going to do this. I'm not going to do that. Because with certification, a lot of times comes a lot of, they expect to only work with what's inside their certification area. So let's say you're certified Python developer, just let's say there's something like that. A lot of them, they're like, I'm only going to code with Python. If you want to do C#, go fuck yourself. And that mentality will not be beneficial for you. Like I said, I've seen so many people with certifications not get the job because of the certification, because they locked themselves into the certification. They got the interview faster. They got the talk faster. Got into HR faster. But they were locked into the certification. And this is conversation I've heard and seen. Well, I'm certified this, why the fuck should I work on that? That's beneath me. Or, why should I work on that when I'm certified this? That's kind of a lot of the mentality that comes from people with certification. They're locking themselves down into the certification. Like I said before, it'd be like if you're Microsoft, like Chris Titus Tech Certified Professional, and a window. My voice is really fucking acting up today. And a Linux server is coming in, and they're like, we need help with this. Nope, I'm a Microsoft Certified Professional. I'm not touching this pile of shit. A lot of times people, they go into that mindset when they get a certification because they think they are more than everyone else. And again, I do believe if a company wants to certify you, let them pay for it. So if you go to an interview and let's say they want you to be a Microsoft Certified Professional, a Linux Certified Professional, then say to them, I'm willing to take that certification if you pay it for me. I am willing to do it on my own time if you pay for it. And a lot of companies are willing to do that. Because here's the trap with certification. Let's say there is a job opening for openCV or something like that. And you have a certification that has to do with openCV, but it's way too advanced for openCV. They can say, oh, you're overqualified. Even though you would be more than happy to have that job, and you would be more than happy to do what they want you to do, they can look at, oh, you have all of these qualifications, you're overqualified for this. So you're not, I've lost a lot of jobs because of that. Where they're like, you overqualified for this. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I don't mind, I just need a job. I need money. I don't care whatever the fuck it is. Nope, you're too qualified. So you can also get into a problem where you're locking yourself down into, with certifications and stuff like that, that you just become too qualified for jobs that you may like to do. So then you have the option of saying, oh, am I not mentioning my certification then? And then why the fuck did I take that certification if I'm not mentioning it because I can't get the job that I want? It's certifications. So I'm a mechanic. So let me talk from a mechanic perspective here. I got my education in a Volvo dealership. And there were normal Volvo mechanics and there were certified Volvo mechanics. The only difference is that the certified Volvo mechanics, they got some tools that other people didn't have. They had their own little computer, for lack of a better word, and they knew how to work with it. That was the only difference. They were the guys and girls that we went to if we had problems with a Volvo car that we couldn't fix. That was that certification. It basically meant that they become a trainee. They become the masters. So let's say that Volvo certified person got fired or moved or something like that, and there was no Volvo dealership in his area. That certification is now meaningless. It means nothing. So let's say he applies for just, there's a local shop. They just a normal local shop, as we all know and love them. They do all kind of fucking crazy shit in there. They repair all kind of cars. And he goes in there and he's like, well, I'm Volvo certified. And he's like, they could be like, well, you're way overqualified to sit here in a shop besides a gas station and working on oil change all days. And he's like, well, I just need a job. I don't give a fuck. And they can still be, well, we're afraid that you get bored in here. So therefore, we will not hire you because in 6 months you will leave us then. Or they could do it in another way. They could be like, well, we can utilize your certification as a marketing spiel for us to get Volvo customers in here. So we can say, why pay the high price at Volvo when we have a Volvo certified mechanic here? And you know what he's going to do 9 out of 10 times? Changing fucking oils anyway. He's not going to use that Volvo certification much. And it's the same with IT work. If you take a certification, unless you get a job that require 1000% you having that certification, which is really, really unique job cases, you are going to do whatever everyone else is doing. You will just become the guy or girl that people come to if there is a specific problem with a specific product that you are specifically certified in. AKA, it's not going to happen that often. So that's why I say, let the company pay you for that certification. Because for the company, a lot of times, it's just a way to, like I said, sell a product. If you sign up with us, we can give you certified, whatever, Cisco certified technicians and stuff like that. Let them pay for it. Let them pay for it. Let them pay for it, man. It's good to have certifications. It gives people that want to employ you a baseline of what you know, but also know that if you're applying for a job where your certifications make you look really overqualified, it may not be a good idea to even mention them before you get the job. Because if you mention that you are disqualified, like I said, they will be, we will not employ you. This is too beneath you, or you will get bored, or you will just be here till you find a better job. So sometimes you don't even need to mention the certifications. And again, let the company do it within the company structure, get certified in there. That also means that if you get a certification in like a Volvo mechanic certification, well, if the previous mentally dude goes to a big city where there is a Volvo dealership, he will have a potentially easier time getting hired if they need a certified Volvo mechanic. So it can help you and it can open doors, but it's not a guarantee. I see too many people be like, oh, if I only have this certification, I can get a job. No, education. Like, I'm working in a field right now that I'm not educated in. I have no official training in the field I'm working. Most of my jobs have been in fields I had no official training in. Why? Because I was willing to learn on my own time. I was willing to do what was required of the company. And I didn't sit and bitch and moan about doing something outside of what I was hired to. So I got hired and paid as a professional without being a professional. What do you guys saying here? Language certification can mean something in educational institutes, but then we're talking about something totally different. You know, when we're talking educational institutes, that's a totally different fucking debate. They're starting to collect them like Pokemons, yeah. If you want to be an educator, yes, you need certifications, of course. Degrees and certification makes people snobby. They can do, yeah. Spy Linux is a good Linux distribution. Certifications can be a limit. Like I said, I have seen people and have worked with people that got basically not fired, but they didn't get the job because they were overqualified because of their certifications. So sometimes it can be a benefit to not mention how good you really are. Yeah, overqualified. It's a really fucking dangerous path to go into. I can feel for you, Casey. It's a really weird thing, yeah. What I tend to do is, if I applied for jobs that were let me put it this way, it's jobs that if you have any education at all, they won't have you. Because it's so boring jobs and so meaningless jobs, but they need to be done. And I've applied to them, and I didn't mention that I was a mechanic or anything. I just, this year's old, at what I was at that time, I worked in these places, and then I mentioned the place I worked at. I didn't say I was worked as a professional mechanic or anything like that. Just like, yeah, I know a little bit about cars and so on and so on and so on. Basically dumbed down my CV. Which is, they can figure it out if they call your past employee and say like, hey, this dude worked with you, or this girl, what did they do? Oh, they managed the whole fucking department. Like, well, in here it says that they just have limited experience with limited people skill and limited experience with whatever it is. So if they call your past employees, just be aware that they will figure out if you know more than you do. And actually some companies like that you're underplaying how much you know. It makes you look modest and not like a bragging idiot. One of my old Linux PCs won't boot unexpectedly, even though I just use Mozilla on it. What? Does it reboot? Or what? One of my old Linux PCs won't boot unexpectedly. Even though it sounds like you mean rebooting. I don't, Wilson, I don't understand what you're saying there. One of my old Linux PCs won't boot. Because unexpectedly is meaning that it some randomly happened. It's a random occurrence. And if you're using Firefox on, that means that it will boot. Well, you are one of those specific people where I'm debating, no matter what job that you get, you will find a way to bitch and moan about it. So maybe you should change that to begin with. Maybe I'm cursed by Linux. So it won't start, so it will boot, but it will not start the DE. Yeah, that can be some coding issues. Or some setting config issues. Just backport in, Joseph. Use backport. No, bitching and moaning is not the German way. I know a lot of Germans. I live 30 minutes away from Germany. I talk to Germans almost not daily. I used to daily, but not anymore. But I interact with Germans many times during the year. And at work, we deal a lot with Germans. No, you need a different view on life. Let me put it that way. You need a different view on life. I feel that you watch some YouTuber do some coding or something like that, and then you're like, oh my god, are you sure you want to leave YouTube? I don't want to leave YouTube, I want to go to YouTube. What the fuck is wrong with you? And then you think, oh my god, what I see here is exactly what they're going to do. So let's react to a code. The life of a software engineer. Let's just take that one. Let's do this one here.
Keep hybrid workplaces and staying at home when you've run out of clean underwear moving. Get an IT partner you can rely on. Dustin.
Oh. Did he say Sigma? Like a true Sigma, yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, it's a cool setup. So he's all so here we're already missing almost an hour, if not more, of his life. You know, you have to get out of bed. You probably don't want to get out of bed. It's cold, it's fucking irritating, and you look like shit. You need to get a shower, you need to get some food. You know, all of these things we see. What we see here is a person that's already dealt with the whole morning routine. And in of itself, the morning routine can have a really big impact on your day-to-day life. So he's probably having a really good day today. Taking notes of what you want to accomplish during the day is actually a really good idea. And I will say it like this, most of you guys and girls are not going to have this view, okay? If you're a software engineer, coder, or whatever the fuck you are, you're probably sitting in a windowless or having a really small window, or if you're working at home, you know, you look out of your fucking windows right now. You know, that's the view you're going to have. I kind of don't like these videos here because they are way too romanticizing things that sucks in real life. Also, if you are, I'm going to stop a lot. You guys know me. You're not going to have time to sit and fucking stare out of the window for 30 minutes when you are doing jobs. When you're working, you should be working. Hey, Lamer. So this is what you're going to look at. And here, he works for around an hour. Hey, Becky. This is not normal. This is not a normal setup. Most coders, software engineers are working in an office, looking into a wall, coding, and they're not just working for an hour and then going up and walking the dog. They are working for 2.5 hours. They have a 10-minute break. Then they are working for another 2.5 hours, and they have a 30-minute break. Then they're working for like 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, and then they go home. That's the normal thing. I suspect he's a freelancer. Yeah, here, and head to our cool office. Okay, so he's going to office now. So he's working an hour at home before he goes to the office. A lot of people don't do that. So I do that sometimes. I sit in my underwear. I go take a shower. I don't eat in the morning. I go take a shower. get a cup of coffee, and then if there is a little bit that, okay, I can get this ready for work, so I can, if there's some code I need to finish up or something I need to research for work, I can do that and put it on the thumbnail, and then I go to work. So I can spend like 30 minutes to an hour, sometimes at home, but mostly I'm just sitting and waiting to get, wake up, get my coffee, steam off from the shower and stuff like that, and then I'm going to work. Say goodbye to the wife. Why can't we see the wife? She's probably hot as fuck. No, they don't. Coders, they get this. Oh, we have an advertisement in the middle of everything. Yeah, there you go. What kind of frame rate is this? It looks really choppy, or is it because I'm in a virtual machine? Yeah, I'm actually, but it's America. Most people start at 9 in the US, though. People here in the EU, we start around, between 6 and 8. Most people start at 7. And I think it's just the fact that they start at 9. That's not, it's kind of like if you start at 7 a.m., it's really early in the morning from those pesky Americans, that don't like to, to do wheel work. I broke a belt at my cobalts. Oh, in your AC. Oh, in your car. Ah. Yeah, hit that shit. There you go, buddy. We don't really need to see this, to be honest, but yeah. It's a neat building, though. There's a lot of fancy tiling going on there. Yeah, first one in the office, yeah. Nice office, though. But then again, most companies, they don't work like this. Most companies don't give you free fucking food and chips and all of that fucking shit. You have, it's a Silicon Valley thing, and even in Silicon Valley, it's not the norm. But they like showing it off like it is. It's not. It's really not. You can be lucky to find a job, but here's the thing. Jobs that give you free washing, clothing, food, and all of that fucking shit, they are also most likely massively stressful jobs. Because there is a kind of a evil reason why they do all of those things for you. That's because then you don't have to leave the office. So you can be longer at the office. You cannot use the excuse, I need to get food. I need to wash my clothes. I need to do this and that. They're like, hey, you can do that here at the office. So the more conveniences the office gives you more reasons to never leave it. So you can work more. So if you see offices offer all of this free shit, look at how the work culture is. How many hours do the average worker work? How many days? And what is the work tempo? Is it like massively, crunch time all the time? Or do they joke around all the time? Because, again, if they have a lot of these conveniences laying around and free food and chips and washing and stuff, that you probably crunch timing it 9 out of 10 days. I need to see my wife, yeah. They put her under the table so she can give you a periodically blowjob. Is this like a cohabitative office where you buy a chair and a monitor, or is it a company? First meeting, fucking meetings, man. Macs are coders really like Mac OS. They really like Mac OS. They really do. I do know that last year the Stock Overflow survey, I think it was, said that Linux was more used by coders than Mac machines is, according to the people they ask. But a lot of people, they like coding under Mac OS is probably one of the best experiences that you can ever get. What you have leads to a single word, felt with every single nerve. No matter who you are, always put him first. Let it flow like the river. Nothing in this life. Also, this is unhealthy as fuck. Like, I would weigh like fucking 400 pounds in a week if I should eat there. Life is truly mine. The beauty in my life that you designed. Intermittent fasting. So here's the thing: if you okay, I'm going health nut a little bit here. If you're intermediately fasting, you don't break your fast by eating a shit ton of carbs. Okay, you break your fast slowly with something to drink, for example, to get your stomach and your metabolism used to. Okay, I need to process food. You don't like Kellogg's. This here is the same as going and eating a fucking Mars bar or something like that, or Snickers bar. You don't break your fast with junk food, because then you get an insulin spike that says who knows what, which is really bad for your pancreas. I think is the English term of it. It's just bad in general to get that massively high what did an insulin spike for your body, and that can also help you to, sustain more fat. Milk first or cereal first? I don't give a fuck. I don't eat cereal. I have not eaten cereal in. I get it once in a while, like really, really once in a while. I get like muesli or something like that. But real cereal, like Kellogg's or Sugar Pops and all of that fucking shit, I don't think I've had that for close to 15 years. I don't do cereal. I've never done cereal. Oatmeal, once in a while I can eat that. That will also be a really, really good one to break your fasting on. Hey, Seth. But if he really wants to break his fast, he should just drink a cup of milk and then wait 30 minutes and then start to eat. So I've been intermediately fasting my whole life. Ever since I was like 12 years old, I only ate 1 or twice a day. And I still do it to this day. Hey Nerdbog, how are you, my friend? Hope you're doing well, man. I did it before it was famously to do intermediate fasting. And I've never had any problem with my blood work other than, being overweight, and then I had like a D12 vitamin deficiency because I was eating too much junk food at one point. But I never been like sick because of intermediate fasting. But I normally eat 1 to 2 times a day. And that's it. And then I drink. I just drink water, flavored water, sugar-free sodas and stuff like that. Basically non-calorie fluids. Today I'm actually drinking sugar water or sodas with sugar in them, because it's been fucking years since I got these sodas and they were on sale. So I'm drinking them today. But normally I just don't. Hey Kevin, love you all, love you too. Spy Lin's actually booted this time, awesome. But that said, I'm eating a lot of fucking unhealthy food. Like, I'm fat. I eat a lot of pizza, I eat a lot of fucking chocolate bars, cookies and stuff like that. But I still only eat like once or twice a day. It's just the stuff that I eat once or twice a day is probably not the healthiest. So even if you're intermittently fasting, you still can get fat. I'm a perfect example of that. I usually fast between the 3 meals a day I have. That's not fasting, Nerdbug. You need to go, I think it's 12 hours before it starts to have effect. I think it's 12 hours. Either it's 10 or 12 hours before it starts to really have an effect. So you're just taking a break from eating then. Yeah. Avoid nuts. Your eating habits sounds like I end up having 2 heart attacks and a stent and a bypass. Yeah, I do have high blood pressure because I'm overweight. But hey, I hope not. I hope not. I try to eat better. I'm starting to count my calories again, even though I've not done it for like a week. But I'm starting slowly to count them again. I'm starting to work out again. I need to go tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. You have clotted arteries. Yeah, I need to get that checked out at some point to see that. But there's no plot indicator that I have clogging problems. It's just that I have too much fat in my... The only... Or not the only, but... All in my family have high blood pressure, even the ones that are fucking healthy. It's a family issue. But according to my blood work, the reason why my blood pressure is high is just because I have too much fat in my blood because I'm overweight. So if I lose my weight, I would probably go off the blood pressure medicine. And I should have done it for years ago. 140 pounds. Yeah, I'm on the 300 pound mark. 330 or something like that. But I'm also 6'4", so. But yeah, that's the reason why I have high blood pressure. It's just because of the fat count in my blood. And I should have been doing something about it like years ago. I'm just, yeah, it must not be important to me. I don't know. Does fasting make your body go into starvation mode where when you start eating again, you actually gain more weight? No. That's whole starvation mode. I think you need to starve for like days before you go into starvation mode. Basically, ketosis is starvation mode. That's your body going into starvation mode. That's when you go into ketosis. You know, that's when you start to go into starvation mode. And I don't think you can go into ketosis unless you do a shit ton of cardio work in a day. Like in 12-ish hours. It needs to go like, I think, is it 1 or 2 days? 2 days before you go into ketosis. And also this whole thing with that you gain weight if you go into starvation mode. It's as far as I understand it, and the latest data on it is that it's just a temporary thing. So it eats and it puts into fat, but if you then start to do stuff again, then you start to lose it again. It's not that you keep the weight. It basically it don't matter. Look at it like that. It don't matter. Yeah, I know a lot. It is like that with any heart attack, and I've worked out with people that was slim and fucking fit and stuff like that, and they all got, or not all, but some of them also got heart issues and stuff like that. I honestly believe that a big part of people having heart problems is a biological factor. I'm not saying that you should be overweight like me and eat unhealthy, but if there is markers in your family that you have, that a lot of people in your family have heart issues, that you have, no matter how healthy you are, you will still have a high risk of getting it. I hope this makes sense what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, I'm not advocating for being fat. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that if all your fucking, every man in your family got a fucking heart attack before they were 40, you should probably do a lot of fucking health work on yourself and probably not being fat. But if nobody have heart issues in your family, you could probably get away with being fat a little bit easier, but you will still get issues. Just, you can just push it on later down the line. I got diabetes in my family. Yeah, the same here. I'm knocking everything I can knock. Luckily enough, the only health issues that I have, that I got from my family, that is biological, or well, not biological, that's physical, is high blood pressure. But again, that's probably because of my weight. More than likely because of my weight. I'm just not in a mental state to lose the weight. I know it sounds really weird, but I have a lot of mental health issues, which kind of sabotage me getting healthy, which is really fucking irritating. My dad's side of the family had heart problems. All were physically, yeah, exactly. So on my side of or every guys in my family, they like I said, it's either high blood pressure or enlarged heart, but none of them have ever had So the reasons why men die in my family is old age. It's not cancer. It's not high blood, heart diseases and stuff like that. That's not the common cause. It's old age. It's old age. Like my grandmother is 84, and she has battled cancer twice or 3 times and it's just totally away from her. 2 times breast cancer and 1 skin cancer. And the breast one she got when she was like, I think, her 50s, and then she got again in her 60s or 70s. And then in her late 70s or 80s, she got the skin cancer thing, and they can't find anything on her. So we are lucky in my family. That don't mean that I won't get any. Like, this is not meant as if nobody in my family have any issues, I'm not going to have issues. It's just a good indicator that you may not, or you may be a little bit more lucky with the, lucky in the genetic pool. But you can still get issues. So she's the only one I know of to have skin cancer in my family. I've never heard about anyone else dealing with it than my grandmother. One of my uncles have too big of a heart. My brother has too big of a heart, but that's because of his diabetes and other stuff. I don't. I've been checked for it. I'm fat and I have too high blood pressure. That's it. And then because of my eating habits, my vitamins can sometimes be a little bit crazy, but that's kind of it. But yeah, look at your family and see how, if you see how the old people, what they're battling when they're getting in their 60s and up, that's a good indicator of stuff that you should be aware of. It don't mean that you will get it, but it also don't mean that you're off. It's just, if you have a strong family, the chances are that your DNA, for lack of a better word, that also will be strong. But look at the stuff that's in your family that everyone is having or dealing with, and that's the area you should put a lot of issues on. My dad's side has diabetes. My mom's side has high chance of skin cancer. Yeah. Get stuff checked, man. Get stuff checked. So one thing here that I love these kind of things where they're sitting in front of their screen here. What you tend to forget is that this is probably 98% of your time with anything with IT is that you're looking into this fucking screen. And it's not... Hey, later, Joseph. I hope the whole spiral links thing works out for you. And it's not fun shit. A lot of times you're doing boring, tedious, repetitive tasks over and over again, rewriting, redoing, retesting, repackaging, redoing shit for someone, someone calling you up to fix this for them. This is your day as an IT person. It's sitting on your fat ass in front of a computer. That's what you do, and that's why this is only 9 minutes, 10 minutes long. Look at it like this. He had probably an 8-9 hours work day. Only 10 minutes of that work day was worth documenting. Think about that. Out of a 8-hour, 7-hour work day, only 10 minutes was worth it documenting. Yeah, I don't specifically like these staying alive videos. That's how it was when I was a student working IT and intern as IT. Yeah, exactly. This is why I decided to become a welder. Yeah, that's why I wanted to be a mechanic. That's why I worked in building industry, mechanical industries, engineering industries, my most of my life, basically. But when you get older, like when you get like 40 years, you start to appreciate these boring jobs because they are a little bit more healthy to your body. You know, my whole life I've been lifting heavy shit, moving heavy shit around, mending heavy shit, everything that, you know, if it's always been hard physical work. And you can't keep that up. You can probably keep it up till you're like 60, but then you will have a shit ton of fucking problems later on in your life. Like being a welder, when you're reaching like 40, 50 years old, you should probably think about doing something else. And the way I have abused my body, plus I did physical work at my job, and then I went to work out in a gym after that. So I've been really fucking hammering my body. Like I have tendonitis in my right arm. I have a really, really mild form of arthritis, I think it's called, in one of my hips. That hurts a little bit when I walk until it gets warmed up. My knee, ever since I became a mechanic, when I was done with that, I get a little bit of stiffness in my knees because I've been laying too much on cold grounds and stuff like that. And I'm only 40. You know, constructed 45 years, starting light duty factory work last year. Yeah, you need to look out of your body, man. You should study CNC so I could switch to that. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. And then we are getting delivery. We're going from, I'm intermediately fasting, but I'm eating Kellogg's, whatever it is, that's probably like 300 or 400 calories. Then I'm eating nuts that's close to 300 calories. So it's over one meal I just got in those two small portions. Now I'm getting deliveries from, they come and reimburses our lunches. Again, that's amazing. I wish more people do that. But this is probably also like a 500, 600, 800 probably calories lunch he's having right here. Mechanic is really good, and it's really like with all of the there was a joke when I became a mechanic, and that is that you're not a mechanic anymore. You're just a parts replacements officer. You put a computer in the ass of the car and it tells you replace the alternator, and then you replace the alternator. That's what a mechanic is. And nowadays with all the electronic cars and stuff, that you're more like an electrician. So you go to a computer, the computer tells you what's wrong, and you change that component. That's being a mechanic. You know, the good old times where we rebuilt engines and stuff like that, I was lucky enough to do that. If you start today, I don't think that you would do that much. Cars has been like computers. You take a component out, throw it away, and put a new one in it. It's way cheaper than rebuild it. And again, like I said, with all the electrical cars and stuff like that, you're basically just an electrical engineer or electrician. And the computer will tell you. I remember I had to, and we are talking 2000 to 2004. There was a car that was acting really strange. You were driving, it felt like the car was twitching. So I plugged a computer in its spot hole, and I got another mechanic to drive me around on the parking lot. And it turns out one of the ABS sensors was acting up, so it was automatically activating one of the wheels while you were driving. Not fully, but just sparingly. Because when you were driving, it would like not lock up the wheel, but it was like you were tracking one wheel around. And it was just replacing that. It took 5 minutes to figure out. You barely do any problem solving anymore as a mechanic. It's the computers and the sensors that do all of that for you. But then you need to learn a lot about electricity and the whole computer systems, which can be really, really interesting. Will you ask people to spank him for money? Yeah. No. We still need to talk about the love story that is Lamer and Becky in here. That's why I thought about being a mechanic. I love working on things that get me thinking, and I love learning things out. Yeah, that's not mechanic, Lamer. You learn how a car works, and then you barely do it anymore. Like I said, you plop a computer to the car, and it tells you what to replace. That's what most people do. Or if you really like, let me tell you what most mechanics do. They wake up, they go to their work, and they do oil changes, and they do oil changes, and they do tire changes, they do oil changes, they do liquid changes, they change tires, they repair brakes. That's what you are going to do 9 out of 10 days at your work. Service, small services on cars. Change the tire, change the exhaust, change the fluids, change the random fucking sensor here and there. That's what you're going to do 9 out of 10 days. Rarely are you going to rebuild an engine from scratch or taking an engine out and putting it in, or changing, the whole drive system in a car. It's too fucking expensive. You wake up, you change the fucking oil, put new oil in it, the customer goes the merry way. You change the disc, the brake discs, the disc pads, that's it. You change tires, that's it. And that happened 20 years ago when I started to become a mechanic. I talked to people that worked on small shops, big shops, medium shops. And my days, I worked in a big shop, so my days was 9 out of 10 times just service. The guys that worked on the small shops, it was like 6 or 8 days out of 10 was service, or 9 or 10, was service. So you're doing the same shit over and over and over again. Changing oils, changing liquids, looking at the exhaust system, making sure everything works correctly, and then putting it off. So if you think being a mechanic is like watching the Fast and the Furious, or, you are hands deep in the engine from you start till you go home, no. What you're doing right now with your pickup truck, Lamer, that's being a mechanic nowadays. And you're probably not even getting that fucking dirty. Yeah, tire swap. That's what I said. You're changing tires. 2 times a year, you're changing tires for like a month straight. When you go from summer to winter, winter to summer, that's a month straight where you do nothing but fucking changing tires. Like mechanic, you learn a shit ton as a mechanic, but it's one of the most boring fucking jobs. Especially if you get to work on for a big company. You rarely get to do fun shit. It's just a service after a service after a service after a service. Yay, someone drove into another car. It's total fuck. Service. Yay, I get to change an alternator. Service. Yay! I get to change the radiator, which all of these fucking things with the electrical cars we have nowadays, you probably can't change anyway. You know, and they don't have like radiators and alternators and stuff like that. So it'll probably be, oh, yay, I need to change the converter. Oh, well. Yay! I need to change the, battery packs. You're just totaling the car now. So it'd be, yay! We need a new car. No, you can get specific shops for tires, but every mechanic shop in Denmark can also swap your tires for you. That's mostly the states that have these fucking weird ass things that. So when you become a mechanic in Denmark or in EU, you can do everything with a car, from the body work to the electricity work. In the States, it's a little bit more broken up.
You know, guys, sometimes it's really hard for me to imagine that I'm actually here. Like, I grew up in a super tiny city, so I had never seen anything like this. The only thing that I could remember is when I was a kid, when people would ask me what I wanted to do in the future, I always imagined that I'll be working at the top of some kind of huge building. And I don't know why exactly I had that idea, but it's funny how it all kind of materialized. Yeah.
Yeah. And when I go to work, I go onto a corner in a fucking big barn, basically, and I look into a fucking concrete wall with a screen in front of it.
Still not the highest floor of the building, so step by step, we're getting there. Still more work to do. Let's go.
Ah, crap. And again, this looks nice. You can sit in a couch. You can sit here. You can look outside the window. But again, we have to remember, you're mostly looking at this fucking screen. You are mostly looking at this fucking screen. So is this delay really fucking bad or what? It's like I'm a minute behind. Yeah, okay, I think it was the preview window in my dashboard that was a little bit fucked up. So how long am I really fucking long behind? Because I said it's ultra low latency, but it feels like I'm really let me do a test here. Okay, it was just because I was probably not in live time on the preview window. Disregard everything I said. I'm just a fool with no rules, and Becky and Lame are spanking me for telling everyone about their love triangle. I like working in a small, quiet village versus a loud city. Yeah, I'm. The older I get, I'm becoming more of a country boy. But chat on Steam isn't working. On stream isn't working. It's working for me. I actually have 2 of them open right now. Meditation player. Okay. I'm innocent, yeah, of course. This is getting boring, but you guys get the idea. Let's say he worked for 7 hours to be nice. And this is with him saying goodbye to his wife and waking up in the morning. Only 10 minutes of it was worthwhile recording. You want to see how innocent Becky is? Oh, the chat window. Oh, that's what you guys are talking about. Yeah. I see. Oh, can I reload that? I get what. Yeah. That's a stream. A Streamlabs thing issues. That's not. I'm just looking to see if there's a way of me to be able to reload it. Refresh cache of page. Let's try that one. Yeah, I can see what you guys are saying. Yeah, it's not working. I'm actually debating on taking it away, to be honest. Yeah, that's a little bit strange why that's not working. Oh, no chat delay, hide delay. Direct message animation, font size. I'm just messing with some settings here. Yeah, I need a new overlay, to be honest, but I kind of liked having the chat out. It must be a Streamlabs problem. So, I think that's her name. Why can't I remember her fucking username? Making noises. Saying things. Aha! Fucking coming here and telling me what to do and what not to do. Dark Heart. Because, oh, fuck me. So, no videos. Have you offed all your videos? Huh? But, the fuck? So she has one pet, a chihuahua. This is basically lamer. She's petting him under the table every time she's gaming. Is that how it's spelled? I'm going to react to this one live because I don't want to do that video. So we are going to react to it live, and this is 9 minutes of pure fucking bullshit. Bullshit. It doesn't save the what's after the streams. Fuck you then. Fuck you. Needs to change some settings again. It could also be that I'm not logged in though. Can you see all my porn history when I do this? Yeah, it could be because I'm not logged in. We could test that, to be honest. Just give me a second. Let's do that one. It kind of bugs me that the chat is not working now, to be honest. Nope. It's not showing up the video still. 6 p.m. Oh, okay. Okay. I added you to the streamer notifications on my Discord, by the way. Lama, you and Becky, you should go on to Chatterbait and do one of these couple streams. And it should just be Lama tied to a bed and then Becky whipping him. All day. But let's look at this fucking, like, delusional talking here.
Why should you use Miro? When you draw on a whiteboard, no one sees it. With Miro, you plan together in real time.
So Saturday was April 1st. Here in the US, that also means that it's the worst holiday ever.
The worst holiday ever. Who? Give me a 1 in chat if April the 1st is the worst holiday ever to exist. I don't think nobody calls April 1st the worst holiday ever. Already here, we know we're talking about a delusional fucking crazy person. I can see he likes Star Trek. So I kinda feel a little bit sympathetic towards him. What is this little thing up here? Follow creator. You don't like April 1st? Anton, you should fucking get deleted in Minecraft then. April 1st is the fucking funniest thing ever. I love that people, like, why do people not have any fucking sense of humor anymore? And he's going to contradict himself here in 2 seconds already.
April Fool's Day. Now don't get me wrong, sometimes it is fun to participate in the National Day of Pranking. And
yeah, sometimes so he's just fucking, it's not pointless. It's April Fool's Day is basically a day where you know you should not take anything seriously that people are saying. It gives them a pass of, it basically allows serious companies and serious people to just let loose. It's like Casual Friday. It's the Casual Friday for, everyone. Does it have a point? Not really. But the point is, have fun. Let loose. Chillax. Swing your dick around. Put a carrot up your fanny or something. Just do something funny. Have a laugh. I wish we had more of these days where the whole point of the day is to either troll or have fun with other people. That's the whole point of it. It's just to have fun.
And I've done it before here on the channel, but I won't go out of my way to pull one over on you guys. And even when I do a prank video here on the channel, I try to ensure that it's clear that I'm joking.
Can you hear someone didn't get the joke? I can laugh any day I want. Yeah, but it's not... April 1st, I think, or this is how I look at it, it gives companies, companies, people that needs to be serious 24/7, journalists and stuff like that, it gives them a day where they can just have fun. Go and have fun with their customers, go have fun with their readers, show the casual side, the relaxed side of the public face. Oh, I wish we had those fucking decrees in Denmark. I love Heat. It's so EA and, you know, Blizzard and Microsoft and all of the, you know, big companies that, you know, when they can go nuts. And they don't have to feel like, oh my god, do people take this the wrong way? And they don't have to be like, you know, making big fucking statement, this is a joke, by the way. They can kind of play, you know, it's April the 1st, so yeah. I like it. I think it serves a good purpose for, maybe not you and me, but for people or situations where the job that they are in demand them to be 1000% serious 24/7, and this one day a year they can let loose and just be like, okay, I don't need to be serious. Can someone tell me why Winnie the Pooh is blurred out? Has Winnie the Pooh got cancelled? Did some fucking nutcase on Twitter cancel Winnie the Pooh? I love Winnie the Pooh. Is there something wrong with sticking your fat fingers into a jar of honey and licking it off? Is that now some form of discrimination I don't get? Please let me know, is Winnie the Pooh is a Satanist? What? What have I missed? Please tell me you're joking with me. Please tell me it's like when Lamer tell me that Becky just fucking fisted his butthole. Oh yeah, China, yeah. There was something about Winnie the Pooh and China, yeah. Yeah, I think it's the China thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But then you have Asus, who announced the ROG Ally on April Fool's Day. There's no clear indication that this was a prank. In fact, the design of the Ally is too good for a mere prank, in my opinion. But then the tone of the video feels tongue-in-cheek enough to fit in with the 1st of April vibe. However, the fact is that there's an actual BestBuy.com page for this device, which...
Yeah? So, who gives a fuck? Yeah, I don't see a problem with this.
Leads me to believe that this is a real product that will eventually be released at some point. So either this is some real...
Look at how fucking angry he looks, by the way.
...high-end posting, or ROG is actually releasing the Ally. Meanwhile, the tech media, in its infinite wisdom, is jockeying the Ally as some kind of Steam Deck competitor. But is that the actual reality of the situation?
Of course it is. It's a handheld gaming device. What is the Steam Deck? It's a handheld gaming device. So yeah, it is like a competitor or addition to the handheld gaming market. What the fuck? So of course you're like, oh yeah, I watched the South Park episode when Winnie the Pooh looking like China's president. Yeah, I'm starting to watch South Park from season 1. I'm at season 3 or something like that now.
Let's talk about this device, go through the video, and figure out how it will compare to the Steam Deck and the handheld PCs that it will actually compete against.
So yeah, if you have a cold, just stuff shit up your nose. That's basically what this advertisement is about.
Og veje op til 12 timer. Træk vejret lettere med Otrivin.
Some primo fucking Danish advertisement here for you guys and girls. There you go.
So the video starts off by talking about how ROG has pushed the boundaries of gaming with laptops, tablets, and even contact lenses. Then it says, quote,
"Introducing ROG Ally, ROG's first handheld console. The ROG Ally is a Windows gaming handheld."
Wait a minute, which one?
This is going to be good. Listen to this fucking bullshit that he's coming with right now.
Is it? Is it a handheld console or is it a Windows gaming handheld? It categorically cannot be both. The two terms are mutually exclusive to...
So listen to him. You cannot call it a console if it's running Windows. Again, I repeat, it cannot be a console if it's running Windows. Let's forget about you guys have seen the comment I made. Let's forget about the Dreamcast. Let's forget about the Xbox. Let's forget about fucking Steam Deck running Windows with big picture on it. So here's the thing. In his infinite fucking wisdom, the Steam Deck is a console when it's running Linux, but if you install Windows on it, it's now becoming a PC. Can someone slap him in the face with a fucking reality penis here right now? Yeah, again, the PlayStation, is that a server?
To one another. Windows is a general purpose operating system.
So is Linux, so is FreeBSD. They just have strength in different areas. But yeah, let's keep on.
Any device running Windows is not a console.
Oh Lord, give me strength so I don't fucking put my tiny penis off his nostrils. We need a t-shirt that says, if any device runs Windows, it cannot be a console. We need to have this saying on a t-shirt, and then his face on it.
In fact, any device running Windows cannot be called a console at all. At a minimum, consoles must run a gaming-focused operating system.
Windows is a gaming-focused operating system. Game bar. DirectX. DirectX is the compositor underlying display fucking technology for Windows, okay? When you're playing a game, you're circumventing Windows and going directly to DirectX and then through the kernel to hardware. The exact same way that BSD on the PlayStation works, the same way Nintendo do their things. How the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, he's definitely, he's lost his marbles here. Windows more focused on gaming than Linux. Yeah, exactly. I like to see this guy talk this shit to a norm and see them walk away. Like, come on. Like, by his definition, Linux should not even be on the fucking Steam Deck because it's a server operating system. That's where most of the focus is being put at. Oh, this guy... This guy started out as the Linux gamer. But then he didn't really got any traction. Because nobody gives a fuck about Linux gaming. Then he starts to become more of a generalized kind of Linux channel. But then when the Steam Deck came out, he ran up to Gabe Newell, took down his pants, and shoved his fucking hairy-ass mouth around his butthole, his testicles, his penis, and ate every fucking thing up. And ever since the Steam Deck got announced, he has been bending over and letting Valve and Gabe Newell fist him fucking 24/7, like Becky is doing with Lama every fucking weekend and Easter and holidays, without any lube, and he's just being like, yes, baby daddy, come on, give it to me, I'm yours forever. This is fucking mental. Like, look here, his whole channel is built up around Steam Deck. All of this is Steam Deck related accessories besides the merchandise here. If the Steam Deck fails, his whole channel fails. That's the problem. That's why he's fucking angry. If he was a fucking somewhat intelligent non-Linux fanboy, Steam Deck fanboy, he would be like, yes, another handheld gaming device I can make content on. I can now compare this with the fucking Steam Deck. He can expand his channel. But this guy, ever since he started doing YouTube, it's been Linux or nothing. And the arguments he has towards Linux, why it's better than Windows, will make your fucking penis hair invert in fucking shame.
And that's not what Windows is. Consoles must also have a custom controller-driven user interface that
Windows can have that, every operating system can have that, because you build it, you fucking lunatic. You built the fucking UI for it. That's why we have big picture on Steam Deck.
that can launch games and manage the system.
Yeah, everyone has penis hair. Some of them is just, fluffy. They don't have to be big fucking black hairs, okay? You have small, what we will call like fluffy hair. You can never get it 100% away unless you scrape it off all day and every day. You'll still have either stumps or those minute little hair. Oh, I know, but him loving the Steam Deck because it runs Linux out of the box. I would think it would be funny to see Steam. Yeah, if Steam Deck's tool run Windows, you'd go fucking nuts.
And finally, and this is critical, modern consoles must have a first-party storefront that subsidizes the cost of the hardware. So
Windows Store, Xbox Game Pass. Are you, what the fuck is he talking about? So what he's saying here, let me spit it out for everyone else here. You cannot be a console unless you get most of your revenue from a third-party store, from a storefront. So by his logic, Mac OS is a console, Windows is a console, my computer is a console, because Windows is making a shit ton of money and subsidizing a lot of the cost from the Microsoft Store. Well, heck, my mobile phone is a console. Your tablet is a console. Like, come on, dude. So what defines a console? The hardware. The hardware and the purpose it's built for. It's the purpose it's built for. What is it built for? A console is a purposely built yeah, X-Term is a console, yeah. So an Xbox or a PlayStation or a Nintendo is a purposely built console for a purposely built audience, for a purposely built situation. That don't mean it can't do other things, but that's the purpose of the hardware. So that should determine what it is. You know, if a company makes a product for a specific use case, that should kind of determine what that thing is. So the Steam Deck, what is the Steam Deck marketed for as? What is the target audience? It's handheld gaming. That's it. Handheld gaming. That's what Steam, Valve marketed as. That is what has been talked about from everyone. And again, even Valve and Steam are saying that it's meant to be your Steam library in a handheld gaming device. So therefore, it's a handheld gaming device. And not to talk about that the hardware in the Steam Deck and this Ally is closer to your console than it is to your computer. They're basically using the same hardware. Console, think about it. It's a unification. Like a console is it's a one device thing. You know, kind of like what a console is. You know the old gaming cabinets. You know, stuff like that. It's a purposely built console. You get what I'm saying. I'm getting confused with my own words now because of the stupidity that he's infusing into me. But you get what I'm saying here. My mouse, I can throw this at lamest balls. That don't make it a brick. You know, I can take my cord for my wireless mouse and I can insert it into Becky's a-hole because he's not being nice to Lamer today. That don't make it a fisting apparatus. Can it be used as it? Yes, but my wire for my wireless mouse was built as a wire for my wireless mouse. So therefore, aka, it's a wire for my wireless mouse. Charging wire. So that's what it's built and what it's built to. Let me try again. The purpose it's built to fulfill determines what it is. It's kind of like a social construct. If the Ace thing was 400 euros, I can distro the same deck. Nobody cares. Yeah, nobody cares about Linux or Windows, to be honest. Lamer, I was just trying to be nice to her so she felt she was loved by someone else than you. But he's just angry because he's afraid that someone else is going and impeaching into the Steam Deck market.
Substantially. I will die on this hill. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, and you are going to die on that hill because it's fucking stupid.
And I'd also argue in this form factor, we should universally expect a console experience for a gaming handheld, which Windows is simply incapable of providing, by the way, due to its encumbrances as a general purpose OS.
Again, Xbox. And also he commented at me and said, oh, well, Windows is the UI. No, Windows is not the whole UI. Windows is the kernel, just like the Linux kernel is Linux. The Windows UI is called Metro. I think now it's called the Microsoft Design Language, to be honest. That's the UI elements building up the UI. But Windows is still the kernel and the user land. This guy has no fucking idea what he's talking about, and it's making me incapable of providing. Is that serious? Yeah. They can work with Windows, yeah. They can work with Windows, but they don't really need. So the beauty of Windows is that, again, this you have to code for it, like any other fucking operating system. If you don't code for this, you cannot use it. But when I'm watching this video right now, this video, for lack of, I'm simplifying this living shit out of this, but you get the idea. This here is not going, the video is not being interpreted by, you know, the Windows desktop environment. And then going into the hardware. The video is going past the DE. It's circumventing the DE and going to DirectX and the hardware. Under Linux, as we have, Wayland should fix this, but right now as it is with DirectX, or not DirectX, but Xorg and some degree with Wayland, is that anything that's being rendered here is being rendered on top of the Xorg / desktop environment, tiny Windows environment, what you will call it. So you have this here, you have the environment, and then you have the user land and the kernel. So if I'm full screening this and pretending this is a game, if it's coded correctly, the Windows UI should not take any resources from the game, unless you have it open on a second monitor. Of course, it needs to render it, of course. But if you have one screen and you full screen a game, it's basically, for lack of a better word, it's circumventing the UI. It's going directly with DirectX into the kernel. And no, NT, it's Windows NT. It's called Windows NT kernel, actually. Educate yourself. I can show you here. Let me do it again. Microsoft Design Language. Ah, fuck. Here you go. This explains everything. Arrow, Metro, Fluent, Motion. Oh, wait. No, this is the Fluent. What the fuck am I talking about? Where the fuck is the wiki? Metro Design Language. Okay, I fucked it up. Metro Design Language. There you go. This explains everything you need to know. And I think it's actually called Microsoft Design Language. Yeah, Microsoft Design Language here. They're getting lectured by the clueless, yeah. They can make a program that runs on startup to change the desk. Yeah, exactly. Microsoft Bob, yep. Yeah, SteamOS do that. SteamOS. Steam have the big picture mode. That's basically what you can basically just start up. You can put in an auto start here. So when Windows starts up, it's just directly starting up and then starting up Steam big picture mode. But yeah, they can. I don't know what the UI of LI is right now. We watched the Linus Tech Tips video, and it looks like they're just running big picture on top of it.
Now, apparently, ROG Ally has a custom AMD APU that supports eGPUs. Now, this is a pretty neat trick, and it's one thing that I'd like to see the Steam Deck actually be able to do. But it also apparently supports 1080p gaming with the mention of gorgeous and smooth full HD. Which
Looking like a gorgeous and smooth FSP. So he's like, what he's going to say right now, this is going to make you fucking dick slap the living shit out of him.
Hey, if all you care about is having a bigger number on your spec sheet, congratulations. But I'll stick to 800p and get better performance and battery life on my Steam Deck.
Apparently, the Ally gives you better performance and battery life in 1080p. That's why it's a big deal. Look at the Linus Tech Tip video. That's kind of what they're saying, is that you should theoretically get, it's not been tested yet, but they theoretically say that you should be getting faster frames, more battery life, less noise than the Steam Deck. So what he's talking about, he wants to have, you can get that on the 1080p on the Ally. It's just not a Linux-driven device, so therefore he spots shit crazy over it.
That's just me, though. So look, ROG and the tech media are trying to position this thing as a Steam Deck competitor, but I've got news for them. Unless this thing ships with better specs, gaming OS, and a sub $600 price point,
It don't even have to ship with a sub 600 price point. That's besides the point. The price is kind of besides the point. Some people are willing to pay extra for more. You know, some people are willing to pay the absorbent amount of fucking money a 490 cost. There are people that are willing to pay a little bit more than the Steam Deck to get these specs. Like, he's talking out of his ass here.
It's not a competitor, and the reason is simple. You can't trust Windows-powered handheld devices.
Okay, so it's not a competitor because you can't trust Windows handheld devices. Okay, argument over. Everyone, argument over. You can't trust Windows handheld devices. Argument over. I don't have to give you any proof. I don't have to give you any example in the past where Windows have been successful on handheld devices. It don't fucking matter. I'm telling you right now, you cannot trust Windows handheld devices. Arguments over. This sounds like someone that don't have any fucking arguments is trying to make an argument. How stupid can you be saying this shit? I'm sorry, man. Come on. Like, this guy's making me fucking angry. It's like saying, because I say so, so therefore it is. But there is actually talk about a better Nintendo, if I'm not mistaken.
You just can't.
Oh, God.
Hvor er min mobiltelefon? Jeg tror, der er nogen, der har været i min taske. Hvad laver du?
Forsikringen dækker ikke, hvis det ikke er hele tasken, der er blevet stjålet.
Tillid er, når du ikke behøver søforklaringer. Tilliden er gensidig.
But before we get into that, I've got to ask, why haven't you liked that smash button yet? When you
Because you make no sense, you fucking fool.
you'll be well on your way to seeing more videos just like this one. You can also subscribe to stay up to date with all the latest Steam Deck news. Super user members here on do hear a reaction. Windows is categorically worse for gaming.
Did you hear this? Let's hear this again. Let's hear this again. Listen to this dude.
Let's get back to my rant. Windows is categorically worse for gaming.
Let's hear that again.
Now let's get back to my rant. Windows is categorically worse for gaming.
Let's hear it a third time.
Now let's get back to my rant. Windows is categorically worse for gaming.
Windows is categorically worse for gaming. Let's put that on a shirt. So that's why everyone is gaming on the Windows, because it's categorically worse as a gaming system. That's why most games work best on the Windows. That's why most gaming peripherals and software runs on the Windows. That's why every streamer is streaming on the Windows, because it's categorically the worst for gaming. If that was the case, everyone would be not running it. Bad lie. Yeah, they're just like there are games I play I can't play under Linux. There are so many games that just run better under. Let me put it this way: there are more games that run better on Windows than there are games running better on Linux. That's a categorically fact.
The numbers back this up. Even if developers don't do any...
Where's the numbers? Okay, the numbers back this up. Where is the numbers? Show me the numbers that tell us that Linux play more games better than Windows. Where is the numbers that say that Linux play more games better than Windows? They are not there. Because it's not the case.
Anything to support Steam Deck, AAA games generally perform a lot better on SteamOS than they do on Windows.
That's because you don't have to fucking render it at the same resolution. For fuck's sake, how... Oh my god, Lama, get Becky over here to spank me so I can calm down. Oh my god. Yeah, if you only have to render a 1480p frame set versus a 1080p versus a 1440p versus a 4K screen, let's not talk about how many hertz you have to render the fucking frames on. It's not even the same. Oh. It's like comparing a Formula 1 car with a dump truck and saying, look, the Formula 1 car is better. I thought of... Oh, God. Damn, I need to read some comments here. Oh, yeah, PC gaming equals Windows. Yeah, numbers. Yeah, there are no numbers. Did Joseph. The best. Yes, no, she's mine. Watch cat videos for Yeah, maybe I need some cat videos. Come here, big guy, I'll spank you. Yeah, come on, man. Give me a fucking spanking. Let the hate flow through you. Like, honestly. Would you see it as the Steam Deck being a better gaming device because it can run a game with 60 frames per second in 1480p or whatever the fuck it is versus running a game with 30 seconds on a 4K display with ray tracing and all of that fucking shit? And then later on, this is coming later on, by the way, he's saying that, oh, well, everyone cares about the number, or you should not care about what numbers are the best, but he's just sitting right here and saying that, well, it runs better on the Steam Deck. Oh my god, I should make him as my disciple. Yeah, he needs to be in your cult, man.
Elden Ring is a prime example. Running the game on Windows results in worse performance than on Linux. Valve brought Steam Deck support to Elden Ring within a day of its release, and it was working better than...
It's one fucking game. Like I said, for this to be the norm, it has to be the majority of games run better under, well, Proton. And again, you have to fucking remember, the Steam Deck is not running at the same hertz or the same resolution as my PC. You cannot sit and compare a game running 1440p with a game running 1480p and say, look, the 1480p is the better version. Oh yeah, he got an open source. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh my god.
Windows, even on significantly more powerful hardware. But if a game targets Vulkan instead of DirectX, things get even better. Doom Eternal on the Steam Deck has shockingly high frame rates, especially for the hardware, and with all other things being equal, playing the game on Windows is a much worse experience.
So, okay, if everything should be equal, okay, so you are running Doom Eternal in 1480p or whatever the fuck the resolution is on the Steam Deck under Windows, and you're telling me that you get a worse experience than under the Steam Deck. So you're telling me that if you have a 3060 or whatever, or Arc series GPU, and you're running Doom Eternal with 1440p, that's going to run worse than running it on the Steam Deck. Because that's everything being equal. I can see it running better on the Steam Deck that if you're playing Doom Eternal at 4K resolution. Heck, even 1440p resolution, it may not run that well. But that's not being equal. That's rendering way more frames, probably way more fucking frames per second also. So whatever the Steam, what is the Steam Deck resolution kind of thing? Requirement. So let's see, what is the requirement? Because there is a resolution requirement. Here. What should a Steam Deck game look like? The game should support the default resolution of 1280 by 800 or 1280 by 700. So you're rendering a game with these two resolution versus 1440p. Yeah, thank you, Wilson. Come on. This is pure bullshit. Elden Ring's crashing was just broken that I guess Valve didn't bring better supports on day one. No, I know. And also that's fixed now, by the way. They patched it out. You cannot compare a 800p resolution versus 1080p, 1440p, or 4K. It makes no sense. Because if you're lowering those games to those resolution on a PC, it will run better. Oh god, more advertising. Let's get some coffee.
Jeg er jo fan af no spend days.
Ja, det er. Jeg har først lige opdaget forbrugsoverblikket nu.
Det er virkelig en øjenåbner, og den fortæller dig bare de ondeste sandheder.
I don't care about banking. Just go away. Thank you.
This has held true with many other titles as well. SteamOS and Valve have delivered something special, a PC OS that is actually optimized for games.
It's Arch Linux with Proton. It's no more optimized for games that fucking Windows is.
Furthermore, Windows has exorbitant background processes which eat up your system resources.
You can disable those. It's really easy. It's really fucking easy. Yeah, he did call it a PC OS, I know. Like, he's contradicting himself more than a fucking lunatic on fucking Twitter is. No, it's not a... I know, he's contradicting himself more than a fucking lunatic on Twitter. People buy NVIDIA RTX 90s for 4K. Yeah, but that will probably still run fucking... what was it? Doom Eternal better than the Steam Deck. But he was saying everything being equal. So everything being equal, meaning that we're running it at the same resolution. Well, any game run on a fucking 5-year-old computer will run faster on the same resolution than on the Steam Deck.
Windows is less optimized for battery life, and it arbitrarily consumes the limited...
Okay. So why is it that Windows laptops in general tends to last fucking longer on battery life? Why is it that Mac computers last longer than Linux? I will say, if you buy a System 76 or Tuxedo computer, they have gone a really long way with battery life on Linux, but on average, again, Windows and Mac OS is fucking beating Linux on battery life. I don't know where the fuck he's coming from.
Write cycles of your NVMe, killing its lifespan in the process. Finally, despite what the stereotypical PC gamer's maximalist intuition might dictate, having 100% library compatibility is far less important than other considerations on a device of this caliber.
So, I will see if I can find it, but when the Steam Deck got announced, he and other people were like, oh my god, we can now play all our Steam games on the fucking the Steam Deck is going to be so amazing, and we don't need a computer anymore because we can run all our Steam games. And then it became, we can run most of our Steam games, and then become, oh, we can only run a few. Oh, probably only a select few that has to be certified. He's going, I'll see if I can find the announcement video on his channel later. This dude is contradicting himself so fucking much. Yeah, he gets his numbers on Reddit, yeah. Oh my god. Even Linux optimized computers have a either equal or worse battery life than Windows have. It's rarely that you see a computer running any Linux having more battery life than Windows, running a Windows OS.
Having a better user experience that ditches the mouse and keyboard, having a UI that integrates with the hardware.
Let's hear that again.
Is far less important than other considerations on a device of this caliber. Having a better user experience that ditches the mouse and keyboard, having a UI.
So it's way more important for the users to ditch the mouse and keyboard. Yes, on a handheld device that makes sense. All of the reviews I have seen of people using the Asus ROG Ally have all used either a controller or the keypads on the fucking device itself. Can you plug keyboards into it? Yes, but you can do the same with a fucking Steam Deck.
UI that integrates with the hardware, and frankly, having the Steam Deck's indispensable performance menu a button press away, those are way more important than having.
So can you guys see this? This here can optimize your game. I can optimize Windows for gaming in here. From a fucking keyboard. It's called Windows G. I have a benchmark fucking tool over here. I can. Holy fucking shit.
100% library compatibility, at least in my opinion. Windows can never offer any of these things either, unless it comes directly from Microsoft. And
they can. And here's another thing. Xbox, the Microsoft department, or the department under Microsoft, have said that they are working on a device like the Steam Deck. So imagine this. Imagine a device that is more power efficient than the Steam Deck, more powerful than the Steam Deck, that plays Xbox Game Pass natively. And I can just switch between my Xbox, Windows, and the Xbox handheld device with no issue. I pay one subscription, $12-ish a month. If they do that, you can take your fucking massive Steam Deck, shove it up your ass, and call Becky all night long. Because that is going to kill fucking Steam Deck if they do that. Holy crap. You can run any game on the Steam Deck. Yeah, yikes. Does this guy try playing RTS without keyboard and mouse? Yeah, probably. When I saw well said that the Steam Deck will run all Steam games. Yeah, they fuck. Oh, this dude will trigger everyone with his fucking. Yeah.
And that's unlikely. Next, let's talk about the lifespan of your Windows-powered hardware.
Let's talk about the lifespan of your Windows-powered hardware. This is probably the most ignorant fucking segment I have ever fucking listened to.
Be quote-unquote obsolete within a year of your purchase.
No, it's not. Listen to this again. I will be really, really, really low. Do I need to bump up the volume a little bit for you guys and girls? Let me know. I can probably do that. Yeah, let me bump it up a little bit here. Yeah, let's listen to this again.
Unlikely. Next, let's talk about the lifespan of your Windows-powered hardware. It'll be quote-unquote obsolete within a year of your purchase.
I gained 1080p, 30 to 60 frames per second at medium to high on a 10 fucking 60 up till, well, this month. That's over 5 years. 1080p gaming. My CPU is about 3-4 years old. People only upgrade their hardware when they are not satisfied with the gaming performance they get. And typically that's about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years. What is the Steam Deck hardware service saying? Or the Steam hardware service saying? Let's see here. Steam hardware survey for March this year. Let's see, what is the most used video cards? It's a 3060. Right? Am I reading it right? No, I'm not. Oh yeah, for March this year it is, yeah. When did the 3060 came out? When did the 3060 came out? Release date. No, 2001. So it's already 2 years old. So you should not be able to run it. What about the second one for March this year? That's a 2060. How old is that? 2019. You should not be able to play anything on that one. What about the 1060? How old is that? I got this on release, by the way. Like, I should not be able to do anything with it, according to this amazingly fucking brilliant guy here. When was the release date of it? 2016. Can you guys help me understand this? That your hardware is obsolete every year when people are still using 2, 3, 4, 6+ years old fucking hardware to game on. Yeah, the Xbox Series X is obsolete now. The PlayStation 5 is obsolete. Like, come on. Honestly, please, honestly. Have you heard any gamers saying to you, Windows gamers come up to you and say, well, I bought this hardware August the 1st last year, I need to update right now because it's obsolete. Have you ever heard any fucking PC gamer say that to you? In my 30-something years being a PC gamer, I've never heard that. On any fucking OS or whatsoever. It gets even better. It gets even better because he's also going to say that it's Windows' fault that people have to upgrade each year. That's... Breathe.
This is because the manufacturer only makes money off of sales of the hardware itself. And if they want to continue...
Yeah, but they also make money off a 2060, a 1060... They still fucking make money off older hardware. Dude, come on. Is he saying that if I'm not mistaken, at some point he say that Windows makes you upgrade your hardware. That is because of Windows that you have to upgrade your hardware. Not because of the games. It's Windows that makes your graphic cards not being able to play your hardware, your games. You're gonna play devil's advocate and say he's comparing Windows to Steam Deck handheld. It don't matter. So, again, the Steam Deck, if the Ally has better hardware requirement than the Steam Deck, okay, or have better hardware than the Steam Deck, so to be able to play games on the same resolution, let's just say both is running 800p, the Steam Deck will not be able to play games faster than the Ally, because the Ally has more powerful hardware. It makes no sense. Even on handheld devices, this makes no sense. Because if you have more powerful hardware, it can play games longer before it gets obsolete. It makes no sense. If we are looking at handheld devices, it's how long can I use the Steam Deck before I can't play the game? That has nothing to do with the OS, but has something to do with the games. Games, at the advancement in game engines and how much requirements they need from your hardware and stuff like that is the reason why people upgrade hardware, not Windows. Besides, if you want to run Windows 11 and you don't have TPM, but that's not from a gamer perspective. So what this comes down to is that if someone wants to make a game for both Windows and Steam Deck and Ally, they just have a portable gaming device toggled in the settings menu. That then take all of the fidelity down, take it down to 800p and stuff like that, so you can play your fucking game on your Steam Deck, but then you're losing, ray tracing, or you're losing all of these fidelities that we get under our Windows PC. They do the same on the Steam Deck as they do under the Windows handheld device, because the limitation is not Windows, the limitation is your hardware. It's the same they do with console. That's why we have a console version and a Windows version, because the console version is most times limited compared to the Windows version. You have more resources on your computer, desktop computer, than your console. So that's why we have two different versions. So what they could do here is having two different settings. You have low, high, medium. Also, they could have Steam Deck or handheld, low, just make a preset for those devices. People have never say never, but gamers upgrade hardware because of the games advancing, not because of Windows. And that's what he's talking about here. He's talking about that it's Windows that makes your hardware obsolete, not the games. That's what he's talking about here. He's talking about that Windows makes you upgrade your hardware. Holy shit. I was a console game for 20 years, upgrade to PC last year. Oh my god, that must have been a night and day situation for you. Also, he needs to know his spec sales, yeah. But Linux has way worse drive compatibility than... Oh, no. Anton? Windows is categorically a worse gaming operating system than Linux is. Words have been spoken. Sounds have came out of his mouth. Therefore, this is the truth. Yeah, the Steam Deck is light years ahead of the Nintendo Switch, but that's a good example. Look at how well games plays under the Nintendo Switch, and how limited that hardware is. If the OS was the reason why we needed new hardware, it should not have been able to play those games anymore. You get what I'm coming at here? All it comes down to is, at some point, you cannot lower the resolutions and the fidelity on the games enough that you will get an enjoyable gaming experience on the Steam Deck, so therefore we need new hardware. That's what's going on with consoles. That's why we upgrade consoles every 5 years, is because we are kind of reaching the limit of what you can do with games on those hardware. We just need beefier hardware, or else the games will just look worse and worse and worse. And they cannot run the modern games that is being made because the hardware is just not there. It's like if you didn't upgrade the hardware on a console, it's being like trying to play Halo on the lowest fidelity, or World of Warcraft on the lowest fidelity on a gaming PC from the 90s. That's the argument that is come with here. It's the gaming's fault, or not fault, but it's the advancements and revolution in gaming engine, gaming technology, and people want, better resolution. They want better clear picture. They want better experience in gaming, of course. That's the reason why people upgrade. It's not because of fucking Windows. Again, ask all you PC gaming friends how often they have changed hardware because of Windows versus because the games they wanted to play could not be supported on the hardware that they have. It's idiotically, awesomely idiotically.
Continue making money, they need to introduce a new hardware revision every 12 to 18 months.
They don't. They don't. There was like a 3-year gap between the NVIDIA, I think it was 3 years gap between the 20 series and the 2000 series and the 3000 series. They do it to introduce new technologies. You don't need the latest graphic cards. It's so they can introduce new technologies. That's why they're doing or refreshing existing technologies. And if you want those efficiencies and new technologies, you adopt them. But you don't have to. He makes it sound like you have to.
And honestly, a year from now, they can't get away with a modest upgrade that just increases the RAM and storage either. No, they need to roll out a whole new SKU with appealing spec bumps in all categories in order to satisfy the idiotic and unsustainable expectations of the bigger number better crowd. So
no, that's not. So there is no bigger numbers better crowd on any fucking system. Yes, there are people that are really into overclocking and getting the most frames per second. 9 out of 10 people, my friend, if they are satisfied with the experience they are getting, that's all they care about. They're going for what am I satisfying with for the money I'm spending. Some is like, I'm okay paying a shit ton of money for a console every 5 years. And no, I only have to pay for one console for a certain amount of years. And I can play games that looks nice, but not as nice as on PC for the most part. Or as you could on a PC. But I know that all the games coming out the next 5 years, I can play on my console. Then there are people that are like, I like ray tracing. I want it to look as fucking beautiful as possible. They buy hardware that fits their needs. Some won't play games on non-color accurate monitors, for example. That's a deal breaker for them. Then there are competitor gamers. They want 1440 frames-ish. They're about 1440. I think 240 is the new one. So they buy hardware that fits within that spectrum. So a lot of competitive games don't require a lot of hardware, okay? So you don't need a 490 to get 240 frames in CSGO or Call of Duty and shit like that. So you don't need to buy the top-end hardware to get the frames, because what they do is they lower the fidelity of the game, because a lot of times the lower resolution, it's easier it is to see your opponents, and so on and so on. This dude here has no fucking idea how the gaming world works and how the competitive gaming world works. No idea. No fucking idea. I don't know what OS Nintendo runs, to be honest, but I know Nintendo have run Linux in the past, and I'm not surprised if they're running Linux today also.
Let's say you pay $1,400 today, or whatever the price ends up being, and you can play the latest AAA games for about a year. But 3 years down the line, your investment into an ROG Ally or whatever else could be 2 generations out of date at that point.
No, it won't, because you're playing on a fixed resolution. Almost any new, even the fucking onboard R&D fucking graphic cards on AMD systems can run 1080p Ultra games natively with really high refresh rate. You are not going to play 1440p on this new handheld device. You're still only playing 1080p, and 1080p for If you have a graphic card that's, let's say, 3 or 4 years old, it will run corners around 1080p gaming. And it will continue doing it for years and years and years and years and years, because 1080p is 720p gaming. That's what it is nowadays. Back in the day, everyone, like, no matter how fucking bad of a graphic card you had, you could always run 720p high or ultra. You could always run it. It was when we get up to 1080p, they started to be a little bit, yeah, now they need some more resources. That's 1440p today and 4K. 1440p, some entry-level cards are starting to be, yeah, we need to lower some stuff. 4K, entry-level cards, we definitely need to lower some shit. 1080p, max the living shit out of it, and you will get at least 60 plus frames per second. 1080p gaming today is a breeze for onboard graphics, iGPUs, dedicated GPUs, and all that fucking shit. And it will continue to play that for years and years and years and years. It's fucking hell.
Right. Due to this, the Ally won't have the install base for developers to justify supporting it specifically.
What? Yeah, I would say if you're going to play 4K and you're going to do 60 frames per second, you need more than mid-tier GPUs. You definitely need more than mid-tier GPUs. Mid-tier GPUs is like for 1440p. What did he say? I totally lost his fucking
I
rant.
won't have the install base for developers to justify supporting it specifically. So what?
Okay, so he's saying here that you need to purposely build the game to run under the Ally. Do you not need to purposely build the game to run under Steam Deck? There is requirements that you need to make sure that your game adhere under to be certified. There is requirements that you need to make sure your game follow to be Steam Deck certified. This is no different. And here's another thing. If it already works under Windows, you don't need to do anything with it because you're not using an emulation layer or a translation layer, aka Proton. If it's already working amazingly well or well under Windows because it's a Windows device, you just have to lower the fucking graphics and the resolution. No, there's no exclusive games for the Steam Deck. Come on, man.
What will it be useful for in 3 years?
What would the Steam Deck be useful for in 3 years?
2D indies and older PC games? And that's about it. Meanwhile, the Steam Deck is a stable target today and into the future.
So it's a fucking Windows handheld because you're not going to go through an emulation layer or translation layer that is then going to make things more fucking difficult for you. Oh my God.
That game developers can target to support for years to come. This allows software support.
So he's basically saying, I'm getting I'm getting to become a teenager again, apparently. Basically what he's saying is, don't target Windows because Windows... It makes no sense to target the Windows platform. Just target fucking Proton, which is basically Windows games being emulated. This dude is fucking crazy. Oh my God. My first gaming with 4K was my 1080. Yeah, 1080 is still good on the 4K, to be honest. No, you're 100% right, but he's talking about handheld PC, which is why he bought up hardware revisions. Daniel, it's the same. It's the exact same thing. The Steam Deck would be just as fast obsolete as any other handheld device, because it's not the operating system that determines when it's being obsolete. It's the games So if a game cannot run on the Ally, it probably cannot run on a lesser optimized Steam Deck. If the Ally cannot play the game, which is more powerful than the Steam Deck, hardware powerful, even with a optimized and quote Steam OS, it can still not run the game because it's underpowered. I want 360 frames at 1080p or 1440, yeah, and yeah, or less. So yeah, it's yeah. Oh, there is. I didn't know that. No, he don't even. So here's the thing: he doesn't even live in a bubble. This guy is typical fandom gone wrong. He's so much a fan of something that critical thinking went right out of the fucking way. Because what if it's actually true that this Asus handheld is going to outcompete the Steam Deck? What if it's going to be massively better? Hey, Arnie. That's why he's doing this, and then he's getting insecure, he's getting confused. Oh my god, this could actually end something I'm a massive fan of. So now he's making all of these fucking crazy mental gymnastics to explain why it's not going to kill off the Steam Deck. But in reality, he's sitting with the feeling, oh my god, what if it actually is doing that? And then he gets into a defensive mode, emotional mode, and logic just goes out of the window. His perspective is, I'm so big of a fan of this thing that it's become my life. I'm living off this device. He's living off his YouTube channel. I think he is. Which is Steam Deck only. So if the Steam Deck went away tomorrow, he don't have a career anymore. That's the fucking problem this dude have. What he should have been doing, as I said before, is being like fucking amazing. We now have a second competitor. Let me compare them. Let me see how good is it really. Do Valve need to step it up? Why not become a handheld gaming channel or device channel instead of a Steam Deck channel? But this dude, his whole career has been one-trick pony. Linux, open source. Everything. He's kind of a mini DistroTube. And if anything goes against his core belief, which is really fucking crazy to be honest, that open source and Linux will solve everything in the world, they are the devil, the enemy, and they need to be eradicated. Why not embrace this fucking shit? He could make so much fucking money talking about the Ally versus the Steam Deck, comparing them, making pro Ally, pro Steam Deck. What is one doing over the other? Let's do a shoot off. Let's do this. Let's talk with Asus why they're doing it. Let's talk to Valve what they're responsive. There's so much fucking content he could be making from this. But instead, he's sitting here and be like, it's competing with my favorite thing. I don't like it. Why do people want something that's not the Steam Deck? Mommy, come on, help me. It sounds like a whiny fucking bitch. I'm sorry. I can't take people like him fucking seriously. Emulation equal optimized, yeah, apparently. My Intel Iris Xe graphics will probably struggle to run a V emulator at 4K. Yeah, probably at 4K, but you could definitely do it at 1080p, Joseph. What is the screen resolution on your T? I think it's 720-ish. 720-ish, maybe 800p or something like that. Yeah, but his perspective, Daniel, is really fucking weird, man. It makes no sense. Yeah, Asus is definitely better at making hardware. It's already more quieter than the Steam Deck. Yeah, the price. Yeah, that's the one that I'm afraid of. If it's way too expensive, it's not it's not going to be a good deal for, like, it's not going to take off. It has to be at the right price point. Yeah, he's a first guy. Yeah, he should be happy with competitors. Yeah. Yeah, people are okay with paying a little bit extra for quality, but not too much extra. Yeah, more competitors is always better. Yeah. Exactly, Lamer. He's mad because the Steam Deck was supposed to be the savior of humanity. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I said, had he been he's definitely a better YouTuber than I am. But even I can fucking see the earning potential that this is giving him right now. This is why you should not be a fan of one thing. Oh, sorry, you can be a fan. You should not be an exclusive fan of one thing. Okay? Because then you end up like him. If you end up like him, if you're becoming, I'm only going to use this brand. I'm only going to watch this specific fucking thing from this specific company. I'm only going to buy this company's product. Because then you start to go down a confirmation bias path. You're basically going down an indoctrination into being a cult member, basically. Because he is so much a fan of the Steam Deck and he cannot fathom to use anything other than that. That his whole fucking views are getting so distorted by that fandom that he's making no sense. Yeah, there's so many fucking... I sometimes wish that I have the space to invest into a proper camera setup and do, multicam setups and having a table and stuff like that. And it's just, I'm living in a one-room apartment. I have to move everything around every time I want to do it. I could probably do it over in the corner, but then I have a big refrigerator humming in the background. But I really wish I could do it. I may move in the future so I can do stuff like that. Because I will jump on this like a fucking fat kid in a candy store, man. He should, like, his fucking nerd-tingling boner should be running like, oh my god, dollar bill, y'all. Yes, I am leaning towards the Steam Deck. Let's compare them. Make videos like, could this replace my beloved Steam Deck? Could this make me forget about Steam Deck? Make a shit ton of those kind of not clickbaity, but, pulverizing videos. Milk the cow. Come on, dude. But instead, he's sitting here like a fucking toddler. Hey, programming under Linux is amazing.
Support for the Steam Deck to mature and gives developers time to optimize later releases for the hardware. It will have a much wider install base too, giving devs incentive to actually support the hardware. And
well, no, it don't have a broader hardware install. Because the problem with Steam Deck is that it's running Linux. And it's running Proton. So get games to run with Proton is still more difficult than to just make a game that has a lower settings menu, basically. So if your game already works on the Windows, you don't have to do any emulations, optimization, or anything like that. The only thing you have to do to get it to run under the Ally is having a settings in the settings menu that says console mode, or Ally mode, or whatever the fuck you will, rock mode, or something like that, that lower the resolution, frame cap it, and take some fidelities away from the game. You don't have to think about the Proton layer and all of that fucking shit, because it's already working on the Windows. So therefore, it's way easier to get your games to work on a Windows device than a Proton-driven Linux device. You're just taking away the whole Proton and Linux layer. You're taking something that already works natively on the Windows, and then you're just saying, oh, we don't have so much fucking hardware we can use, so therefore we are lowering the resolution and blah 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 blah. It's so much fucking easier.
It'll be safe for you to purchase a deck 3 years from now and know that it will continue getting new game releases for years to come. Plus, Valve doesn't feel the financial pressure of releasing new hardware every year because they make money from game sales. In fact, 3 years from now,
God, man. Asus is not going to... Let me put it another way. Asus as a company is not going to go under if this device is not going to succeed. And you know where they're going to make their money? You know where they're going to make their money? On peripherals. Peripherals. That's where they're going to make their money. Peripherals. There will probably become a shit ton of peripherals out for this device. All done by fucking Asus or third-party vendors that pay a license to Asus. That's where they're going to make their money. That's how a lot of consoles also make money. That's a part of the Xbox and PlayStation money scheme. That's why you have officially licensed controller designs and headsets and all of that fucking shit. Every time you buy one of those, you are paying PlayStation, Microsoft, etc., etc., because it's licensed. He has no idea what's going on. Yeah, according to him, the Steam Deck will never be obsolete because it's running Linux. It's running Linux, that's basically it. Oh, they are making a streaming PSP for... Oh, yeah, that would be amazing.
now I expect the price of the hardware to actually drop. Look, it doesn't matter if it's the ROG Ally, the AN Neo devices, or the GPD Win devices. Whatever. These handhelds are not competitors with the deck, and they never could be. These PC handhelds are replaced every year by new models.
No, they are not. No, they are not. They are not replaced each year with new models. The companies that are doing that are fucking stupid.
Sold at a markup, often 2.5 times to 3 times the price of the deck's entry-level SKU. And they only offer modest spec boosts over the deck anyway. Like it or
I would fucking love to see him make a video if this device comes out and being cheaper than the Steam Deck. Imagine that for a year, they were like, you know what? Fuck it if we're losing money. We are selling this $100, $200 under the Steam Deck's selling price. This guy will poop his diaper so fucking much, his mommy cannot keep up changing him. Imagine the fucking bitching video he will make if they do that. They're like, yep, let's do a launch fucking sale. For the next 6 months, it's 50% off. It's 50% off. They would out fucking sell the Steam Deck right on the spot right there in 6 months. Oh yeah, PS Vista. I know a lot of people that are still playing that.
it or not, and despite what Valve themselves say, the Steam Deck is more of a console than it is a PC. Its cost is subsidized by game sales. Its hardware lifespan will be 4 to 5 times longer than what the would-be competitors are offering, and the
You don't know that. You don't know that because you're making a shit ton of assumptions here.
Deck runs a custom gaming-focused operating system complete with a beautiful controller-oriented UI.
So does Windows. Windows is way more optimized for gaming than Linux is, even on a fucking handheld device. The Steam Deck is not a PC, it's a console.
The fact is, because of economic and production factors, and given the nature of the tech industry, you simply can't trust a handheld device that ships with Windows.
Let's listen to this again.
The tech industry, because of economic and production factors, and given the nature of the tech industry, you simply can't trust a handheld device that ships with Windows.
He does understand that Valve is doing the exact same fucking practices as the companies he's just talking about. Okay? Valve is doing the exact same fucking shit and have always done the exact same fucking shit as those companies he's talking about. Do we need to have it one more time?
The fact is, because of economic and production factors, and given the nature of the tech industry, you simply can't trust a handheld device that ships with Windows.
So, this is why you know he's massively fucking wrong. By his logic, had the Ally shipped with Linux, none of these fucking things would have been a problem. That's basically what he's saying here. Had it been shipped with Linux, this has not been, there will be no problem whatsoever. Magically, the lifespan of the hardware will be longer. Magically, they don't have to upgrade the hardware each year. It's because of Windows. They have to upgrade their hardware each year. Had it been Linux, no fucking issue. If you want to know if people are saying batshit crazy thing, reverse it. Reverse what they're saying. Reverse what they're saying. And if you're reversing what they're saying and it sounds batshit crazy, well, what they're saying is batshit crazy then. Because it makes no fucking sense. He's saying here that because of the tech industry and the nature of the tech industry, and it's running Windows, they basically have to fucking upgrade it each year. Well, what happens if they run SteamOS? That is not going to change anything. Any fucking thing. Other than you can run less games on it. Again, if someone is saying something to you, put in the reverse. So if they're saying something negative towards someone, imagine they're saying negative. Let me see if I can put it again. If someone is saying a cup is negative, but a spade is positive, try and reverse it. So the spade is negative and the cup is positive. And if that don't make any sense, if it still don't make sense because you changed it around, the whole statement don't make sense. What he basically is saying here has nothing to do with the OS. And you could probably install Linux on the Ally. You could probably install SteamOS on the Ally. I think you could. It's basically just a beefier version of the fucking Steam Deck.
Not just because Windows spies on you, which it does, God. But because the main...
Get your fucking... This is fine. I have a video about this coming up in a couple of weeks. This is... This here.
Not just because Windows spies on you.
What do Steam does then, my friends? What do Steam does? Steam, Valve is way more predatorial than any fucking operating system. You cannot sit with a straight fucking face and talking about spying when you're using YouTube, Google products, Steam, Valve products, social media, he's on Twitter and all of that fucking shit. Go shopping, online shopping, get your fucking ass off the internet then, okay? This is like someone saying, oh, I'm a good guy because I don't speed outside my own house, but I'm speeding everywhere else.
Which it does, but because the manufacturer doesn't control the software stack and is financially obligated to move on to the next generation as quickly as...
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with the hardware stack, for fuck's sake. It has something to do with the games. People upgrade their hardware when their games cannot run on it anymore.
Possible, which will make the system you just bought obsolete.
Just like the fucking Steam Deck.
Handful of months. But that's just my take. I'd love to hear you.
Yeah, fuck off. Dude, come on. Oh, man. Like, honestly, how can you be so fucking... I'm going to say it, how can you be this fucking stupid? Yeah, they kind of consoles it. Let's see if we can find my comments with him, because it's really funny. He's getting a lot of roasting from his audience. There's a lot of people calling him out on this. They only use Linux for some smart features. I hope you will see Windows in the next deck. Uh-oh. Oh, dear God. Oh, God. He's definitely not getting a test sample. If you're thinking I'm going to waste my money on this to test it, then you have no idea what my channel is about. I don't do tests and I don't do benchmarks. What? I'm clearing my throat as I, let's see.
So why would you use a PC?
Here is the best SD card for your Steam Deck. That's a test. Testing printing my new 3D printer. This is 10 months old. This is 5 years old. This is a podcast. Here, 6 months ago, the ultimate Steam Deck emulation setup. That's kind of a test. Let's look at benchmark. Five years old, 1 year old. What's wrong about Proton? 10 months old. Oh, that's the best card. Here, this is he's benchmarking. But does that? Yeah, the Slimbook Titan is quick, but does it ruin AAA gaming experience? That's kind of a benchmark kind of thing. 6 years old, Linux gaming. So this is the dumbest proprietary gadget of all time. So he does it. But where's my comment? Fuck it, I don't want to look at my comment. It's too fucking self-serving, circle jerking. Holy shit. Let's look at what his channel is about. Massive dock storage upgrade Steam Deck. Asus Ally can't come. We just watched this one. We discussed the controversy around The Last of Us terrible PC port. Steam Deck. Steam Deck verified. Counter-Strike is true with everything CS fans have asked for and more. Steam Deck. 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 Spyware. Steam Deck. You should definitely not want EA with what you just said. Steam Deck. Steam Deck. In defense of... Oh. Should we watch this one? In defense of 30% revenue share, a response to people makes games. You'll never be happy with the Steam Deck 2. Oh my god. Yes, it can. Ray tracing in the Steam Deck is real. Oh my god. Look at this shit. Oh, here's we has one with 10 things they need to fix. Like, this is why he's this angry. Because it's all about... Oh, now here, 7 months ago, he's against Steam Deck. Yeah, he's a Steam Deck channel, yeah. Yeah, he used to have some general Linux content before, yeah. Oh, he can milk it quite fast. Oh, he just have the worst fucking takes about anything I've ever heard in my life. I think he also made a reaction video to the Linus when he did the whole Linux challenge. Yeah, here. He's going nuts at Linus Tech Tip. Holy fuck. Oh, he's actually made a song. Oh, he's. I remember when I first saw him, he was really good friends with Brian Lunduk at one point. But oh my god, man, I just can't. Look at this. I can't find them right now. But there is a lot of Linux-centered articles where they talk about that you should not compare them with each other. I can't seem to find them right now. Jesus Christ. I feel like I just went into a fucking boxing match with fucking Mike Tyson. Everyone is talking about how great the ally is. I think that's why he's fucked up. Does chat work or do I still need to sign up for it? Oh, it's working! We have Bing Chat. Let's talk to Bing Chat. That's Islam Kingi. My mistake, I can't give a response to that right now. Let's try a different subject. Hey, Waffle Boy. Do Lamer love Becky? It's just a new toy. That's Lamer Becky relationship. It's searching for it. It's just an assistant for your search history. Or searching on the internet. I'm sorry, but I couldn't find any information about Lame and Becky's relationship. Could you please provide more context or information? Becky is holding Lamer in a basement. Oh, I didn't spell basement right. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help you with that. I'm also provide helpful and information. Please refrain from making inappropriate or harmful comments. Thank you. You might be time to move on to another subject. I made her mad. I can't even fucking type. Are you mad? Thanks for clearing my head. What could I help you? How can I help you now? No, I'm not mad at you. I'm here to help you with anything you need. How can I assist you? Why did you then not want to talk about Lamer in the basement? Oh. I want to try AI made picture from text, but I haven't found any good services for that. I think you need to build it your own, to be honest. Can you make me a picture of Linux? Or not a Linux, but of Linux. So I'm not able to create an image, however I can help you find a Linux pictures online if you like to. Oh. Why is Windows better than Linux? It's basically just so what it does. I'll probably better show you guys it like this. So if you go in here and I go up here and I do like why is Windows better than Linux? So I just asked this, and they're coming with some response here. All this chat is doing is it's doing this here, and then it's finding, in quotes, the best responses. So it's basically just doing this for you. Okay, this wasn't useful, this was useful, this was not useful, this was useful. That's basically what it does for you. It's just a search assistant. Everything you do in Bing search is just, in quotes, automating it a little bit. That's all it does. It's sometimes faster to just go and find it yourself in here. And you will get better responses by finding it yourself in here. But all it does is that it takes a search term, like you did here, and then the chat is just going in here and filtering, looking at all the search results that's coming up, or websites contains information about it, and extracting that information and providing you the most, in quotes, relevant pages. Frostbite, Einos, it's Linux Frost makes use of, and stuff like that. And then composing, a response out of these 3-4 sites. It's no different from you just reading the headlines here. You're doing it right now in your head when you're searching for it. So I don't really find this that interesting, to be honest. I don't find it to be anything special. Because what the chat is doing, I can do also. What is interesting in is stuff like this here. We go in here to compose. And be like, tell me about the sun and Earth. And then we want it a funny tone, we want a blog post, we want to keep it short and generate a craft. This is what I find interesting with it. It is that you can basically make it write essays for you, it can make you write emails, paragraph, it can give you even ideas. This is this here. I don't give a fuck about this. This here is really interesting. you see here, it's just keep fucking going here. Talk about solar flares. Hey there, welcome to my blog where I share some fun facts about the sun and Earth. Did you know that the sun is so big that it could fit 1.3 million Earth inside it? I could just copy paste this onto a blog or an essay and, you know, I'll be good to go. I can also give me ideas about, give me video ideas. Ideas about Earth. This is to me the interesting part. Because this is kind of like, you know, you're talking to someone or it's using clever mechanics to give you a bullet point, a blog post, an email, and paragraph, and then you just tweak it a little bit. This is what I find it most useful for. Couldn't generate a response, try again. Top 10 reasons why Earth is flat. Spoiler, it's not. So here you already have some ideas and videos you could make about Earth. A day in the life of an earthworm. How to survive an earthquake with household items. I will give you a spoiler alert. Tomorrow, I will upload a video entirely made by Bing Chat. The whole video, of course, I edited, but everything else in the video, I edited it and I make my own thumbnail. But besides those two, everything else is made by Bing Chat. Using this tool, this tool, this tool, and maybe not... I don't think I used this one here. No. No, this is just Insight. This one here I used and the chat components I used. And I made a video where Bing Chat basically dictated what was going on, what was happening, how it was happening. It gave me the not the title, but it gave me video idea, it gave me video tags and all of that fucking shit. Everything besides the editing and the thumbnail was done by Bing Chat. Sorry, the title, thumbnail, and editing. Because I don't think it can make a thumbnail. And you make... let's try chat here. No, it can't. You need a specific AI for that. Also, we need to turn on the music. Yeah, it can make that for you. But this part here, I'm not that fascinated with. But this here, the compose thing here, this is amazing. How to learn openCV. Oh, she also made the description. The text in the description is also made by this thing here. So now it's telling us how to learn openCV. This here, I think, is way more. Oh, how can I say it? Maybe beneficial, but this is what I would be excited about. Well, you don't need a big chat to tell you that, Levitrus. This here, I can definitely see a use for. I think they are becoming the same. I think it's just because we already have a Bing Chat logo down here. We already have a Bing Chat logo down here. I think they're just merging it into, yeah, probably replace it, I don't know. But this here is interesting. Because then you can, you know, do a paragraph, an email, or even ideas, but then you can take this as a rough starting point for what you want to do. Streamlabs, I'm using Streamlabs. So this can be like your stepping stone to actually, like if you want to do some, you know, you want to make a blog post about, or you want to make a video about how to learn openCV, you can use this as an inspiration or a starting point to, okay, maybe I need to go a little bit deeper into number 2 or add something to number 2 and maybe take something away from number 3 or maybe rewrite tip 4, but you have a starting point. Fancy skins. No, the skins I made myself. Everything you see is made by me. I made that myself, but apparently the chat box is not working. No, that's made by me. I don't use any... well, I use the alerts from Streamlabs, but everything else is made by me. I like making my own shit just so I don't get into too much problems if people get pissed off about me, which they probably do. I'm really good at pissing people off online. So I like using stuff that I'm 1000% sure that nobody can come back at me with, because I made it. Good old openCV. I actually wanted to do some coding today, but that fucking video just took all the energy out of me. That fucking video took all the fucking... Oh my god. That guy just... Oh, shit. What is this?
Thanks to openCV, you can now insert a person to your database. You first make 2 collections, one for regular people and one for celebrities.
Oh, this is
the
in
celebrities
Python.
collection, I'll add someone who's been on the news recently, Sam Bankman-Fried. Now, listing the users out, you can see that he's been escrow spend are one and the same. openCV confidence that the actual picture of local binary patterns similar clustered together for and registered. And that is how to use the openCV face recognition API.
It's a fucking amazing tool, this one here. And it's done by Google, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm fucking, man. I need to get a refill on my water, man. I'm like, ugh. Some tutorials here. Do. openCV forever. Let's see what it is in Python. I should learn C++ at one point. It don't look too bad. It's just the whole memory management that puts me off a little bit. But this is C++ code and this is Python. And I even show some of the shit that I have on my computer because I'm using most of it at work right now. Oh, they probably won't work because I don't have my webcam installed, yeah. A bunch of numbers and letters, yeah. Yeah, I need to connect my webcam to the VM. Oh, this is the PowerShell stuff. I haven't done much with that lately. I need to add a threshold bar. Where is it getting the... Yeah, but where are you getting the fucking picture? Here. Path to image. Explanation. Classes. Holy shit. I need to learn how to read this fucking documentation here. OpenCV Python tutorial. Image processing. Yoink. Image thresholding. This is a fun one. You also have one. This one here is one I'm using a lot. Adaptive thresholding. And we have the algorithm here. I have no idea what that fucking means. And again, math. Can't even fucking remember the code I wrote for work. So the problem with me when I'm coding is I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So until I see the code, then I know exactly what I'm doing. But when I'm stepping away from the code, I have no idea what I just did. It's like I cannot sit down and reproduce the code I did for work. I need to see the code. I'm like, oh yeah. Ooh, now it makes sense. But I cannot just rewrite it. I'm really weird like that. I was actually also thinking about learning C#, to be honest. Because they use it at work. I had something similar when I used code C, when I used to code C and C. Yeah, it's a weird thing. I've always been like that with code. I pick it up really fast when I see it, but I'm starting out slow. So if I start from nothing, I always find what is the you know, what is the simplest thing that I can do to start what I'm going to start with, and then I build on top of that. I advise Golang, in my opinion, is yeah, but I can't use that for anything. We are not using Golang at work. That's why I hate advices. Like I hate comment section on YouTube when it comes to technology, because why are you not using this? Why are you not doing this? Because I don't go up to my job and say, you know what? Let's throw all of this shit out that you spent thousands of hours doing because Rust is apparently better or Java is better. You know, I have to do what the job requires me to do. And they like Python and they are using C# because that's what the other developer, he likes C#, and he's working there 8 hours a day. So I just do what makes it easier for him. Yeah, just use Rust. Yeah, it's fucking... I will learn Golang or whatever other fucking language is coming out in 10 years if it makes sense. If it makes sense. If that's what the solution to a problem is, then I learn it. I'm not... I would say I'm married to Python to some extent because it's fast and easy. And it has so much modules and documentations around it that you can almost do anything in Python way faster. And also, I know more Python. Actually, Python is probably the coding language I know the most about. So, of course, if I can do it there, I will do it. But they wanted me to do Arduino, so I learned Arduino. You know, you have to learn what is required and not what you want. If you're a boss, yes, you can dictate what's going on. But if you're just getting paid, you're just a code monkey. You work within the confines of what the jobs require you to do. And then you learn the technologies that is required of you. I do like this this site here. I learned a lot of Python from this site and Java scripting and stuff like that. Their Python is their Python. This whole Python thing here is probably the best on the internet. I will actually bookmark this one here. Like, if you want to learn Python, this is probably the best place to do it. I use it a lot when I need to refresh my HTML and CSS thingy-madooski. Because it's really simple. And then if I want to go a little bit more, you know, Geeks for Geeks is also a really good one if I want to dive really deep into a subject. They also have machine learning and stuff like that. I just need to sign up for them. TIG welding is really fun. I wish I did more TIG welding. But on cars we mostly did MIG welding. That's kind of the thing you do on cars. A little bit of TIG welding. I do like TIG welding a lot. It's a little bit like TIG welding for me. It reminds me a little bit of soldering, because you're having the flame and, you know, the stick in one hand and the flame in another hand, like you do with a soldering iron and, you know, soldering what it's called. So I always like that because I like soldering also. But MIG just makes sense for cars. One time, I was welding something, and a spark of what you call it fucking went down in my underpants and burned a hole in my fucking underwear, right beside my balls. That was really funny. Yeah, TIG is really slow. Yeah, TIG is fucking strong, man. It's really strong. And it takes a lot of skill. Like, MIG welding is probably the easiest to do. I can teach you to MIG weld in 5 fucking seconds. You just dial it in, do some test runs, dial it in again, okay. And then you just basically follow the plot. And that's it. Like, in 5 minutes you can build almost anything in MIG welding. But I have done a little bit of TIG welding, but not so much. But I was really fascinated about it when I did it. I actually TIG welded at school in metal class. I was the only one having metal class. Nobody else wanted to do it. So I got to do anything I wanted to do. So I was TIG welding and all of that fucking shit. I got my mom's boyfriend. He was like working as a welder, both MIG and TIG. So he taught me to TIG weld at school when he was home from he worked for 2 weeks and was home a week or something like that. So he came up like for a week. He came in to like I think it was 2 hours, 2 times a day, or 2 hours, 2 days in a week. He showed me the basics of TIG welding. It was actually really, really fun. Yeah, but this website here is actually really good. But I typically, if I want to solve a problem, I just like how to show image in Python. This is how I and then I just find code examples, you know. Ask Python is also a really good one. Or simply Python, can't remember which one it is. And then I just look at the examples and I take the one that makes more sense to me. So because this is using openCV, I'm probably going to use this one here. But I just Google what I want to solve. What kind? Okay, I want to do this. Then I just Google it and look at what other people are doing, and then morphing that code into what makes sense for the code that I'm writing. So I'm not looking at myself as a coder. I think of myself as a baker to some extent. I'm taking or a chef. I'm taking all of these ingredients, that is these codes here, and then I'm putting them into a dish and making it make sense for that dish. And that becomes my code. Yeah, those two sites build the internet. Yeah, more or less, yeah. Yeah, go. Feel free to post anything about welding and stuff. Like, I love that shit, man. Microsoft also have some really good tutorials, also with C# and Python. Like, I learned a lot from the YouTube channel with Python that Microsoft have on YouTube. Like, Microsoft has probably one of the best learning facility or online learning courses ever. Like, for all the shit Windows gets, they fucking do a lot to make it so you can use their products. And I think this is what Linux need. Linux are missing this here. Ubuntu and all of those, they have a little bit about it, but it's more like how to administrate Ubuntu servers and Red Hat servers. They need stuff like this here. Because this gets people in, like, welcome to Canonical's Python course, you know, and stuff like that. And then use canonical technologies. It's a really good way of exposing users to, well, Linux and Canonical, or Red Hat and Linux and stuff like that. Virtual Basics, I thought that was long gone. But yeah, they definitely fucking need stuff like this here, man. What about operators? What do we have in here? Bit shifting. Oh. Well, this is read the fucking manual. You know, you're reading the manual right now. You know, have really good educational stuff. Because a lot of times, what people use when they learn is what they're going to stick with in the future. You know, what you use at school and on your educational institutes. A lot of times is what you keep using when you get, you know, that's what your preference will be. Like some of the tools I like to use today, the Arch Wiki don't teach you much. The Arch Wiki is a manual and not an educational place. It's a manual, it's not an education. the Linux need educational stuff. They don't need manuals. And like I said, the only thing you read like SUSE and Red Hat and Canonical, it's like how to use snap packages, how to use flat packages, how to, you know, administrate a Linux server. You know, it's manuals. They don't really go in and say, okay, you want to learn how to develop apps for Canonical, for example, or how to develop apps for openSUSE. You don't see tutorials like that. That's what they need. You know, how to automate whatever system. Red Hat and Canonical have a little bit about, an openSUSE or SUSE, they have a little bit about it, but they don't have like how to automate a full system. And then you go into like a written or video tutorial on their website where they are using their own respective technologies to show you how to do it. It's a really good way of getting people exposed to alternative systems. This looks like a really interesting tutorial. Maybe I should save this. But having something like this here, you know, learn C++. Because of C or whatever, you know, the kernel is about. I think it's C and C++. Have a tutorial about that and then start from the beginning. This is how you do your own kernel module. You know, and then have a educational path where you learn how to do a kernel module. Or Python. Welcome to Red Hat's Python tutorial. It's going to expose so many new and young people to Linux and open source in a totally different way. And in a way that they get exposed to Windows, because how do we get exposed to Windows, to be honest? Either our parents had a machine running Windows, or at school, educational institutes. That's how we get exposed to a lot of things. Like I said before, I was about to say is that there are certain brands of tools I prefer to use because I used them when I was an apprentice mechanic. Like 15 so years ago. And I used them for 5 years. And they never broke on me. So I have like a, you know, a good memory association with those brands. So I prefer them a little bit over other brands. Just for the fact that I've used them for a long period of time before. Imagine that you learn to program under Red Hat or whatever it is, you know. One time I asked a guy to help on how to change tools on a CNC machine, and I kid you not, he really told me to read the manual. Well, yeah, and that's mostly because it's not that difficult on CNC machines. Like, I think you could have found the information in under 1,000 pages, to be honest. Most people will show it to you, but it's not that difficult to learn it, though. I think Lama had like a Windows tablet at one point. He's like bathing in money, that fucking idiot. I'm really fucking debating on getting a console. Because I'm looking at the price of upgrading my PC. And we are talking a shit ton of money, man. Like, it will take me like 6 months to upgrade my PC. And I would have spent more money than getting a console. I could probably buy a console and a Mac Mini for the same price. But the only thing that's holding me back is virtualization. I need virtualization because I don't want like 2 or 3 STEM computers also running, one running Windows and one running Linux. And then I have to, or if I want to do Linux, I have to boot this computer up. If I want to do Windows, I have to boot this computer up. And then live stream becomes a whole fucking issue also. And you need a shit ton of memory to do virtualization, and then it becomes massively expensive on the Mac OS. T1, but the machine. Yeah, okay. If you don't have the correct manuals, that's not your fucking problem, man. They at least needs the fucking right manuals. Yeah, but sometimes you learn more by doing it yourself, though. Especially when we are talking physical machines and mechanics and engineering and stuff like that. You learn way more by doing it yourself than being told. But then again, that requires, of course, that they have the right information available for you to utilize. You know, the right documentation or manuals or, you know, the right equipment and stuff like that. Like, I would approach teaching people something in, let's say, with a car differently than I would anything computer related. Because, like I said, you learn so much more by doing it yourself on a car versus doing it yourself on a computer. One of my work machines is an Intel i7 MacBook Pro. Yeah, but if I'm going to buy a Mac, I'm not going to buy an Intel Mac. That's the problem. I'm going to buy a M series Mac. And I'm sure that's even worse. Because what I like about my computer here is that I can just close this VM and then I can boot up whatever fucking Linux machine I want. I love that I can do this. Let's do Ubuntu. It's been a long time since I streamed Ubuntu. That's true. Asking people, that's true. Or VMs on M1s is a disaster. Yeah, of course, like, what he should have given you the right, you know, the right manual and the, you know, maybe have said, read these pages here, you know, guided you to the thing that you need to read, and not just say, read this fucking 1,000-page book. Be like, read page 100 to 105, you know. Like, he definitely could have done a better job. There's no doubt about that. Man, it's been a long time since I've really used Ubuntu. I normally just boot into to upgrade it. And not making that many Linux videos, if any, at all anymore. I only use openSUSE, to be honest. What do we have here? How much RAM does this use? 2.5 gigabytes. Oh! This is a lot compared to that video. Ah. Yeah, I think I would just bite the bullet and install. The only thing that there's one thing where I kind of don't want to upgrade, because I'm going over to an NVMe for my operating system. Right now it's just running off a SSD. And I hate setting up a new operating system for my task, because I have so many settings in so many programs I need to transfer over, and it's always a fucking hassle. Remember how to set up editing software and OBS and all of the I hate it. But also, I haven't reinstalled Windows on this hardware or this SSD in over 7 years. I installed it in 2015 and it's never been reinstalled. And I changed hardware 4 times or something like that with the SSD. Every time I built a new computer, I just took the SSD and plopped it over. No, I need a fresh install. Hey, Esnick, I want a fresh install. Like I said, this Windows that's the host that I'm running right now is running on a 7-year-old SSD. I'm just waiting for it to die. It was one of the first generation SSDs, and they had really bad lifespans. So I'm not. I don't want to transfer a 7-year-old Windows install over. I want to start fresh, because there's so many fucking stuff, you know. I was cleaning out my documents folder the other day, and I had stuff in there, folders that was created in 2016 that's never been used since 2016. So I think honestly, it runs perfect. Windows runs perfect. There's no issues. But once it's kind of like one big spring cleaning or something like that, just start over once. Like, I haven't started over with I've done it in virtual machines, but I haven't started over on a Windows install since 2015 on my own system. So I'm like, I think it's time now. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And also, I probably have folders, gigabytes of fucking leftovers that, even though I have programs I should find, that they're not 100%, I am looking forward to the new Ubiquiti installer. Oh, Arc menu is having a hissy fit. I need to log in and out again. I fucking hate GNOME. Just thinking about it makes me tired. And it's a one-time thing, though. I should just set a day a wave to do it. Say, and I do have time for it. That's not the issue. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I know it's working right now. That's the thing, is that I know it's working. I already have backed up the settings. I need to do it. I have a text file where I have documented how to back up OBS settings and the DaVinci Resolve settings and all of that shit. And I just have to back them up to a USB drive. Because it's just the DaVinci Resolve and OBS. Everything else I need is already backed up on my OneDrive. Or not OneDrive, Google Drive. My thumbnails and all that fucking shit. My OBS graphics and what have you not. Yeah, it's it's a fun thing. Oh, It's GNOME in Rust. It's GNOME Plus in Rust, I think. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. Like, I'm at the point right now that... And this is actually... It makes me sad. It really makes me sad to say this. It really makes me sad, but I'm starting to not give a fuck about Linux anymore. Like, I've lost almost all passion for Linux. I still run it almost daily, and I still love messing with it and stuff like that. But when I figured out what the fuck you can do with PowerShell on the Windows, and all of that, like how flexible Windows is behind the scenes when you actually sit down and learn Windows, well, like I can think it just as much as on the Windows as I can on the Linux. And what I did on the Linux, I just automated tasks on the Linux. That was what I did, and I can do the same on the Windows. The only difference is that Windows don't have many things that needs to be fixed, where Linux kind of does. So there's not much, you know, fixing to be. I loved running a Linux distro because, oh my god, I can do this better. I can use a tool to fix that. I can build a tool to make this more convenient and stuff like that. Well, all of that is already thought about in Windows. You know, that's kind of what I love about Linux, is that you can always find things that you can do better or streamline and stuff like that. But I now just tinker with other things on the Windows. I'm making tools for work, you know, like Python projects for work. So I can sit and do them at home, and yes, I could do them on the Linux, no problem whatsoever, but why should I? Because it's Python, it works the same on the Windows as on the Linux. It's just installing the right libraries, and I could do it... Sorry, I could do it under KDE, not KDE, under Ubuntu or openSUSE, no problem whatsoever. I like the new installer look here, to be honest. Should we download and install it? I don't know. Maybe we should. The beta version. But yeah, I'm just... The more the more I learn or relearn about Windows, and the more I use it at work for IT purposes and stuff like that, I'm like... And you have to remember, I don't do server stuff. I do end user stuff, you know. I'm basically that tech support guy. A IT infrastructure and tech support guy. And when I'm not doing that, I'm doing projects, you know, research and development and stuff like that. And for that, Windows is fucking hard to beat, man. It really is. And yes, they are running NAS servers that are running Linux, and it makes sense that it's running Linux. But I don't interact much with it, because when I have to, it's via GUI, a web interface, that the company provide for their NASs. It's the more I do that and look into, fuck it, man, they use Windows Teams like Discord, you know. I still need to fucking get an account there, but I need to do that when I get back to work. I need a fucking account, because they all like, hey, can we text you on Teams? I'm like, I don't have a fucking Microsoft account that's associated with the company yet. They're using all of these things. Oh, why do everyone need here Linux? But oh, nobody needs Teams and nobody needs this and that. Teams is using almost no resources, man. Like, compared to Discord, it's like a fucking slim babe, and Discord is a fat rhino. What's some YOLO content and the tone you have now compared to then is fun? Yeah, you can definitely tell that I'm frustrated with Linux. I've lost the spark, man. It may come back, I don't know. It may come back, but I don't think so. Last time I felt a little bit like this was about 2008 to 2013. Where I was still heavily into Linux, but I never felt like now where I feel like I could live happily without using Linux for the rest of my days. Back then, I was still like, I still think Linux is way better than open source, all of this shit and stuff, you know. I have separate phones from my MS account and two-factor. Yeah, I don't, but it's not a bad idea. Have like a work phone and a private phone. It kind of makes sense to have a work phone and a private phone. I may do that. Or I may be like I have a tablet, maybe I will take that with me to work and that will be my work thingy. I don't know. That's another thing. Like tablet support with Linux is really fucking bad. Like mobile phone and tablet, you know, integration. On a touchpad, yeah. Yeah, I don't really like GNOME that much, man. I used to use all kind of extensions to GNOME. Now I'm just giving up on GNOME. But yeah, I'm really feeling... Oh man, this sounds like a therapy session. But...
Battery fully charged.
Just give me a second, I need to take my charge out of my headset. Yeah, I just don't miss Linux anymore. I used to, but I just don't. And if I want to do Linux, I just go on here on a live stream with you guys and I boot up a VM and we do Linux in here and then yeah, it's yeah, I loved GNOME 2. Anything besides GNOME 2 just bleh. I'm secretly sitting here and waiting for Linux to just take over Windows and Mac OS. And then I can jump back into it and be all excited for it and stuff like that. But if it's going to happen, it's probably not going to happen while I'm alive. It's like I realized a couple of years ago that Linux getting any mainstream traction worthwhile, I would probably not be here. We're talking 50, 60, 100 years, if at all, down the line. And yeah, go talk to your mom. And it kind of makes me sad to some degree, but it is what it is. And it's really funny because when I am using Linux, you know, it's this, oh, it's cool, it's different, I'm unique, I'm cool, and I must know more than the average person and shit like that, and then nobody gives a fuck. But when you get to the realization that nobody gives a fuck about what operating system you're running, other than nerds with no life. I'm saying that jokingly, by the way, sarcastically, but you get the idea here. When you realize the only people that care about you running Windows or Linux are people that should not care about it, or people that don't matter in your life, it just becomes another sock, man. It just becomes another t-shirt brand. Well, the Linux will never become what I want it to become, because one, the community and gatekeeping Linux, and the GPL by design would require the whole IT industry to change for that to happen. And that is never going to happen. The GPL has had close to 40 years to change the IT industry. So it makes sense for anything GPL related. And it just hadn't done that. It's done it on the server market. Linux has taken over the server market. Well, not really. It's still a minority in the server market, but not as big of a minority. But yeah, it's yeah, the standardization is a whole other issue. There's so many issues with Linux, but it's the community and the developers of Linux unwillingness to understand that a desktop user is different from a supercomputer user, an iPhone or Android user, and a web server hosting system, and a virtual machine deployment environment. They all think that that's the same. Oh, Linux is used mostly on web servers, so therefore it should be good as a desktop system. No, that's not a good argument. Oh, Linux runs on supercomputers. That's still not a good argument. Oh, Android is Linux. That's still not a good argument. You're giving me arguments towards something that has nothing to do with a desktop operating system. And it's that fundamental issue that needs to be fixed before we can start thinking about just closely be on the same page as Windows. There's a reason why Windows have a server edition that is massively different from their fucking desktop versions. Because they are two different operating systems, more or less. Yes, they're built around the same technologies and stuff like that, but they are more or less two massively different operating systems. And Ubuntu and Ubuntu server is not that fucking different on the back end, and the only difference is the UI. But that's not the difference between the Windows and the Windows server. Like, the kernel is built differently. It's more hardened. They have way more security tools and restrictions with the user control and all of that fucking shit. And they just lost the fucking plot, man. They just lost the plot. And you just can't. Every time I have an argument with a Linux user, they bring up supercomputers, IoT devices, server. They come with arguments that have nothing to do with a desktop operating system. And you're like, hey, dude, you do know that I'm not running a web server, I'm not running an IoT device, I'm not running a supercomputer, I'm running basically a Windows computer. So I want Linux to be able to give me the same capabilities as Windows does. And oh, you're just a proprietary lover and you love Windows and you should just stick with... No, I'm just saying that what Windows does for me as an operating system, that's what I need Linux to do as a desktop operating system. Under open source and stuff like that. And it's that disconnect that I'm just tired of it. I'm like... I say this a lot, but it's like talking to flat earthers. You can kick them so much in the ass so they fucking fly up to space and they look at a round earth and they will still not believe the earth is round. Then I poison their fucking butthole, or I gave them a spiked drink before they went away, or NASA is beaming images into their eyeballs while they are in space. They always have all of these fucking crazy excuses. And that's like listening to Linux users. And not just Linux users, but Linux developers. Let's look at the GNOME developers. Look at the element-savvy OS developers. Like, come on, like... I kind of hate bashing on element-savvy OS, but... This thing here... That's the problem, dude. The thoughtful, capable, and ethical replacement for Windows and Mac OS. So I will become a more capable and thoughtful and ethical person. Or I'm doing something more thoughtful, capable, and ethical by running Linux. No, I'm not. I'm not. Please, no, I'm not. But it's this mentality here, man. I really want to love Elementary. I really do. I like if they focused as much on making Ubuntu working on the desktop and not just putting lipstick on a pig. Like if they could do more hardware-wise and stuff like that, I would love Elementary OS. They're just trying to fix a problem that's not there. The problem with Linux is not desktop environments. It's everything else. System 76 is probably the people that have the best chance of making a good desktop operating system. Because they're kind of doing it right now. They are the one I would bet my money on. But then again, it's a highly specific OS to specific use cases. The STEM industry. That's their focus. Science and mathematics and stuff like that. Not gaming. It just happens to be that it also makes it a good gaming environment. But if they have a situation where, okay, this makes sense for the STEM industry, but will massively or hinder gaming or general desktop use, they're going with the STEM industry. I hope that will never happen, but if that comes up, yeah, they will look at the STEM industry because that's their target audience. And that's kind of my issue with Pop OS. But yeah, I like the idea of Elementary OS, and I love the idea about Pop OS. I just don't think they will ever manage to do anything. I've seen companies and other people that have been around Linux for as long as I have seen companies like they, or not companies, products like this come and go, come and go, come and go, and come and go. Pop OS is nothing new. You know, it reminds me a little bit of Linspire, Lindos, what they are trying to do. That didn't work then, why is it going to work now? Because they're not really doing anything different, massively different. Pop OS, again, is focusing mostly on the desktop environment and not what is actually the problem with Linux. Hardware support, accessibility, scalability within the desktop environments and stuff like that. Instead of making sure my hardware works really well and I can get the latest and greatest hardware, let's build your pretty UI. A more optimized UI. That's nice and neat. But I will still have NVIDIA issues. I will still have AMD issues. I will still have Intel and AMD issues. I will still have network card issues. I will still have Wi-Fi issues. You know, that's the thing that matters. I can forgive a broken bad UI if hardware just fucking works. You know? I don't have to sit and compile source code and put into the kernel to get a Wi-Fi dongle to work. That was something we did in the 90s, man. You know? Having still to this day some fucking laptops where things just don't work because, oh, they're proprietary. Well, they're also proprietary for Windows, but they manage to get it to work. You know. And it's just a matter of fucking talking with the hardware vendors. And allowing them to have that. Because here's the thing. If you allowed them to do whatever the fuck they want to do, proprietary-wise, they will have no issue supporting you. Linux. It's the, oh, you have to open source it, or you have to do this, or you have to let us open source it, or reverse engineering it. This is where the problem starts to become an issue. Where if they were like, hey, just put the driver into the kernel, or do whatever the fuck you want with the drive, we don't care if it's proprietary, open source, or your mom's fucking lipstick, we don't give a fuck. We just want it to work. If that was the attitude, we would have way fucking better integration with Linux. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking irritating. Yeah. But then it's like, oh, you have to work with us, but you also have to do exactly what we are telling you to do, and that's basically allowing us to steal your driver, your code that you have spent billions of dollars of making. I can kind of understand why they don't want that. I say this a lot. The TPL and open source made sense before the internet, because then you couldn't. Then you back then, if you had a problem, you called someone, sent something in with the post office. You know, they fixed it and they sent a tape or whatever floppy disk back to you, and now you have an upgrade. Nowadays, if you call up a software company, hey, your software fucking is displaying flying dildos all over the place. 10 minutes later, it's fixed over the internet. They send you an update. You download and install. You know, you don't need to fix the problems yourself anymore. And wait days and days for someone to fix it because of transportation issues. You just call someone, you know, and they fix it as fast as possible. And probably faster than you could fix it. Because they know the code better than you do. But for like educational purposes, I think everything should be open source. Because it's a really great learning tool. Anything coming out from an educational project or educational institute should by default be open source. Because the main focus should be learning and not intellectual properties. So if MIT or Boston or Stanford University is making something, that should be open source. But if Microsoft or Red Hat or whatever makes something, it don't necessarily have to be open source. And I don't think the whole idea that if everything was open source, we will get better, faster, and stronger fucking programs and less bugs and all of that. There's no indicators that is ever going to happen. There are no proof that open source code is more stable, secure, or anything than proprietary software. What the conclusion is, or what the proof in the pudding is it depends on the developers. If you have shitty developers on open source software, it's just as shitty as if you have shitty developers on the proprietary software. And the fact that people can see the code, they again, the last 30 years have proven that just because you can see the code, that don't mean that people will. You know, you may have a little bit of a higher chance of something being discovered maybe a little bit sooner with open source, but nothing worthwhile. I don't think Fedora used to be overhyped, but it's not anymore. I think it's gone down to its normal hypeness. It's gone down to its normal hypeness, I think. we had this whole where everyone was like praising Fedora for being the next Ubuntu and all of that fucking shit. But that kind of died down after a couple of months. Then it was Gurada for a little while, and that died down, and then it was Tuxedo OS, and then it was a little bit of Ubuntu again, and then it was, hey, let's go back to Gurada. Linux people, schizophrenic motherfuckers. Deal with it. This user's activity is private. Yeah, it's not a good sign if you have your social media private. I'm just at least when it comes to comments. It tells me a little bit of maybe you're a shit poster or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, it's I don't know, man. I'm just tired of seeing another fucking distribution. And the thing is, sometimes a distribution comes out that's fucking amazing. And then a year down the line, it's not there. Like Solus. Look at Solus, man. I fucking loved that distribution. It was a desktop-focused distribution. They did everything they could to make it desktop-focused. And it's dead today. You know, it's dead. How many distros does it take to take off Windows? I have probably seen more distributions come and go than there are active distributions right now. That's fucking sad, man. Like, that's... Like, what is the saying? Every time you get kicked, you get kicked in the face, you stand back up again. Well, at some point, you probably should just be laying down, okay? At some point, you should just give up. It's dormant. No, it's doomed. The developers, unless someone for the community is stepping up, the main developers, they are all over the place and doing their own shit. It's not. It may get a resurgence at some point, but it's doomed. It's doomed. It's not going to do any, you know. Yeah, Windows. I don't think Fairwind OS will ever come back. I think Dominic, or what his name is, he's too busy shit posting and arguing on OMT Ubuntu with people. Yeah, it's like I said, once in a while, someone comes up with a fucking amazing thing, amazing idea, amazing product, but they rarely last, if at all. Like, what is the average lifespan of a Linux distro? Like 2 or 3 years or something like that? It's sad. Oh, dormant, yeah. Yeah, I fucking loved Solus, man. I loved it. Like there's this one here, Solus, and Paul Linux was also one that I really liked. Corel Linux. from 1999. I loved this this system was amazing. Way ahead of its time. But that lasted one release. It lasted a year or something like that. And then we had Sandos. Sandos Linux. I loved it. It was a proprietary Linux, but it was still fucking amazing. Again, it ticked all the boxes as a desktop Linux operating system. I ran this for a long ass time. And this one, it had a lot, like the package manager handled RPM packages, dev packages, no fucking issue. It was amazing. But core Linux, man, yeah. Good old KDE. Oh, the good old days. Call worked perfect, just work with like. I had a nerd boner like nobody else, man. I thought that if this here had like a backing of Call company, could not fucking make it. I was like, fuck, man. And Sandos again are somewhat big. Like this one here, you could fucking buy in shops, man. You could buy box copies in shops and whatnot. I even think that there were computers selling in stores with this on, and yeah, it just never sadly enough went anywhere. And then we had Ubuntu. Until Ubuntu stopped being a desktop-focused operating system, it was probably the one that could do it. But they couldn't keep the lights on. They had to focus on the enterprise world. And Pop OS probably have a chance, but not as big as Ubuntu have. But again, they are focused on the STEM industry, and it's a small company with a small footprint, with a small amount of people working there. I don't think it would be sustainable in the long run, because they're probably investing a shit ton of money right now, or betting a shit ton of money on a future that is really hard to get for Linux. Because again, they are trying to fix something that's not broken. Just fucking use KDE if you want more customizability. Fix Linux. Heck, I would use vanilla GNOME to run a Linux with the same hardware compatibility as Windows. I would run i3, man. Like, I don't care what the fuck you make me run. XFCE, I don't give a fuck. Making Linux work for you. Oh yeah, it's bought up by PC Open Systems. Oh my god. Is this fucking idiot still doing this thing here? He basically just bought the license and then just reskinned it. He bought a shit ton of licenses for Linux distributions and then just reskinned it. He, like, a 15-year-old puts more work into their respin than PC Open System, what the fuck I call it, doing it. Simple, powerful Linux. Them were the days, man. Them were the days. Like 2004 to 2010, 11, man. That, in my opinion, that was when Linux really pushed the desktop. That was a good time to be a Linux user. Yes, we didn't have the same gaming capabilities and stuff like that as today, but they did a lot of fucking shit for the desktop back then. They really pushed desktop technology. Have you seen the openCV? I love bringing this up once in a while. ...2012, not long before they changed direction. This was amazing, man. So fucking amazing. Why are you speaking Russian? I don't speak Russian. Yeah, it was built up around Unity. It was built up around Unity. That won't happen. If I didn't know Linux today and I learned Linux for the first time, it would not happen. It would not happen. Because when I got into Linux again, and while I was excited by Linux, like I said, we had way more companies focusing on Linux desktop and actually trying to work with hardware vendors way more than they're doing today. And they were not trying to reinvent the wheel like a new desktop environment every fucking second time they go to take a pee. And Richard Stallman's toxicity has not fully emerged into the Linux community as it has today. There was not that many FOSS lunatics around. But it kind of, like I said, 2013, 15 is where it all kind of went batshit crazy for Linux, in my opinion. When Ubuntu changed direction, and the whole FOSS people, they got a bigger fucking footing, and they got to the younger people faster, was kind of when everything went down the hill. In my humble opinion, of course. I wish, like, DistroTube will not like Linux from the 90s and early 2000s. Because Linux in the 90s and up to, like I said, 2008, 10-ish, thereabout, let's just say 8, was mostly, let's get fucking shit to work. And not so much politics. A little bit, but not so much. Not so much ethos and all of that fucking shit. There was a little bit about, of course, a little bit about this open source fanboyism. But it was like, we are so behind Windows, we are so behind everyone else. Let's get things to work. And then companies like Canonical, SUSE, and Red Hat, they got a lot of things to work. And then Linux become comparable with Windows and Mac OS. Not close and not 100% comparable, but enough that, okay, now I can buy whatever computer I want and most things is going to work. So then it became about the philosophy. It became about the politics of it and stuff like that. Because the things that needed to be fixed are so big things that the average person have no idea how to do it. They have no knowledge about how to do it. Either it costs a lot of money or it costs a lot of expertise. But back in the day, if you could make a fucking Python script, you know, that popped up a window to, maybe not log out, but, you know, pop up a window to tell you what fucking graphic card you have. They're basically just running a PCI probe. That was amazing because we didn't have anything like that. You know, if you could make like stuff, simple things like that. Like automatically hardware detection was a big fucking thing, you know. Like, and it's not that massively complicated. But when all of those not too complicated things got fixed, well, they can't really do anything anymore because they don't have the expertise for it. So it became about the politics. It became about the ethos and all of that fucking shit. And the FOSS people love that shit. They eat it up, man. And the things that is critical for Linux to kick off are things that cost a lot of money. It's things that cost a lot of expertise. And it's the realization that we cannot live in an open source only world. We cannot live in a proprietary only world. We can live in an open source, proprietary, joint working relationship world. The proprietary software world have realized that. That's why you see more and more proprietary companies doing more with open source. The open source world have not realized that yet. And that's the biggest issue. Back in the day, we didn't know this was the case. So we were a little bit more open source this and blah, blah, blah. But still not to the same degree as today. Because back then we didn't know if we could live in an open source only world, because we thought we could outcompete proprietary software. And when you then realize you can't do that, people start to do what, you know, the Stream Deck reaction video we reacted to. You now realize something that you thought was a reality not being a reality anymore. So let's do all kind of mental gymnastics to still make it a reality because I don't like the reality that we're going into. And that's when people starting to, you know, the distro tube starting to emerge. It's sad that a tool, a hobby, an interest has been infected with political propaganda, political stances that you have to take, ethos you have to follow, and all of that shit. It's like building a model aeroplane. And then when you're going out to fly it, you have to fucking pledge your allegiance to this political party and follow these political ideas and stuff like that to get to fly your fucking plane. When you just want to build and fly your plane. I find it amazing how, despite all the odds, Linux on the desktop works just fine. It's not amazing. It's really not that big of an accomplishment, to be honest. Like, all it takes is just a lot of people working on the problem. And they did. And they did. And I will say that in the 90s, you had to purposely build a computer to run Linux. Like, you have to figure out what motherboards and RAM modules and all that shit ran Linux. 2008, 2004 to 8, that was kind of non-issue anymore. Because Linux got enough support in the kernel from driver support that you could just run run-of-the-mill, you could run whatever you want. That don't mean that it runs as good or better than a Windows or Mac equivalent. It just means that it's running. Like, I'm having a 13-year-old MacBook Pro. Sorry, not 13-year-old. Well, a 10-year-old MacBook Pro. The Wi-Fi still only runs single band under Linux. A 10-year-old Wi-Fi module still only runs single band under Linux. And there's a lot of issues like that that is still a problem today as it was 10 years ago and 15 years ago. We just don't, it's just motherboards has become more accessible. That's kind of the only difference. Motherboards and CPUs, or GPUs. That's really the biggest advancement. And that's because of the server market. Not because of the desktop market, but the server market. Because if it was because of the desktop market, well, then that RAM module will work today. So where you see a lot of advancements with Linux is in the server market, and some of that can be translated over to the desktop market. Some of it, not all of it, some of it. So in reality, why we have this good of an operating system on the desktop is because it's somewhat, well, it is kind of big on the server market for certain server roles. It's close to 50% as web servers and 15% in general. There's a lot of like IoT devices and other places where Linux is dominating a specific small market, and we can then benefit from that once in a while. But most Linux advancements didn't come from the desktop, they came from the server market. And that is why something where you're like, why the fuck do my 10-year-old Wi-Fi module that is not being produced anymore not fucking work correctly under Linux when my 490 works under Linux, for example? Well, it's because high-end graphic cards are being used in the server market, rendering stations and so on and so on. A 10-year-old Wi-Fi module is not. There is no competition with Windows. Windows have not had a competition on the desktop market since 2000. Since Windows 95, to be honest. That's the issue. If you're dominating the market share, you don't have a competition. And I remember a time when there was competition on the desktop market. Like we had like Mac OS, Windows, OS2, BOS, Sky OS, the Amiga OS, and there were no standard between those OSs. So that also meant that you had a lot more fragmentation of what programs you could use on what systems. So if you really, really needed to run this specific program, you need to buy a whole system to run that program. Oh, I need this specific video editing program. Now I need to buy a Mac. I need this specific picture program. Now I need to buy an Amiga, or I needed this specific accounting program. There's no equivalent on other systems. Well, now I need to buy a Windows machine. So back when we had a lot of competition on the OS market, it meant that you had to have two computers because dual booting was not really a thing back then. Kind of was, but not really. It was really difficult, to be honest. So you couldn't just dual boot. You had these, like, you spent too much money on hardware, basically. Or you had to sacrifice a lot in one end to do one thing in the other end. Where now, where we have, like, kind of a winner, that's Windows, it's actually cheaper for the consumer on the hardware aspect of it. And also when you're buying software. But then again, you're not getting a lot of innovation. You know, like, again, competition gives you innovation. Like back then, there was innovation going on left, right, and center. My personal favorite operating system was spewed out of innovation because it was neat, like BOS. That was so far ahead of anyone else. That would probably not have been run or made today. But back then it made sense. But today it will not make sense. So yeah, we need competition, but we also don't need too much. I would say it like this. We need alternatives. And we need good alternatives. And on the desktop market, we only have 2 good alternatives. Windows and Mac OS. I would love that, let's say Windows had 60%, Mac OS had 20%, Linux had 20%. I would be fine with that. Because then Linux would get what Mac OS have today. We will get the amount of support that Mac OS gets today. And I could live with that under Linux. Heck, if you could equal it out over, 3 equal pies, that would never happen, but let's imagine we'd be, splitting it up in 3 equal pies. That would be the perfect scenario. Because nowadays, like at least dual booting Ubuntu, or not Ubuntu, but Linux and Windows is not that big of an issue. And also virtual machining, so I can run Linux as my host, and Windows as my virtual machine, and you can still do that. A lot of people do that today with Linux, by the way. They run Windows in a virtual machine, but I would prefer that I didn't have to run Windows in a virtual machine. Oh, Mac OS is big. Mac OS is... you have to remember this. Mac OS is not a server OS. Mac OS is a desktop operating system. They are making consumer electronics. And there is a lot of people that are willing to pay premium prices for that experience. That's why it's so big as it is today. Because a lot of people, Mac people, they don't upgrade as often. They buy a Mac and then they run it way past its fucking use time. Most people run it way longer than the OS supports it. Because there's still software support for it. So they don't upgrade as often. So on average, they probably spend the same amount of money on hardware as we do. Because we upgrade more often than they do. They have virtual machines like Virtual Love, yeah. I love people telling me, if you want to do this, you need to use a Windows VM. Why will I use a Windows VM for the program I can run on? Yeah, it's... People are strange, man. Like I said, the fandom is what's ruining Linux for me, to be honest. I sometimes, when I talk to Linux people, I just want to say to them, I'm never going to run Linux again, just to piss them off. Just to see how batshit crazy they get. Like, just to, even though I'm still going to run Linux, but just to fucking piss them off. Because it's like, I told them, you know what? I just had a threesome with you, your mom, and your dog. Like, it was like I just said that to them. It was just showing them a fucking, chatterbait live stream of me fucking them all. They're getting so fucking crazy, man. And to me, that makes me not want to run Linux. Yeah, go to work, man. To me, that makes me not want to run Linux. That it makes them so fucking angry that I'm not running Linux today. Well, right now I am, but before I ran Windows. Hey, Will. And also because Linux users love to tell me that I have to run Linux to be a good tech person. And when someone tells me what to do, That's not a good idea. I do the opposite. Like, I don't do well with that. When someone I don't know, hey, Bob. When someone I don't know tell me what to do, I'm like, yeah, I'm doing the totally opposite, you fucking idiot. So for me to be a good tech person, I have to run Linux. Yeah, watch me fucking destroy Linux with my Windblows. Yeah, I'm going all Windblows fanboy here, man. Yeah, I see you're doing a lot of Guild Wars. I'm actually thinking I need to go back into Guild Wars. That's a big publicity stunt. Yeah, a lot of streamers are getting Guild Wars in their on their streams. I just got a shit ton of text messages. What the fuck is going on? Oh, nothing. Oh, it's about Solus being dead, yeah. Yeah, I've been busy, man. I've been really busy with doing a lot of work with outside work. I think it's the best way of explaining it. I've been in learning mode for the last 6 months, and also I'm dealing with some security issues I need to fix, and backup strategies and all that fucking shit. Yeah, it's just been fucking busy. When I had the time, I needed to do videos, so I'm actually cutting down on videos, to be honest. And then I've done some live streams because I feel I haven't done enough live streams. Yeah, I will get on Discord and talk to you guys. I miss Bexy whipping my ass around. I'm getting too soft in my butthole, man. I need some more fisting. Yeah, but it's just when I had some free times, I either been massively tired or feeling guilty for not providing enough content, so that's why I've done some live streaming. But yeah, I'm going to download Guild Wars one of these days, this week. And I never finished it. I tried to finish it like three or four times, but I never finished it. I feel like a bad gamer. Right now, I'm getting really into Diablo 2 Resurrection. The update, what is it called? Remastered version of Diablo 2. It's actually really, really good. It was on sale for like a 10 or something like that. $10 or something, $10 or something like that. But yeah, life, and I'm also starting to see if I can get into shape again. Peppermint, is that still alive? That's still around. Oh, they definitely changed their fucking site. The continuously delivery OS. I always been fascinated about that term. Yeah, Solus is fucked like a motherfucker, yeah. Zone storage package is now available in Peppermint repositories. Twitter account deactivated. What the fuck? What have you done? Yeah, it's based on Debian. I should give it a look. I haven't looked at it in a long time. It's all fucked. Why? What's going on? Community forum. Their website seems really weird. Crash. Community. They have a podcast. Linux desktop meltdown. Oh my god. Oh, I am using Windows for the most part. I still boot into Linux and I still mess around with Linux and have fun with Linux. But I'm really not giving a fuck about Linux, to be honest. I couldn't care less. Esnik, yes. Have everyone seen the latest video about Peppermint or Peppermint from Esnik? If yes, what are your thoughts about it? I think if you enjoy Peppermint and you choose to run Peppermint, what you think and how you feel about the project is personal decision. That is not saying anyone... What? That is not something anyone can make you do. Peppermint is a community... What the fuck is he talking about? It's not owned by... Oh my god. What? This is like talking to a politician. What do you think about the road tax? Well, the weather's really nice today. It rained a little bit yesterday, but... You know, we also need to make sure that the sewage system is working, so we don't have too much water on the road. So yeah, you know, some of your money is going to that. So I don't really think it's too much money. It's like, oh my god, you decided what is best for you, not someone else. Oh my god. That video we watched. This is almost as bad. Holy crap. Really? Really? So they made a podcast, but they don't have any podcasts up yet. Well, that makes sense, I guess. I don't know. The fuck is going on with these idiots here? Holy shit. Yeah, you go work, man. Get me some donuts and some coffee. What the fuck? Is everyone in Linux just gotten totally mad? When was the... Yeah, accept everything. Come on. And we want to do black or dark. So it's fair to say it's dead. Yeah, I think it's dead. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's see what Esnik is saying. It was like last year, right? Last year. Gurata? Where's Peppermint? This is what fuck which is worse. Did they just fuck it up? On the metaphysics of Arch Linux is easy Arch. Oh my god. So Esnik, don't play too fucking smart, okay? It makes you sound stupid. Just play dumb like me and do dumb things so I can keep up with it. There's the fat fucker right there. Did he take it out? Well, he did take his penis out, but did he take the video out away? There's no Peppermint videos on his channel. Toshiba Satellite and Artix Linux. This could be a fun one to watch. Yeah, he has no Peppermint videos on here. The Linux Lite video. It was really funny. Absolutely. Oh, he taking those down also. Esnik needs some more balls on his... Not balls, some more hair on his balls.
Howdy YouTube.
Howdy
Essex
YouTube.
Here with a little bit of a hardware and software video for you.
EB
Hopefully
chat.
the camera angle will be
it's chat
good
3.0
and I
or
won't be
3.4.
too much in the way. What you're looking at is
So that's why
my
there's spelling mistakes
Toshiba
in there.
laptop here, and behind it the Dell Dimension C521. Now they're both running.
Wait, are the pubes on the keyboard?
Howdy YouTube, Essex here with a little bit of a hardware and software video for you. Hopefully the camera angle will be good and I won't be too much in the way. What you're looking at is my Toshiba laptop here, and behind it the Dell Dimension C521. Now they're both running.
How old is? 4 years old. Oh, so 2006.
Well, the laptop's running Ubuntu and the desktop is running Debian.
2006. It's a Toshiba satellite from 2006.
What I used to do with Ubuntu is create my own little spin, respin.
This is boring. Gento. Who the fuck wants Gento today? Oh, hey, it's Lou. Hey, Lou. How to optimize SSD drives in Linux. $8,000? Wait. Are they releasing a new fucking series, man? I'm just thinking about upgrading. Holy shit. We need some good videos I can rage about. I'm still fucking knackered from that fucking idiot before. I'm really fucking wasted. I feel like someone just sucked all my energy out of me. 80s Japanese city pop playlist. Yeah, no, thank you. The best things I've done with Linux is hopped off the crazy. Yeah, I think I would just keep it as a server thingy-madooski, and then, like, you know, run it on a NAS or something like that, and then just say fuck it. I'm really not fussed anymore. Like, $1 versus $1 million hotel room. I never liked Mr. Beast videos, but I'm probably too old to understand them. Dear YouTube, this is, yeah, whatever. Oh my god, this is an old video. This stream is for 1 billion views. Oh, Tim the Tatman. Ah. Yeah, it's a good song. I do like it. Don't get me wrong. It's a good song if you want to get into some girl's pants. Danish camping life. Yeah, fuck you. I hate watching Danish content. Meatloaf. Oh, I could eat some meatloaf right now. Michael Bolton. He had some fucking amazing hair back in the day. Work or and jazz. Mm-hmm. Gran Turismo cars. Is that also a Danish thing? I think it is, yeah. Yep, it's Danish fucking plates on it. Tank versus human. Yeah, I don't think the human will win that one. I'm just putting it out there. This is Swedish or Norwegian? Move from the apartment. Okay, this is fucking weird. Oh, Rebecca Black? No fucking way. No. Yeah, she must be you. She's actually, like, her new shit is actually really good. Her new shit is okay. If you're into this whole pop thingy. I don't know. It would not surprise me though. One of those Danish vloggers vlogging about their shit. He's getting a lot of views though. Well, yeah, hey, I would not put it behind you. I'm sure that will happen. Oh, Sniper Wolf, she's a fucking bitch. Do you know the story about this fucking girl here? Yeah, she's done some illegal shit that's not fun to talk about. Her and her boyfriend, they're doing a lot of crazy shit. Like, she's kind of like the female version of Boogie. Like, do you know Boogie? Boogie is my newest fucking obsession. Like, he's the most manipulative motherfucker on the internet.
Why is your character not?
He once ran around a VidCon and telling everyone that they had to help him with his YouTube channel or he will end himself. Like, he's like yeah, he's fucking. I used to follow him like in 2008 or something like that, and then I haven't really caught up with him until like I watched that Irishman. That damn Irishman, he makes live stream where he just talks about how fucking he's so fucking funny. Where he just talks shit about Boogie and it's so fucking funny. This dude is fucking he. No, it's not tech stuff. He's a gamer. He became popular by doing something called Francis that's like a stereotypical gamer parody, and it was really funny, some of it. But now he's just manipulating his audience. He's kind of like DSP times 10. And he's like, oh, I'm such a nice guy. And then he's like, oh, I will block you and I will fucking, copyright strike you and stuff. Like, I kind of want to watch some of his videos because he's so fucking... He's so manipulative, I can't speak right now, that he's dangerous. He pays hookers to be with him and call himself an alpha male. Because he pays hookers to be with him. Slaying that pussy, you all. Oh, he say everything. One day he's spy, the other day he's a fucking tree humping a squirrel. The next day he's fucking dog. He say everything to get him attention. Don't believe anything this motherfucker have to say to you. He's so narcissistic that he will manipulate you till you fucking don't know what's real or truth anymore. Oh, he needs to get a shit ton of help. And now, apparently now he's autistic also. This is how stupid he is. This is areas I actually have some experience in, so... Apparently he's seeing a therapist. Said therapists have told him to go on the internet and talk about his mental issues. And then one day he's told him not to do it. And then he's told him to be honest. No therapist would ever tell you that, you know what, Will? I see you have a lot of issues. You're dealing with some shit. Do you happen to have a live stream or YouTube channel? Oh, you do? Well, get your ass on a chair and then share everything with your audience. That's like, that therapist needs to be fucking, you know, they need to they need to go somewhere where they can't talk to other people. That's definitely not what therapist tells you to do. At least not licensed therapists. Your friend, if you call him a therapist, yeah, he will probably say it to you. That's the amount of stupidity that this fucking idiot is running around saying. Yeah, gone in the air. Yeah. He's so fucking mental. But yeah, according to his therapist, in quotes, he may have autism. And as someone dealing with autism, I can say, this dude don't have autism. He is a fucking batshit crazy motherfucker. On that other channel I was talking about in the beginning of the video, I may talk about him on that channel because he's so funny. Because he's so fucking dangerous. He manipulates and uses people to a degree that I honestly believe that it will physically hurt the other person, mentally and physically. I will post it in my Discord when I upload to it. I don't know when, but at some point I will upload to it. Have you seen the video where he sings about his daddy hurt him? Because depending on what fucking day it is and how he comes out of bed, either his day molested him, raped him, or used him, abused him. It's a little bit up in the air which one it is. Because there's happened so much crazy shit in his life that it's hard to keep track of. I kind of think that you will remember shit like that. Like, all of the people I've talked to that have been, you know, exposed to that shit, they remember that shit. Unless they are in a really psychotic state. And he's not in a psychotic state. Like, this dude makes me physically angry. Here, I got arrested. This is for the gun shit. Should we watch this one about his arrest? Where he got arrested? Yeah, so here's the thing. You cannot have blocked memories and then sit and talk about a situation that may or may not have happened in 4 different ways, depending on what day you're talking about. You can remember everything, but what's actually happened. Normally, what they don't remember is what day it was, or what fucking, was it raining or not. But they remember, like, he has only one sock on, or he smelled like this, or I had to do it, you know. They remember crazy things like that. He can sit and talk about almost everything, and then the next day is totally different. They will always have things that's correct all the time. And it's most coming down to smells, acts, face expressions, you know, stuff like that. And that's all of the things that he's getting wrong, by the way. But yeah, we can watch this one here if you guys want to. Just let me know. I was homeless, yeah. Yeah, but he's like a giga fucking pussy slayer, by the way. I'll see if I can find that fucking... let me put this up in a separate window if you want to see it. Someone is making a documentary about him, and there's a out bit where they both sit there and fucking, oh, we are so fucking alpha males and blah blah blah. Well, you are nerds sitting in front of a webcam talking about being an alpha male. You're probably not an alpha male, okay? Like, soldiers, police officers, firemen. It's probably where I will start with alpha males. Fat nerds sitting talking Magic the Gathering and talking about how alpha they are because they have to pay for hookers. Probably not alpha males. Oh, I can watch it. I can watch his stuff because it's already on YouTube. That's the thing. Like, you know, his video is already on YouTube, so there's no problem in me watching it. Why can't I find that video clip? Yeah, Sigma male is Sigma male is kind of like this whole lone wolf shit, that you are an alpha male but you don't want to live with other like, it's kind of like a mix between men go their own way, and it's basically just batshit crazy people that can't get a fucking girlfriend, then sit in front of the and like, yeah, I don't give a fuck, I just fuck them and go away. And like, okay, when was the last time that you fucked? Oh, yeah, it's just basically beta males, just cope. It's copium for fucking people that have no life. A welder's alpha. So here's the thing. I don't know what an alpha male is. I do know this: alpha males don't have to tell other people they're alpha males. You know, if everyone around you is telling everyone around you that you are an alpha male, you probably are an alpha male. If you are in a leading position, if you are leading other people, having control over other people, you're probably an alpha male. You're a leader. And you don't have to be a welder or whatever to do that. It's kind of your personality to some extent. But yeah, it's like anything in life. If you have to tell other people some traits about you, it's probably not the traits that you have. Okay? If you have to tell people you're a nice guy, you're probably not a nice guy. If other people tells other people you're a nice guy, and everyone, or not everyone, most other people are saying that about you, there will always be friends that will say you're a nice guy. But if most people you meet and most people that get to know you, they say you're a nice guy, you're probably a nice guy. So a good example with Boogie here. He hasn't had many real relationships that was not paid for. Had like 1 or 2 girlfriends, you know, that he didn't pay for. He's probably not a fucking pussy slayer then. He's more like, let me buy them ho-ho-hos. So traditional alpha males is like what you will see, like a CEO, you know, soldiers, competitive athletes, people doing dangerous work. So either you do dangerous work, you're highly competitive, and you're more than likely also having a leading position or something like that. People tend to follow you around. People tend to ask you for advice and look up to what you are doing. It's like a good indicator. That's like the traditional alpha male stuff. But all of these Beta and Sigma and Dominic and all of that fucking shit, I don't know anymore. It's so fucking convoluted, it's not making sense anymore. But yeah, if you have to convince someone about something that you think you are not that thing. Everyone else would convince or would say that about you in a convincing way. Like everyone else would make it convincible to you that that guy is whatever he said he is. You get what the fuck I'm saying? I'm getting tired here. Like, but this dude, he makes me so fucking angry.
It has been so long since I've sat in this room to film a video, it actually feels really weird. I have been filming primarily on my iPhone and editing on my iPhone.
Please tell me you can run this in 1080p.
iPhone or editing on my laptop. I haven't even touched this computer in a while, so but hopefully I can get used to being back in here again. Let's talk. I know why a lot of you have clicked on this video because of the title of the thumbnail, and I'm going to talk about it right here at the beginning of the video, but I have a favor to ask of you before I talk about it. I want you to make it all the way to the end of this video. Just try your best to listen to what I have to say and pay attention.
So what he's saying is here, what I'm saying is the truth. Disregard whatever the fuck you heard everywhere else, because I'm now going to tell you the truth. If you don't believe me, get the fuck out of here.
Please. And if
it's a year old. This happened last year.
Somebody who normally does that, drop a like or dislike on this video. That's up to you. It's still an engagement either way. Leave a comment, positive or negative, doesn't matter. Still an engagement either way. If you really want to go over the top, share this video with other people, because I really want people to hear what I have to say in this video. It's really important to me.
Nobody gives a fuck. Like, this internet shit, nobody gives a fuck about internet shit. But anyway, yeah.
So I have to be very careful about what I say here, and I can't go into a lot of detail, but this is what
this is what bugs me. Okay, I really have to say this, but I can't say anything. Then shut your fucking mouth and don't talk about it.
Lawyer has told me I can say publicly, so I'm going to say it exactly the way he told me to say it. So due to the incident that happened last September, there was an arrest warrant issued for me on May the 7th. I was made aware of it, and I traveled home as soon as I could and turned myself in on May the 12th. I was processed in about 3.5 hours. We posted bail after I was processed, and then I'm in
by the way, this dude here is poor. He needs to beg his audience for money, but he could post bail, by the way, yeah.
Waiting in my home ever since, waiting for trial, and that's a pretty slow process. We've entered a plea of not guilty, and my lawyer is doing his job, and keep in mind, this is not going to take a day or a week or a month. I genuinely don't know if it'll be done in 6 months or a year. This is a very slow process, so be prepared for that.
Why do we need to be prepared about your legal process? Nobody gives a fuck about how long this takes, to be honest. Like, I hate this kind, like, I'm going to tell you something, I can't really tell you anything, but I'm going to tell you it anyway, and be aware this is probably a really long process, where I can't tell you anything about the process, but I want you to know about the process anyway. Oh, this is, he has made a lot of money, and made a lot of terrible decisions.
To be very slow. I know you want to hear more. I know you want me to talk about the individual specifics, but unfortunately this is a legal proceeding now, and I'm going to do something I'm very bad at doing.
Then don't do it. I'm going to drive a car. I normally crash when I'm driving a car, so let me drive a car. Do your kids need a drive to school, by the way?
That's keeping my stupid mouth shut. What I can say...
And why the fuck are you not doing it? Am I the only one? Am I the only one that think that this is like the lowest form of intelligence coming from a fucking guy? Yeah, he had to... she divorced him. And she got help. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. And you know what? Fucking good for her.
Say, though, is that the support that I've gotten from this has been overwhelming, to say the least. Some of the biggest creators on the platform have reached out to me in DMs.
Oh, humble bragging here, bitch. Bragging.
and said very kind things. People have tweeted very kind things. People in my community, my neighbors, my friends, they've all been absurdly supportive, and my audience as well, you watching this. Most of you have been supportive. I mean, there's obviously always going to be outliers and naysayers.
For fuck's sake. Say thank you, and then forget about the other idiots and walk away. God damn.
And contrarians, and those people exist, and it's okay. You're allowed to have your opinion on this. You're allowed to think whatever you want to think.
Do you think since he lost weight that he lost his audience too? No, he lost his audience because when his wife left him and he lost the weight, the really true color made him. People saw him for who he really is. It's been going on for years and years, but I think the divorce for a lot of people was like, yeah, he's a manipulator, he's a narcissist, he don't give a fuck about anyone else than Boogie. And he's willing to hurt other people as long as everything is about Boogie. This is why this video is being made. Like, this video could have been, again, like a lot of my reaction videos, it's like, it could have been a 2-minute video. Hey, I'm in legal trouble. You all know what the fuck has happened. I did something I should not have done. It's a long process. Thanks for every fucking one that supported me. Love you all. I will do my best to be better in the future. Log off. That's it.
I support your right to do that. But for those of you who've chosen the side of kindness and love and support, thank you. You're genuinely...
So this is a backhanded fucking slap in the face. I support that you are negative and looking badly at me and stuff like that. But for all of you good people out there, I really appreciate it. Look how manipulative that is.
Genuinely helping me through this quite a bit. This has allowed me to do something I've done very little of in the last 14 years, and that is kind of back away from social media. I went from tweeting 20 times a day to tweeting maybe 2 or 3 times a day.
Yeah, which is have you guys seen his Twitter? He's like a perfect mixture between a Karen, social justice warrior, and just batshit crazy. He is so fucking unhinged on Twitter. He once retweeted a charity, and then he made it into like him being the sole component that charity happens to do something nice for another person. Oh, so here's the thing. Everything Boogie does is massively calculated in a manipulatively. I can't speak, I'm getting tired. It's done to manipulate people. And I honestly, I think a lot of times he don't even know that he's doing it. He's just doing it because that's what he knows. That's what has worked for him. And when people are calling him out on it, instead of being an intelligent, sane, critical person, and sitting and saying, you know what, let me listen to what you're saying and analyze it. He always, like he said before, I respect you to say that on me. I understand that you feel that way. But I'm a nice guy. I do these charity events. COVID narcissist, exactly. I'm doing these things. And then he's talking about all of the good things that he's doing. Boogie only do good things so he can use it as a shield when people are criticizing him. He is a massive COVID narcissist.
I went from thinking about YouTube 24 hours a day to just barely thinking about it. I haven't live streamed.
You don't need to know this. Get on with it.
This is, in a lot of ways, just a hobby I used to do.
Bullshit.
It feels weird doing it again right now, and I really want to get back to it, but that involves you.
Yeah, he wants to get back to it because he needs the fucking attention. Come on.
A lot of people have expressed a desire to help here, and I really appreciate that. Somebody offered to set up a GoFundMe for legal proceedings, and we're definitely not at that point yet. I don't think it's ever going to come to that point. I have money in the bank. I'm glad to pay for all of this myself. I don't want you worrying about that.
Then don't mention it. Him mentioning it, him would kind of be seen like him low to say, do it, motherfucker, you know?
Something that I can definitely handle. For those of you who still want to help you on that, though, good news, you're already doing it. You clicked on this video, you made it this far into this video. If you want to be a super trooper and go above and beyond, watch my future videos. Watch the previous videos I've
Don't beg in a video about you fucking...
uploaded in the last month. Share these videos, like these videos, subscribe to the channel. You're already doing the thing, so just keep doing this thing. It puts a little bit of ad revenue in my pocket to recoup the losses. It allows me to entertain you.
Look, we are almost halfway through the video, and he has not gotten to the fucking point yet.
It allows you to entertain me with your...
What he has done is feel sorry for me. I love you even though if you hate me. Let's talk about ways that you can fucking throw money in my face.
Likes and your comments and your kindness online, and boy, I'm thriving on that. It's what's kept me from having daily Twitter meltdowns. The kindness that I've seen.
So okay, if you have a tendency to have Twitter meltdowns, you don't use Twitter. Like, you don't. If something is triggering you to that degree, you leave it alone. You know, apparently he regards himself as a massive intelligent person. I'm a fat, stupid Danish guy with autism, by the way, that have no fucking idea how social world works. And I can tell him that you just leave it alone then. You go watch your hentai porn and masturbate with your fucking whatever hand it is you have over there on your shelf. You just don't interact with it if it triggers you that much.
I've seen on the internet has just made it pretty amazing. Thank you. The good news, though, is a lifetime of therapy and learning tools and practicing. A nice healthy dose of Zoloft every day, the occasional dose of medical marijuana due to my medical license, and...
Oh, feel so sorry for me. Oh, poor little me. You do know that there are people way worse off than you that are in really need of help and stuff like that. And they don't talk about this shit. Like, this comes across so fucking unsincere. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, I cannot have sympathy for people like this.
And just practicing with exercise and spending time with friends and getting away from the internet has managed to...
Get away from the internet and you spend 4 minutes and 35 seconds begging, moaning, complaining, seeking attention. I don't even think it takes Zoloft. That's the thing. The more you watch from him, the less you can believe anything that comes out of his mouth.
To help me do better in this current situation than I have done in any other situation, whether it be my
you're
divorce.
A hero, man. You're a fucking hero. You are a god amongst men. You're a true alpha. I take back what I said about you before. You're definitely a fucking alpha.
Whether it be my gastric bypass surgery or just any of the other drama that I've experienced online. I feel like I'm acing this one. I know that's very disappointing to a lot of people. They're here for the drama. They're here for their lol cow to spit milk in their mouth, and that's...
When the fuck are you getting to the point? This can you honestly look at this fucking shit? Oh, look how fucking awful it is to me. Oh, everyone is against me. I'm doing all of these things to get better. And then there's the trolls. Just don't mention them. Just... Why the fuck did I watch this video?
I'm trying real hard not to do that for you.
Then don't do it. Again, just say thank you for the support. I'm doing all I can. I'm doing my best. Now leave me the fuck alone.
I'm sure I'll screw up eventually. Between now and whatever happens...
I think it's quite a few years. But then he's blaming his fucking divorce and mental breakdowns. And I don't know how many times, 10 times he wants to end himself also. So I might as well just eat myself to death. I will put a tip out there to the world. This is not like 10 out of 10, but 8 out of 10 times. When someone don't want to be here anymore, They don't say it because they don't want to be stopped, okay? They don't. They just do their thing and go on to a better life. 9 out of 10 times, when people are telling you they're doing that shit, it's to manipulate you, attention seeking, and to use you. I have worked with people that have tried that shit in my previous job. I've worked with counselors at that previous job that have talked to a lot of people that have tried that shit. And you know what they do? They come to work. They're the happiest motherfuckers you will ever talk to. They are funny. They are hugging everyone. They are having fun. They're going home with a smile on their lip. And the next day, you don't hear from them. Next day again, you don't hear from them. Goes a couple of days, you don't hear from them. People starting to call around. Their dog gets knocked down and they're laying on the fucking floor with their wrists open and shit like that. That's people that do it. It makes me... Him talking like this makes me fucking... Honestly, it makes me angry. I know I have so many friends that tried this shit to themselves. And he is actively hurting them getting help.
I'm hoping to upload to the YouTube channel. I've got a bunch of scripts that I've written down on my phone while traveling, stuff that I wanted to film here, and then eventually I want to get back out and traveling. And the traveling videos are not doing very well, and that's okay. I understand. It's weird to ask people to look at your vacation videos. I know that.
Put them up on a separate channel. Again, I was arrested. Please watch to the end. How many, like 1 minute has been about his arrest? And then it's self-pity. Get me views. Watch my shit. Get me money. Self-pity, self-pity. Oh my God. Self-pity.
No, that's exactly what I'm doing. 20, 30,000 of you are watching them, though, and that's great. That's more than I was expecting. I'm really happy for it. But it seems to me that you guys want videos like this. You want set-down videos. You want me to talk about stuff. You want commentary. You want me to go back to video games. These are things I'm planning to do.
I have one called Kent Talks. I have a video about this guy that's over an hour long called Boogie2988. It's the most dangerous guy on YouTube. I need to edit and put up there. I don't think I would call it the most dangerous guy, but the most manipulative guy or something like that. But yeah, I will have a channel where where I'm just talking. You know, there's so many things I want to just talk about. And it can be tech, it can be whatever the fuck comes into my brain. And then I will upload 3 videos, either 2 tech videos and a podcast, or just 3 tech videos, because the podcast thing is not getting that many views. But again, it's also new for my channel, and I kind of want someone to interview. If you want to be interviewed, Will, let me interview you one day. Let's set a day up where we can chit-chat for the podcast. And you don't have to put webcam on if you don't want to. I can just put a picture of your channel or something like that. And we can talk about whatever. Just hit me up in DMs if you want to be interviewed. Think of something to talk about. I want to see how my podcast would do if I was interviewing someone.
To do between now and whatever happens with this court case. I understand that since 2018, I've become a very controversial figure here on YouTube.
For fuck's sake.
And I understand why. I completely lost my mind and I started doing...
You still have lost your fucking brain, man. This is a year-old video and your brain is still somewhere in a fucking universe. I do have one, it's called the TDP podcast. Yeah, Will, get at me, man. Get at me. I have 2 episodes of it right now. It's mostly just me sitting talking shit. I don't want to talk to Chris Tides Tech.
Things that no sane person would ever do under any circumstance. And now that I'm relatively sane, I have to live in the nightmarish hellscape that my mental illness has created for me.
Oh, poor little me. Feel so sorry for me. Oh my God. You know what? I'm going out on a limb here, and I will probably say that if you're going to play what do you call it when you play those cards? What is it called? Who has it worse cards? I probably think I could outbid you in who has most fucking issues in their life. There's a lot of cards I can play that I have never played before on the internet. This dude here has it fucking easy, man.
Right. It's not fun. The vast majority of the internet is very critical of me these days. Some for obviously very fair, very reasonable reasons. And then there is that small group of people who feel the need to LARP and make up stuff and pretend stuff that's real, that's not, and then they convince...
Oh, are they called Boogie, by the way? That can't fucking remember how shit happens like a week ago. He's telling so many stories that he's retelling the same story totally different the next day.
Other people that the stuff that's not real is real, and then there's a lot of people out there who dislike me for just completely made up reasons, and it's really frustrating. I don't know what to do about it.
It should not fucking matter. It really should not matter what people on the internet think about you. You can have a fun with them, you can poke them, you can play along to trigger them even more, but in the end, when you go to bed and you really may get a little bit hard and hit that fucking belly fat you have, you should not think about it.
Do about that. But here's what I want to do. I want to entertain you, the person who made it all the way to the end of this video.
Thank you. So you just spent almost 7 minutes talking about nothing. Like, to get to what we actually really want to hear about.
To make videos that entertain and inspire and hopefully educate and just make you feel good about the dumpster fire of a world that we're living in. Maybe makes you feel a little bit better about yourself.
You know what? You're living in a fucking privileged, good world. Look at the shit he has behind him. Look at the money. Look at his fucking view count. Look at his donations and shit. Look at how many views this video. Like, dude, you have nothing to complain about. Like, honestly, he has nothing to complain about. Yes, people are fucking mean on the internet. It's the internet, okay? Like, he has nothing to bitch and moan about.
Yourself, I don't care how I do that. Serve as a good example, serve as a bad example. It doesn't matter. If you're entertained and you feel better about your life and you feel inspired to have a better life than the one I have, hey, I'm all for it. And if I'm being particularly greedy, I would like to find a new...
Oh, you've not been greedy up till now? Okay. You're sucking the fucking energy and the emotions out of everyone watching you, you fucking dipshit.
Audience as well. I would like to win back some of that previous audience that I have lost, and the way that we do that is by you clicking on every video that I upload, by you dropping likes on those videos, and if you really want to go the extra mile, if you really want to be a superhero, you can share those videos as well with people you think who might like.
He is sucking his viewers' cock so much right now. Oh, feel sorry for me. Let me give you a fucking mouth to dip penis here. Come on, baby. Please do this for me. I promise I will give you a good suggy.
Like what I'm currently uploading. I know my content isn't great. I know it's not amazing. I know it's not comparable to what most people watch here on the platform these days. But I do think it's decent. I do think it's interesting. And I do think...
No, you are not interesting. You're not funny. You're not decent. You're a whiny little fucking narcissistic a-hole. He's inspired me to not be an e-beggar and not get trick folks. Yeah, watch my shit, like my videos. Come on, give me all the fucking money. Him and DSP is like, they could be twins.
I think it should have its own audience, and I want you to help me find that audience. I don't care about mainstream appeal. I don't want to be Jake or Logan Paul. I don't want to be Philip DeFranco. I definitely don't want to be Wings or Redemption or Darkseid Full. I just want to be me. And I just want to have the small audience.
No, I don't think you want to be you. Here's the thing. I really don't. One thing I think is real about him, that this comes out sometimes when he talks about, is that he don't like the person that he is. And I honestly believe he don't want to be. Dude, nobody wants to be you. It's only fair to imagine that you don't like who the fuck you are. DSP just straight blunt about begging. Yeah, Boogie kind of hides it a little bit. You want to react to something from Wings or Redemption? I don't know how long I will be on. I've been streaming for God knows how many hours right now. We could do it in another video, maybe.
Audience that I can foster and entertain and inspire, and I just really need your help doing it. And it would mean the world to me if you offer that help. So I'm going to go work on the many other things that I have going on right now. I'm writing a book. I'm working on a card game.
I don't get this. In the beginning, he said that you have to watch this video to the end to understand what's really going on. I really can't tell you anything, so I'm going to tell you what I can tell you. This is going to be a long trip, and thank you for my supporters. That's like roughly a minute long. And we are almost like, we are 20 seconds left of the video, and he has not given us any evidence or proof of why we should not believe the other things that's being said about him at that time. Because he has not provided us any, okay, look at this picture, look at this video, or I'm right now working with my lawyer to talk about this, you know. He's not told us anything. He spent 8 minutes, with 7 minutes, begging, and it's a begging pity fest.
And all that stuff is past due, so I'm gonna go try to work on that stuff and try to keep myself sane while you guys enjoy this video. Guys, as always, you know this. Say it with me. Thanks for watching.
So we learned nothing from this video. Like, dude, I'm bad at YouTube, but you're fucking worse.
Feels really weird. I have been filming primarily on my iPhone and editing on my iPhone or this video. Just try your best to listen on this video because of the title of the thumbnail, and I'm going to talk about it right here at the beginning of the video, but I have a favor to ask of you before I talk about it. I want you to make it all the way to the end of this video. Just try your best to listen to what I have to say and pay attention.
You said
please.
Nothing.
And if you're somebody who normally does that, drop a like or dislike on this video. That's up to you. It's still an engagement either way.
Dude.
Leave a comment, positive or negative, doesn't matter. It's still an engagement either way. If you really want to go over the top.
He said nothing other than, I've talked to my lawyer. I can't really say anything. It's going to be a long, drawn-out shit fest. And then he had like a massive pity party, and he was a nice guy, but it's so fucking awful for him, and he loves everyone, and please give me money and subscribe and watch and be a super... Oh my god, this idiot. Do we want to see the conclusion? It's finally over. You got this, Spooky. Oh my god. Oh yeah, DSP has a really detailed story about nothing.
Få dit rejsebudget til at række længere denne sommer. Hos Momondo har vi håndplukket vores bedste tilbud på flybilletter til de mest populære destinationer. Se hvor du kan komme hen. Besøg Momondo nu.
Well, it is finally over. I literally just left the courthouse. I've gotten home. Sat down, and I'm ready to talk to you about everything. All of the things I've not been able to say for the last couple of years.
Yeah,
and I'm going to ask two huge favors.
Yeah. I'm stopping you right here. What he should have said here, again, this is coming from an autistic asshole. It's over. It's worked out. I'm happy with the results. I have some things to work on. That's it. Bob's your uncle. That's it. You don't need to say anything else. We don't need to know anything else. The people that believe you will believe you. People that don't believe you, you are not going to change anyone's mind. This is, I will guess. Let's make a guess, peeps. This would be 18 minutes of him, a pity party, a narcissistic pity party about how good he is and how everyone should feel sorry for him and how we all should fucking help him out and blah, 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 blah. And he may spend a minute talking about what the fuck was going on. Oh yeah, here's the thing. If I'm having a bad day, I just watch DSP or Boogie. Because compared to them, I'm a fucking king. I'm the most sane guy in the world. DSP's biggest fucking obstacle in his life is ants in his fucking house. You know, like, it's like, oh, yeah, his wife dropped a fucking carton of milk or something like carton of milk. You know, yeah, okay. Like, DSP's life is from the couch to the fucking gaming chair. And then he go take a dump once in a while. But it's from the couch to the gaming chair. And then every first Monday on the month, he takes a shower. And then it's from the couch to the gaming chair to bed. Couch, gaming chair, bed. Couch, gaming chair, bed. Some food mixed in there. Sometimes he goes out once a week. Like, a guy that gets out of his door one day a week to shop. Come on, dude. Like, that guy will fucking die of a heart attack if he's not... Oh my god.
Of you here. The first of which is, if you haven't watched one of my recent videos, I'm going to put a playlist down below.
No.
I would really appreciate it if you would check out some of my recent videos. It's likely you haven't seen one of my videos in your feed for quite some time, and maybe you'll like what you see.
No.
And secondly, I'm going to ask you to make it all the way to the end of this video. This might likely be the very last video of mine you'll ever watch.
Last time you told me to watch the whole video, you spent the whole video saying nothing.
And I would like it if you heard everything I had to say. So please, bear with me, and let me get all this out. Secondly, let me point out just how expensive all of this was. And obviously,
fucking hell.
I took money.
How many of you guys have heard someone goes into court and say, you know what? This was fucking cheap. Like, fucking hell, this lawyer was dirt. Dude, the fucking judge, I didn't pay anything. This is fucking the most amazing thing in life. I can't fucking imagine how lucky I am. Like, hey man, it's fucking blissfully amazingness. Everyone knows it's fucking expensive. Again, this is a manipulative way to get people to donate to him.
Money out of my bank account, and I paid for it out of pocket. I'm not putting up a GoFundMe. I'm not e-begging here.
Yes, you
I'm not
are.
asking you to bail me out.
Yes, you are.
What I am saying is this cost tens of thousands of dollars to fight.
And you will not mention that if you didn't want someone to give you something for it. You will just not mentioning it at all. Again, manipulative behavior.
To get the outcome that we got. Is it a perfect outcome? No. But it's the one that we got, and it cost a fuckload to get there. Not only
I actually never watched these two videos, to be honest. It's the first time I'm watching them.
That, but I was advised by everyone to lay low, to live stream less, to make less YouTube videos.
Did you do that then? Did you? I don't know, but did you? I don't think you did. You probably was starving for attention and using other platforms. If I would probably, I'm guessing here.
Say less things that could be taken out of context and used against me before we had a result, because you know from Reddit and 4chan that that's what they like to do to me.
Sure. Your judge is watching Reddit and 4chan. Your lawyer, your prosecutors are going on to Reddit and 4chan and be like, haha, this is prime time detective work. We have looked at 4chan and Reddit to go against the fat fuck called Boogie2988. They probably don't have fucking a clue what 4chan and Reddit is. But yeah, apparently that's more important than anything else.
So I laid low for years. For almost 2 years. I barely made any videos. I barely live streamed. I planned to hit it running.
I think it most likely have to do with him being a lazy motherfucker, but I could be mistaken here again.
But that cost me a small fortune and lost wages and lost ad revenue as well. So if at any point
low tier begging
you have felt that maybe I got wronged in this situation, and you want me to just help recoup that loss, you can become a channel member here by clicking the member button down below. You can subscribe to me on Twitch.
I'm not going to tell you that you have to help me with my financial troubles for paying. I'm not going to put up a GoFundMe. I'm not going to blah, blah, blah. In 2 minutes in, can you please join, subscribe, donate, suck me off, do whatever the fuck you want.
Twitch for $5 a month. I do have a Patreon, though I barely use it, but you can go throw $1 at me there. Or more importantly, you can buy these meme t-shirts that I had built up. The link is going to be down below. I'll throw the link up here as well. They're pretty cool. I like these t-shirts. My t-shirts are on their way. $9 profit for each one, and the money is going to go to 2 major causes. The first of which is paying myself back for all the ridiculous amount of legal fees.
You might as well just have set up a GoFundMe then. It's the exact same fucking shit. Not my problem. Yeah. So yeah, I don't want to do a GoFundMe, but let me beg for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes about how you can actually pay me. Like, he's looking at his audience as pay pigs. This is like he's so manipulatively. I can't speak.
Fees that I spent here, and 10% of every sale is going to Ukrainian relief, though we haven't picked the charity just yet.
Oh yeah. Again, like I said before, he's only doing this so when someone is criticizing him, he can say, but I donated to this charity, I did this. You know what? Just say, some of the money is going to me, and some of the money is going to charity. Most of all, you know what? Don't fucking beg for money. Just don't talk about money.
Obviously, I'll show the receipts on Twitter when the time comes. I should also say that those shirts are probably going to be very limited edition because people are really mad about them. So they're probably going to end up getting taken down.
Oh, he's an emotional narcissist, a covert narcissist, and a manipulator. There's probably also other fucking shit going on in his brain.
At some point, if you're going to get one, I would get one ASAP. Now, here's why you clicked on the video. No, I'm not going to jail. Obviously, I'm not going to jail. Did I fuck up? Yeah, I did.
That's not obviously, because he shot towards, I think it was a church or something like that. Luckily enough, he didn't hit anyone. Like, if you believe in whatever fucking thing you believe in, thank those things. But he could have hit someone, okay? He could have hurt someone. He could have, I don't know, shot a window down or whatever. Prince of 3 that hit a fucking kid in the face. I don't know. It could have gone massively wrong. It's not obviously that you did go to jail, Boogie. It is fucking luck, okay?
I did. Should I have ever been put in that situation to begin with? No.
Blame the other guy. So here's the thing. The other guy told you, he has had a beef with a guy, if you guys don't know, and he was threatening Boogie or trolling Boogie and saying, I'm going to knock on your door. And Boogie basically threatened his life and called him a pussy, and they called each other a pussy. It was basically like watching two fucking 12-year-olds be playing like, my dad is bigger than your dad kind of thing. But the guy went over to Boogie's house, and he was obviously nervous. He was running around, or not running, but moving around in a really nervous manner. Of course he's nervous, never know what the fuck is going to happen. He knocked on the door, called him a pussy and stuff like that. Boogie took away the dog, went out like a fucking chat, like a fucking big-ass alpha male with a gun. And I'm sure the other guy was a little bit nervous about it, and then he shot into the air. That's kind of like the highlights of it. And then, of course, cops got cold. I don't know that shit. Here's the thing. Yeah, see you later, Anson. Here's the thing. You could have taken that gun with you out. Probably taken it with you out. But you should not have used it. And I think he will go into this later on, but he said it in a video I have seen, is that you don't point a gun at people if you are not going to use it. And I kind of am subscribing to that. What he should have been done, like the police told him to do, was call them. So if you are in a situation where strangers outside your house, you call the cops. You call the fucking cops. You don't go out there and becoming a fucking... Like, look at his fucking face. He looks like a fucking 12-year-old trying to cry. Like, he's so fucking... Oh, and then shoot out in the air like fucking John Wayne. Just call the cops, okay? And then if he breaks in the door and he's going to... Oh, yeah, he was threatening Boogie by sissy raping him. He wanted to sissy rape Boogie. And Boogie was afraid that a grown-ass man was going in and putting shit up his butthole. Nobody in their fucking right mind is going to come near his fucking body, okay? Let's just put that out, unless they're getting paid a shit ton of money, by the way. But yeah, that's fine. He was threatening Boogie to sissy rape him. I don't know how you sissy rape someone, but apparently that's a thing in the States, apparently. But yeah, as long as he's not been preaching the door, you don't open up, you don't anything. Just he's handling it like a fucking child. He's handling it like someone that's been watching too many fucking movies or played too many video games. AKA, he has no fucking idea what he's doing.
The state, the judge, everyone obviously understood that.
No, they did not obviously understood it. I think you just got lucky that nobody got hurt and you could talk your way out of it, or your lawyer could talk your way out of it. I would, again, I don't know how the law system works over there, but I would have loved to seen him getting like 30 days for, you know, probably endangering other human beings, or reckless use of a handgun or something like that. I don't know what, but he should have gotten some jail time from just going out there and swaying a gun around towards a non-combative, non-aggressive person. He was just calling him names. He was not charging towards Boogie. He was not charging towards the door. He was being passive-aggressive. That don't allow you to shoot a gun in the fucking air. Any logic goes against. He got fucking lucky, man.
And if you're the kind of person that thinks that I should have gone to jail, or you've heard some of these other rumors I'm going to dispel in this video, please understand how wrong you are about me.
I'm not wrong. You could so easy have hurt someone. So fucking easy. You have no idea what you were doing with that gun. You were just shooting willy-nilly up in the air. It would probably have been better if you shot it into the ground. Or, hey, just don't shoot it at all. Just the fact that you shot it should have given you some fucking jail time. Because when you shoot a gun, there's a high possibility you're hurting someone. Really high possibility. Like I said, the guy was passively aggressive towards you. Just calling you names. He was not charging you. He was not threatening you with hitting you or throwing shit at you or anything. You were the one that escalated that fucking situation. Just to call the cops, dude.
That the prosecutor, that the judge, that my lawyer, that everyone involved knows how wrong you are and made a decision based on how...
No, don't fuck... Again, massively manipulator right here. If you don't believe me, you are really wrong. No, you got lucky, okay? You probably have never had any problem with the law. You know, you probably... Like I said, your lawyer probably made a really good case for you. But you should have gotten some form of fucking jail time. Because you are... Yeah, and it's not because I don't like him. It's because when you're shooting a gun, that's meant to kill someone. And you don't just fucking do that because, oh, I don't like his beard.
How wrong you are about me. And if you were wrong about this situation, maybe you've been wrong about some of the other things you think about me as well.
I have handled guns. I know a lot of people handle guns. I've had friends and seen and talked to people having gone in fucking war and shit like that. I think most of them have said, yeah, you should probably gotten some form of fucking slap on your fucking face for that recklessly situation that you put yourself in. Not even fucking trained soldiers would have been doing what you did right there. They would have called the cops. Or more than likely, they would have opened the door and kicked his fucking ass. No needing a gun, by the way.
As well. Maybe now's the time to reevaluate, okay?
No.
It's all I ask.
Yeah.
Like one of the most common memes that I heard that was just completely fabricated is that I shot towards a school or I'm in a school zone. My house is not in a school zone. Look at Google Maps.
Was it a church?
The nearest
like
school
that?
is miles away from me, and I was facing the opposite direction, so I didn't...
So what did you shoot at then? If you want to disprove us, show the Google Maps, show where you stood, show what you're shooting at. The fact that you're not doing that means that you are hiding something. We don't have the burden of proof. You have.
I didn't shoot at a school. That is just one of the many, many things that people take out of context and add to it and make believe in this crazy game of telephone where people make me out to be some bad guy, and then you...
Oh, he's using this a lot, this telephone thing, that I say one thing and then it gets distorted the longer down the chain it's becoming. No, it's because you are unreliable. You're not giving us any concrete evidence that you are telling the truth. You're just being like, hey, I say it is like that, so therefore you have to believe me. Again, this is what gaslighters do. This is what manipulators do.
And other people fall for it. Do not fall for their manipulation, please.
No, but fall
another
for,
insane.
Hey, don't fall for those people's manipulations, but fall for my manipulations.
Thing I heard was that I invited him here, when that is the opposite of reality. I told him once he was in my town that if you come to my home, that I would be forced to defend myself. Do not come here. Like,
and then he told him he was a pussy if he didn't come. This is conflicting.
Even if you are completely tone deaf to sarcasm, even if you are,
even if it was sarcastic, you should not. It don't equip. What is it called? Equip or not unequip. It don't give you a pass for saying it. Even if you say it sarcastically, you still said it, and you may have meant it as sarcasm. He may have not. That's still on you. If you're saying something that you think could escalate a situation, you have to understand that, okay, I'm joking right now, but you should also understand that they may not see it as a joke and this could escalate a situation. Again, I'm the autistic guy, you're the fucking neurotypical guy. I should not be the one explaining to you how communication works.
Completely oblivious to hyperbole and what it is. It was pretty evident to anyone with a fucking brain that I was telling this person not to come here. And the reason I told him not to come here is because he said when he did, he would make sure that it was the worst day of my life. Worse than when my parents...
So, could you not catch the sarcasm in his voice because he was being sarcastic? For him, it was a big joke. It was a troll. So when Boogie is saying something, it's, haha, I'm being sarcastic. When the other guy is saying something, they are being massively seriously. Again, massive manipulative. Why can't I speak? Why can't I speak? Also, I feel like I'm talking to myself a little bit. Why can't I speak?
Parents molested me. Those were his words. They're all over YouTube. You can find them. I'm not going to put it here because this is the kind of guy who would use that clip as a reason to take down this video. So I'm obviously not going to give him that leverage. But for fuck's sakes, man, you take threats like that seriously. Anyone would. This is a person who had been stalking me online for months.
Trolling you online for months. Stalking you would be like following your every move and stuff. He didn't really do that. He was just a massive troll. I don't like Frank Castle, I think his name is, but he was not doing anything a normal fucking 13-year-old idiot would do. He just happens to be a grown-ass adult, but he was doing what trolls does, you know.
Threatening me online for months. This is a person who in the middle of a pandemic got on a plane and flew from where he lives in Atlanta, Georgia to Fayetteville, Arkansas for the sole purposes of harassing me in person.
No. He flew, I think he went over there the first time because he was visiting a family member or something like that. And then just to piss Boogie off, he took a picture about him being there. And the second time, I think when this all happened, he also had to do something other than just visiting Boogie. And even if he did it just to troll fucking Boogie, you should not have done what you did.
In person and
what he's doing right here is that he's relieving himself from any guilt. In this situation, you both are wrong. You are the most wrong because you had a deadly weapon in your hand, but you're both wrong. Should he have backed off? Maybe. Yeah, he should have backed off. When you went out of the door and he saw a gun, he should probably just have walked away. But like in a lot of situations, if there's two people, there are two people in the wrong. If something goes sour, one of them have plenty of opportunities, or both of them have plenty of opportunities to de-escalate the situation. And Boogie was definitely the one escalating it massively. There are, of course, situations like if you're walking and you're being mocked or attacked and, you know, thrown into a fucking bush and people are having their way with you. That's out of your control and stuff like that. That's always exceptions. But most things in life, it's never 100% I'm innocent of everything and 100% he's the wrong one. A lot of things in life, especially in things like this here, Boogie could have handled it massively differently. And it would never have happened. Any of this would never have happened. He would never have had a fucking criminal record, which he probably have right now. Like I said, just call the cops. Go out and laugh at him, man. Come on, dude. I didn't expect that you would go all this way. Let me give you a fucking cup of coffee. Like he said, that's the nice guy that he pretends to be on the internet, by the way. There's so many fucking things like, hey, dude, this is not funny. Can you please go? Oh, I'm calling the cops. There's so many ways you could have done it. He chose to use a gun.
Filming it for profit. That is not a good person. That's not a comedian. That's not a nice guy. And you combine
Hey, it was funny as shit because you made yourself look like a massive fool. I'm not calling him a comedian, but call him a troll.
With the fact that this person told me that they were going to make sure it was the worst day of my life, worse than when I got molested.
Sarcasm, you fucking fool. Again, this is what people do to manipulate other people. If someone, I think this is what you would call gaslighting, but if someone is trying to make you disbelieve everything about what you're saying, you've heard, you've been told, to make them look like they are the good guy, that's a big warning sign. That's being manipulatively. I can't speak again. But he's manipulating the living fuck out of his audience right here. He's trying to convince them that he was just this innocent little fucking idiot on the internet that never antagonized him or ever said anything bad, never done anything wrong, handled the situation 1000% correctly, and every other person in his situation would have done the exact same thing. That's what the lawyer said, the judge said, the police said. I think we can all agree that that's bullshit.
Obviously, you treat that person like the mentally ill motherfucker they are, right? You have.
So why should they not treat you the same way then?
Have to. And because of all of this, I was confident. That my lawyer was confident. Hell, I even think the prosecutor was confident that if this went to court, I would walk away completely unscathed.
No, because if they were sure of that, they would probably not have gotten you to court. They would probably have made a deal with you. But again, my limited understanding of the American law system is that they don't put people into court unless they think they can win it. Please correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think, because it costs a lot of time and money, they don't put people into the court system, at least not with a prosecutor and shit like that, unless they think they can win it.
That's why we got the deal that we got, right? Any jury who saw those videos, who saw those threats, who saw that harassment is probably going to side with me. And it's better for the prosecutor in this situation to get his victory than to have that court loss, I think. That's my opinion of what happened. I don't know for sure. I'm not that prosecutor. I'm not in his head. But that's what it seemed like it happened to me. And that seems to be what my lawyer thought as well. Now, I think anyone with a brain can agree that I should have never been...
So if you don't believe me, you are stupid, you have no critical insight to life, you don't know what the fuck is going on.
Put into that situation, but that doesn't mean I acted properly or perfectly in that situation.
Of course not.
There are mistakes I made, and I want to own those mistakes. I wanted to own them that day, right? I wanted to come to Twitter and say, this is what I did wrong. This is what I should not have done.
No. That's not how you own your shit. You own your shit by not doing it again. Twitter, you don't need to apologize to Twitter or YouTube.
I wasn't allowed to do that because it could have made my case far worse. My lawyer told me to shut up and lay low, and that's what I've done. But now it's over. The decision is made. The judges signed off on it, and now I can admit all the fault I want. My first mistake was engaging with this person in any way, on any level. right?
Sherlock, what the fuck? Yeah, of course it was.
The way I discovered this person even existed was by his fans coming into my stream, telling me that this guy was coming to my house. He was going to hurt me. He was going to harass me. And I reached out to mutual people and said, is this guy actually legit? Is this guy actually crazy? Is he actually crazy enough to do something like that? And they all told me, no, it's just trolling. It's just smokes and mirrors. He's not a crazy person. He actually won't do that kind of thing. And you know what? I made the mistake of believing him. And that was a...
No, for fuck's sake. The biggest crime that this Frank Castle, what his name is, did was walking up to a door and knocking on the door and calling you a pussy, which you are a massive fucking pussy, by the way. And that's it. That's the only thing he did. And had you just said, get your fucking ass out of my driveway, door, whatever it is, or I will call the cops. If you didn't move and you called the cops, that situation over. Nobody have to go to court. He was not going there to sissy rape you, you fucking fool. He was going there to make fun of you. My shift at work is over. Yeah, go have fun, man.
That was a stupid mistake. Every YouTuber I've talked to, every celebrity, every PR person all tells me...
Let me brag about all of the fucking big hitters that I'm talking. What about dropping some names then? Have you really talked to them?
Never engage. That's rule one of the internet, I think. Never engage, right? With these type of people or people who don't like you or say outlandish things to try to get a reaction.
I would say this, you can engage with them, but just understand who you're engaging with. If you're engaging with a troll or shit poster, they will never stop until you lose interest in them. So you can engage with them, but for fuck's sake, he was not going... Let me put it this way. Let me put myself into Frank's shoes here. I'm going to Arkansas, I think that's how you pronounce it, to a guy called Boogie to sissy rape him, to give him his worst day ever. Let me record my crimes with a fucking cam on my face. That's the most sane thing that I would be doing. I would put a GoPro on my face while I'm slamming my fucking cock up his ass or fisting him or something. I don't know what the fuck sissy raping is. I'm going to record it and put it on YouTube or make sure that the cops can figure out that I did the bad thing. He did it to fucking aggravate. How stupid can you be, Boogie? I'm sorry. If he was standing there in fucking geared out fucking assault suit, ski mask on or something like that, I would be afraid, yeah. But come on, dude.
Reaction, don't engage. And the way that they choose not to engage is by pretending that they're better than other people, right? Like, I've literally had a PR person say, you have to pretend that you're above these
Bullshit.
people. You have to be above these people.
No. A PR person will say, don't engage with them. Don't talk to them. Don't mention them. What he's doing right here is that he's trying to justify that he actually engaged with him.
People. But I can't do that. Everybody is on the same level as me in my mind. I'm not better than anybody, and
nobody is as fucking batshit crazy as you are. Nobody is on your level. I'm autistic. I'm not even on your fucking level. I would never wave a fucking gun against someone with a GoPro in their face because, you know what? He has pictures of me fucking waving a gun around in his face while he's just standing there looking goofy and calling me a pussy. Yeah, I don't understand how he can have 4 million subs, man.
Nobody's better than me. We're all just people. We're all just organisms living on this wet rock hurtling.
Unless you don't believe the shit that he's saying, then you're stupid and you have no brain and... Oh, God.
Spaceman. I treated this person like a fellow human being.
Oh, so you just had to wave a gun at them and call them pussy and dare them to come to your house and tell them there's a podcast where they talk with each other. Frank and Boogie, and he's like, oh, if you come here, I will end your life, and all of, like, he's playing this really tough guy. Is that how you will talk to me? You do know that I will probably do the same just to shut your fucking mouth, go up to your door. Frank Castle is probably the alpha guy in this situation here because he was not afraid to go up to a guy threatening his life. With a webcam on his face, by the way. And Boogie got so scared that he had to put his dog away and get a gun.
It did not have the intended results, and I fucked up. That was a fuck up on my part.
Oh,
I will not make that mistake again.
Oh,
secondly,
he did. This is, when is this video from? It's a year old. He's done the same fucking shit where he's aggravating the trolls, he's commenting on haters, he's watching videos that they're critical about him, and he's doing the same fucking shit today as he did back then. He has learned nothing, and this is why people don't like him.
Once this guy was in town, and this guy was threatening me from my neighborhood, I should have fled. I should have left my house. I really should have.
No, you should just have called the cops. Say that you have a potential fucking stalker situation here, and they would have told you, if he comes to your house, call us, and that's what you should have been doing. You know what? Or, as he once said one day, there's also a video of him talking about that someone broke into his house while they were drunk, and they wanted a phone, so he lended them his phone so they could call their wife, and then he drove him home. Why didn't you open the door for Frank Castle? Gave him a beer, a hug? You a scared little fucking idiot. When people made trouble in my neighborhood, I moved to Bel Air. Yeah.
Considered it, getting a hotel and leaving, but I knew I couldn't take my dogs with me. I knew I couldn't take all of my property with me. And I was afraid of my house getting broken into, my dog getting hurt.
You know what? There's dog shelters. There's a lot of fucking... Like, you could have... If you really wanted to move out, get a friend to fucking babysit the house. And be like, there's a crazy person maybe coming here. Or you're properly insured. Like, you have so much shit in your house, you should have an insurance on that shit. So who gives a fuck if they break in and take your fucking Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, or what it's called, fucking console that you have over there? Who gives a fuck?
I was afraid of that, so I stayed home, and that was a dumb fucking thing to do. I could have found a place, even if I just had to sleep in my car, that could have protected my dog. I could have given him to a friend or a neighbor.
Exactly.
I could have let my house get burnt down.
Exactly.
This is all just physical stuff.
Exactly.
This doesn't matter.
Exactly.
I can replace anything. My life is more important. My dogs, my friends' lives, my neighbors' lives are more important. That was a dumb thing to do, to stay home. But the other reason I didn't leave my house is because...
Nothing happened to the dog. He's just over-dramatic. So this is, again, people that want to build a narrative. They will admit to a lesser crime, so to speak, to make you not believe a big crime. So yeah, maybe I should not have shouted at you, but I still fucking hit you in the balls. But I will take this on me. I should not have shouted at you. You know, this is kind of the mentality that he's going with here. Again, he's being so manipulatively that I can't say that word today. That is not even funny.
I was talking to all these people who knew him. He's not actually going to show up. That's not why he's in town. He's not actually going to do that. You don't have to worry about it. He's not actually unhinged. He's not actually crazy. Turns out they were wrong.
He showed up. He didn't do anything other than knock on the door and call you a pussy. That's all he did. You know what? I'm being called a pussy almost not daily, but fucking often. I don't run down and get a gun license for that and then be like, what did you call me? Dude, you are the fucking unhinged one here. Like, what the fuck do you do if someone tries by you and call you a sloppy fucking idiot? Are you bombing their car with a fucking rocket launcher? Dude, man.
Turns out they were wrong. That was... Again, stupid to listen to those people. And then once this guy was on my property, I should have went back to the first thing I discussed, the first mistake I made, which is not to engage. Didn't matter the fact that this guy was calling me every name in the book through my door.
He just called you a pussy, by the way. I think he's only called you a pussy. Maybe calling you fat.
the fact that he was trying to pound my door down.
No, he did not. He did not. He was like that. Maybe a little bit harder than that.
Right? I should have called 911, retreated to the back side of the house where I would have been my safest, and waited for the cops to arrive.
But all your critical thinking went out of the way when you heard the word pussy. Beta male. Pussy, 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 pussy. Automate with Python, yeah.
That's what I should have done. If you were ever in that situation, that's what you should do. People have long speculated as to why I opened the door and why I went out front, and I'll tell you why.
Because your narcissistic tendencies cannot allow your ego to be bruised by someone calling you a pussy. That's simple.
In my PTSD rattled brain,
you don't have PTSD.
I thought, this person is here for me and only me. He doesn't give a shit about my roommate. He doesn't give a shit about the random repair.
If you have PTSD, you go back to a previous state of, well, not good things happening, and you relive situations, and a lot of times you have no fucking idea what was going on. You did not act in a way that a PTSD person would act. As far as I have seen PTSD persons, okay? You do not have automatically drawbacks to situations and backlashes to situations where you had to do fight or flight or reliving traumatic experiences in your life. What you did was you were hurt. Your little fucking beta fucking penis got hurt by someone calling you a pussy, and you wanted to be the big tough guy with a gun, and now you paid for it, and you got really lucky, but you got into trouble for it. He say he has PTSD from his childhood. I don't really believe that, to be honest, because here's the thing. As someone dealing with mental health issues and having a lot of friends and have had worked with a lot of people dealing with mental health issues, the worst thing in the world is people self-diagnosing, because they are taking away the legitimacy from people suffering from those fucking things. Because 9 out of 10 times when people are self-diagnosing, they don't suffer from it. So it makes it harder for people that have the fucking issues to be believed, because, well, everyone is having PTSD, everyone is autistic, everyone, why should we believe you? So unless you have it on fucking paper by a licensed, whatever, psychiatrist or psychologist or whoever is dealing them out, you shut your fucking mouth about it. You don't sit and self-diagnose. Book is self-diagnosing himself every fucking day. His latest arc is that he thinks he has autism. I have autism, and I don't think he has autism. This is no different from people calling, abuse when they're not being abused. Abuse of a sexual nature, by the way. Without being it, that then means that when people are getting abused in that way, they are not going to be believed because, well, we just had X, Y, and Z amount of people using that excuse, and that happens to not be the case. Why should we trust you? He is hurting the acceptance and the believability of mental health by self-diagnosing. I get so angry when I hear people self-diagnosing themselves with mental health issues, because they are making it hard for people like me to get believed. It's making it hard for people to get help. Because he's just saying, oh yeah, I must have it because I say so.
Repair guy that's in my house right now, he only wants to hurt me. So if I go out front, he can do whatever he wants to me, and he'll leave everybody else alone.
Why did you take a gun?
That was my thought process. I opened that door to protect the people that were in my house.
Oh, you're really a hero. So here's the thing. Let's think that I'm not technical. The technical training I have is really outdated, and it's been over 10 years ago, and all of that fucking shit. But if someone is threatening you and your family, and you don't know about that threat, what would be the logical thing to do? Well, Boogie is not what you would call a well-trained individual. He's probably not even well-trained with a gun or any form of fucking firearm. So the safest thing for him and everyone around him would be to take his dog under his fucking wings, kick the repair guy in the balls and say, we need to get out of the back door as fast as fucking possible. So you take your phone with you, you run out of the back door and you call the cops. Because Boogie, again, no training with a gun, or at least little training with firearms. Really fucking unhealthy. He's not in the States to pick up a fight with anyone. So you don't engage. You call for backup while you are leaving the situation. Then you take the repair guy's nuts in one hand, the dog in another one, and you go over to the neighbor and say, you know what? I'm in a really fucking tight spot. Can I be here while the cops are coming? Boogie did everything fucking wrong here. Everything.
And sacrifice myself. And for those of you,
oh
who
yeah,
know what I think
let me
about
sacrifice myself, dude. Why did you take a gun with you then? You could see that he was not armed. You could have a knife too, but this makes no sense. No fucking sense.
About myself, who know about my personal feelings about myself, know about the suicidal tendencies I've had.
Look at how fucking amazing I am as a human being. This is like a pity fest. No, oh my god. He's making himself out to be the I can do no wrong hero here. I'm sacrificing myself. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. And you will be more of a fucking hero if you just called the cops or ran away because, hey, you will still have money in the bank. You will have no trouble with the law. And Frank would have been the fucking idiot and not you. If you just called the cops and ran away, Frank would be the fucking idiot. He's so fucking brave, yeah.
As I've had in my life, that should make obvious sense, right? That's what I was thinking at that moment. However,
strong and brave, man.
And you shouldn't do it either, right? Let the cops do their job and protect and serve.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you should do.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest mistake I made, the mistake that I regret the most, is firing a warning shot.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
You know, I had some gun training. I'd gone to the range a few times with guns. Not
really? It don't look like it the way that he was one-handed swinging the gun around when he came out. What about, you know, two hands on the gun kind of thing and all of that fucking shit? What about, you know, looking down the barrel and actually, you know, again, if you pick up a gun, you pick it up to hurt people. You don't pick it up to fucking shoot a fucking leaf off a tree. So you have that hand, that fucking gun stabilized, looking down the barrel at the fucking person's head or heart or whatever. Yeah, I don't fucking believe a shit of what he's saying here. A couple of times. So his problem is, Siriko, he thinks he's the hero here. He still thinks he's the hero. So he's like, oh, I know what I'm doing with a gun because I shot a gun a few times 13 years ago or something like that. Again, the way that he was handling that gun was no. He watched a Western one time and, oh, I know how to handle a gun. He has no idea what the fuck he did. Because what could have happened that gun could have been just ripped out. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, the way he handled that gun, he had no training with guns. Nothing.
It's not that weapon, but other weapons. You can see
it don't matter if you have a rifle, a gun, a shotgun, not always, but you handle them in a way where I don't know how to say this without YouTube getting really angry at me, but where you look, your gun is. The barrel of your gun, your weapon, is where you are looking. And he was looking one way and the gun was pointing a different way. That's not tactical fucking handling a firearm. I'm grateful I don't fall for any of those gun's tactics. It's simple fucking shit, man. It's common sense. It's common sense. You don't need to have any. Well, it helps, but you don't need to understand, advanced fucking close quarter combat or something like that to have the basic idea of what is the most efficient and beneficial way of pointing a gun at people. Like, it's common sense that where you're looking, the gun should probably be pointing. Because if you see danger Will Robinson, well, you now have to move your gun into your side of, line of sight. And then do your thing, where if the gun is always following your line of sight, well, makes it easier for you and faster for you to do your thing. Yeah, I mean, it's a pity fest, man. It's a big fat pity fest.
That on my YouTube channel. I knew that eventually there was a chance I would need to protect myself, or my roommate would need to protect us.
Mm-hmm.
And we prepared ourselves for that eventuality.
Apparently not.
I didn't prepare enough. Too many movies was running through my brain.
Yep.
There's no such thing as a warning shot. And what I can tell you is that you only pull the trigger on a weapon when you are prepared to kill, planning to kill, or you're in a safe place to do it, like a gun range. That's the only time you ever do it.
And I also, in the firm belief that if you are pulling a gun out and you are shooting it, you should be responsible, even if you're not hurting anyone. So Boogie was lucky enough that he didn't hurt anyone. But again, he should get jail time because he irresponsibly took a gun out with not proper training, waving it around in a neighborhood. And I don't care what the fuck he was shooting at a church or whatever the fuck it is, he could still have hurt someone. And by him doing that, firing a warning shot, that's sort of giving him, in my humble opinion, a month in jail or something like that. But I'm not a judge or anything like that. But, it's in reckless use of a firearm or what the fuck you guys call it. He should not have gotten away with that. Because he should, in my opinion, they should have treated him like he was going to kill someone with that gun. He just did not do it. But his intent was there. Even if it was called a warning shot, he should still have been looked at. You fired a gun. Why do people fire a gun? To kill someone. So you fired a gun. You should be treated like you were trying to kill someone. That's my opinion on it. We were preparing ourselves. We tried nothing, and we were all out of ideas. I drive my car at people all the time, no problem. Yeah, he's like fucking all over the place.
Right? There's a chance, however small it might be, that someone can get hurt otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And that's obviously what I did wrong in this situation.
Well, everything, yeah. But
it has fucked me up every day.
No,
every
it's not.
day.
No.
Never...
So here's the thing. The only thing that fucks Boogie up that he's angry about is that he had to go through what is it called? Legal proceedings, and he lost a shit ton of money. This is the only thing that he's angry about, and he regrets that he got into problem and he had to pay legal fee.
Never been able to say how much it fucked me up on Twitter, how bad I feel about it, how awful I feel about it. I couldn't talk about the fact that I went door to door to apologize to my neighbors and friends in this area. I can't.
Here's the thing. Unless you can prove it, then shut your mouth about that, because nobody's going to believe that. Nobody's going to believe that.
I wasn't able to talk about any of that. I'm glad I can talk about it now, though. We do not pull a trigger on a weapon unless we intend to kill, or unless we're in a very safe place to do that. I don't.
Why the fuck do you need to say that? Everyone knows that, unless they're deranged lunatic like you are.
Do it. You don't do it. Nobody does it. Do you understand?
We don't even allow to have gun in Denmark. And if you ask a fucking 12-year-old when is it okay to point a gun at someone, they will say never. Or if you're defending yourself, you know, your own life or your loved ones, yeah, then you should be, or a soldier or something like that. Basically what he's saying here, if your life is in danger, or if you're in your safe place. If you tell a 12-year-old when to pull a gun, they will say something similar to that. But in his fucking high IQ thought pattern, that didn't occur to him because I got PTSD, bro. Yeah, no. No.
Very stupid thing to do. If you take nothing else from this video, make sure you understand that it's only for Hollywood, it's only for the movies. And whereas I'm glad
and that's where he's kind of now saying that, yeah, I thought that what happens in movies was real life. That's basically what he's telling us right now, is that me, Boogie, thought that movies was real life. I thought Rambo was a real man. John McClane from Die Hard, he's my papa. He taught me everything. He's my spiritual animals.
To admit these things, whereas I'm glad to take my lumps financially and PR
No, you're
wise
not.
and on YouTube and on the internet and everywhere else. I do want to point out.
Oh yeah, he's definitely a spitting image of John Wick. Why the fuck did they cast the Keanu Reeves, man? Come on, this dude, he has the moves, he has the talking gift. John Wick don't say much. Boogie, he would fucking kill them with words. Basically because it makes no sense and they bore the living shit out of them. But or he should just probably lift up a fucking man titty and then this smell of his fucking sweat will kill them, I guess. I don't know.
Now, that I should have never been in that situation to begin with.
No, again, I take responsibility, but I should not have been put in that situation. You kind of put yourself in that situation by aggravating a troll. And you were saying you were being sarcastic. What about him? Maybe he was sarcastic also, but you aggravating him. Have you ever thought about that? No, because in his mind, he's like DSP. I did everything correct. I did nothing wrong.
I have no clue how to navigate a situation like that. I wasn't
Then
prepared.
take your... for fuck's sake. This is driving me nuts. That's not an excuse. If you don't know how to navigate a situation, you take yourself out of the situation. You walk away. You turn for help. You call someone. Call a friend. Call your mom. Oh, she's dead. Call your ex. I don't give a fuck. If you don't know how to handle something, you take yourself out of the situation. How the fuck does an autistic idiot have to tell him that?
Prepared for that, and even if I was prepared for that, or you were prepared for that, can you promise me you know exactly what to do and you would be able to do it?
No, again, you walk the fuck away. I've done it millions of times. Millions of times. I could tell you stories about people with fucking baseball bats and stuff like that. And other things. Where nothing happens because people just walked away. If you don't know how to handle the situation, you walk away. Or you call for help. I have done it billion of times. My chat have done it billion of times. Your viewers has probably done it billions of times. You just walk away, bitch. You just walk the fuck away. Even in America, you can be hard-pressed to find people that have drawn in a question. I'm falling into troll trap, but as of times now, I walk. Yeah, we all falls into troll traps, and we all get, baited. But then when you figure out that this is just a bait issue, they're just messing with you, you just walk away. You just, you say your piece and walk away. It's not that difficult. Yeah, time's too short to waste on Muppets, yeah.
In a high, tense, stress situation like that, most of us are going to make mistakes, right? I literally am clinically diagnosed with a disease that makes stressful situations difficult for me.
What's that called? What is that called?
Of course I was going to make a mistake there. That's why these people chose me.
What is that called? Is that PTSD? I don't think so. Continuous, yeah.
Me. Because they knew I would. They knew it would make good internet, and they hoped that they would get clout and fame from it.
I'm speculating right now, but I think Frank's idea was that he was going up to Boogie's door, hitting it a couple of times, or knocking on it, calling him names. Boogie will call him names, and they will go their own way. Or Boogie will come out, became aggravated, and yell and scream into his face, and they would walk away. I don't think at any point did he imagine that a fat fucking short gimp would come out of the door playing John Wayne. Yeah, he's using his his defense is I'm a good person, but I'm also mentally ill. That's his defense. Yeah, John Thick, yeah.
That's why I was chosen. At the end of the day, I've never fought back for myself before. Right? This was a first for me.
No, fuck you.
I've been abused by bullies on the internet, bullies in real life. I've been mentally and physically and emotionally and sexually assaulted, even by my own parents, and
so depending on what day you get him on, either he got raped, assaulted, or molested. It's one of those three. Depending on how bad he fucks up, basically. It depends on how bad he fucks up and he needed as an excuse. All of this don't give you a fucking free pass. This is not an excuse for doing what you have been doing. Everyone has baggage. Everyone has things happen to them in their life that makes it baggage for them. And most people with worse baggage than you would not have done what you've done that day. It's that fucking simple.
Never really fought back. I never really stood up for myself. This was the first time I ever did that. And I don't regret trying to stand up for myself. I do regret
I regret everything, but I regret nothing. Because I stood up for myself. You didn't stood up for yourself. You saw a man with a GoPro on their face. So it's the thing. When you open the door and you see someone with a fucking cam on their face, a GoPro on their face, there is a massive high possibility that they are harmless. Like I said before, nobody is going to do illegal shit and document it with a GoPro. So when you saw that, you should have thrown your gun away, or put it away, not throw it away, but put it away. Lock the fucking door and call the cops. But again, Giga-Tech Alpha Male Boogie, that never stood up for himself before, decided to look at a basically harmless fucking idiot and go out and become like John fucking Wayne with a fucking pistol. Had that dude looked like he was a fucking 200-pound muscle-bound steroid abusing not Navy SEALs, I will not call them steroid abusing people, but you know, a fucking well-built, slimmed down, tactical fucking unit of a man, he would not have gone out there with a gun. He would be running into his base, his bedroom, take his pants down, just be like, "Wait, I'm ready. You can sissy fuck me now, bitch." You know, I think the only reason why he did what he did was because he saw Frank has no weapon. He was looking kinda, passive. He was probably laughing at him, and he had a GoPro. And now he could play a hero. Most people with backs wouldn't have opened the door and animated as he is. No, it's exactly.
The results, I do regret the way I did it, right? Obviously. But I don't regret the fact that I finally grew a fucking backbone.
Mm-hmm. So here's the thing. If you grew a backbone, Boogie, if you were that fucking alpha chat that you're saying you are, why didn't you go out there without a gun and then just slap his fucking sissy face? Why didn't you do that? I think the internet would respect the living shit out of you if you went out there without a gun and looked him in the eye and said, "You know what? Get your fucking ass off my fucking pouch or I will deck you." I think they would fucking respect you for that. If you went out there with your fucking fists, you'd be like, "You know what? You get 10 seconds to get off here, I will fucking hit the living shit out of you." But we all know you cannot fucking hit as shit. He's actually going to do a boxing match with the Rings of Redemption. And there's a video of him hitting whatever fucking they're hitting. Like one of those really weak ass fucking toy bags that stands on the ground that barely weighs anything. And him hitting that looks like a fucking 5-year-old trying to, hit their dad, basically. If he had hidden, or if he had, I'm sounding like a fucking teenager now. If he had tried to punch Frank could have run to the fucking shop, bought a beer, went back and hit him back. But again, I would still respect him more. I think everyone would have respected him and be like, fuck yeah, Boogie, if you went out there and you did it with your fist, like a fucking real man. Don't use weapons, use your fist, man. Come on, man, it's like...
I just wish it had played out differently, right? And more importantly, I'm just glad nobody got hurt. Not me, not the stalker, not anybody else.
He was not a stalker, he was a troll. And yes, you were fucking happy nobody got hurt, because if you hurt someone, he would be, hey, this is Spooky 2988, welcome from state prison.
Nobody got hurt, thank God. Now, for those of you who have made it this far and you're looking for the specifics, what the judge, my lawyer, and the prosecutor have agreed to here is called deferred adjudication. And basically, it kicks this whole thing down the road for 2 years. And at the end of that 2 years, it's very likely to get 346'd and go away. It will not be part of my record. It'll just basically disappear.
So he needs to basically be on probation for 3 years. Am I right? That's what this means, that he basically needs to not do anything fucking crazy in 3 years, and then he don't get a record.
And that's the best possible outcome for all things considered.
Yeah, you got fucking
We could have
lucky,
gone
man.
to court, but there's no guarantee that you'll win in the court situation, and it would be
Didn't he just say that the reason why he got this fucking deal was because that his lawyer knew it, the judge knew it, the prosecutor knew that if it was going to trial with fucking jury, he would 1000% win. Did he not just say that 2 hours ago, how long this reaction is?
a horribly stressful thing to deal with. It could have been more damaging to my career, more damaging to the YouTube platform, more damaging...
Oh my god. Yeah. YouTube is going to have a massive problem with Boogie going to jail. There are content creators that have done unspeakable things. And YouTube is still fucking around. What about that female that went into the YouTube office and went mental in there? YouTube is still around. You getting caught up in legal problems because you think you are a badass? Nobody gives a fuck, dude. YouTube don't give a fuck. You are not the fucking pillar of YouTube. If you don't make YouTube videos anymore, YouTube will not give a fuck. Do you honestly believe this shit about yourself, dude? Come on. Nobody means anything for YouTube. For every one of us, there's 10 people that are more hungry, doing it better, and will fucking do it longer than we have and be more successful. Especially you. Well, especially me, but... Yeah, shortcuts and everything the thing is said to him is the most... Yeah, low effort approach. Exactly. He thinks that he's so typical narcissistic. He's so everything is about him. He's the best at everything. YouTube is YouTube could not exist without him. He probably think that.
Damaging to just my fucking sanity.
Of course, blame your mental health. You are not disassociating. You were not disassociating at that point. You did not had a psychotic breakdown. Or else you will be acquitted 1000%.
I have an anxiety disorder, and this looming over my head for the last 2 years has been my definition of a living hell.
Oh yeah,
I've hated
it
every second of it. It has affected every aspect of my life, And I'm just glad to have it be over. It is.
So here's the thing. It has 1000% been stressful for him. But you know what? I would probably say that people in a war zone is a little bit more stressful than you are. Just putting it out there. Maybe the cops that are stopping a car is a little bit more stressful than you are because they don't know if they're going to be shut the fuck down. Your biggest issue is that you may end up doing jail time or prison time. What's up, man? Not much. We're just reacting to a fucking lunatic.
It is possible that by going to court, we would have won. I think it's very likely. Even my lawyer thinks it was likely.
Of course, your lawyer should have said that, but like 10 minutes ago, you said that the judge and the prosecutor was certain that you will win it. Fucking hell, Boogie.
Even the prosecutor thinks it was likely.
There you go again. Oh, like a minute or two ago, he said, oh, it's not sure that you will win in court. But now everyone knew that I would be winning.
But that would have been months away.
Mm-hmm.
This way it's over. And I just fucking need it to be over.
Yeah, of course you do.
Right? Like, tear down whatever this tears down. Whatever the fallout is for it, that's the fallout. And I'll deal with it. I'm a survivor. That's what
I'm a survivor. You don't look like a fucking survivor, my friend. Oh, fucking hell. You're a survivor. You are fucking lucky, man. You are fucking lucky you are not a survivor. You got lucky. You really got lucky. Yeah, cue Destiny's Child song. Yeah. I would call people that survived war a survivor, cancer a survivor, like life-ending illnesses a survivor. You swing the fucking gun around and acting like a fucking lunatic, and you are the survivor here. I think Frank is probably more the survivor than you are, because he basically stared down the barrel of a gun and didn't know if he was going to die that day. I think that was probably more stressful for him than it was for you, but yeah. Yeah, he's worse than DSP. Thank you. Is he related to Harry and Meghan? I think he is. I don't know.
That's what I do. I rebuild. I've rebuilt so many times in my life.
Yeah, of course you have.
I'll rebuild from this.
Yeah, no.
I just needed to get to a point.
I can tell you one thing. If you watch his latest video, it's the same fucking bullshit that this is. This dude has not changed one fucking bit.
Point where I could fucking rebuild.
He's fatter than he's ever been after his... well, not ever been, but he's still fatter than he... I think he's fatter than he is here. And he's still doing the same begging. He's still engaging with trolls. He's still having a pity party. He's still having a narcissistic breakdowns. He's still trying to seek for attention and all that fucking shit. This dude have not changed and will never change.
And finally, we're there. To all of you that have stuck with me through all this shit, thank you. God bless you. The positive messages from content creators and from fans and from friends has meant the world to me. I cannot thank you enough, because sometimes...
Did she leave? Did the wife leave in 2017 or 19 or in that time period, I think?
Sometimes I get it into my mind that these people who hate me are correct, and that I'm some sort of fucking super villain or something.
You are! That's the problem. You are. You maybe not a super villain, but you're not a nice guy, okay? Boogie's problem is that he wants to be a nice guy. He wants to be the nicest guy. Nobody is the nicest guy. Every one of us are fucking assholes, okay? We just choose to not be assholes around people we like. But you are backstabbing, two-faced, manipulatively asshole. We all are. Everyone is. Nobody is the nicest guy ever or the nicest girl ever. And if someone is pretending to be so, don't trust them. They may be nice to you, but they're probably not nice to someone else. Hey, Super Winning, I reserved... Super Winning is reserved for Mr. Guru and me only.
And it really does a number on me But with your positivity, your kindness, and your love, I mean, we're talking some of the biggest content creators on the platform reaching out.
Or Mr. GNU, sorry, yeah. Oh, who are those biggest content creators? If you are this good guy, if you are this amazing person that everyone like, they will probably not have any issues with associating with you. Or do they? Or more than likely, are you bullshitting us right now and the biggest content creators? Like, I don't think Mr. Beast or PewDiePie was like, hey, Boogie, let me help you out. Maybe Keemstar, because he makes a shit ton of money out of you. That's like the only one that I can see would do anything to help you. Mr. Beast, PewDiePie's, and those, they don't give a fuck about you.
Reaching out to me to support me through this.
Mm-hmm.
With that kind of support and that kind of love, it made it possible for me to get through this. And
of course.
God bless you for it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That said, I really want to hit the ground running again. I'm done lying low. I want to get back to 3 to 5 videos a week, right? Even if they're not even that good, just to put them out there for fun so that you can enjoy them. I want to get back to 3 to 5 streams a week because you deserve that. There's people who've been subscribed.
Yeah, so this is, let's see how many videos he uploaded after this video here. It was a year ago, right? Where the fuck is it? It's not that one. Where the fuck is it? Here. So that would be 8, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, 26. Yeah, he's not uploaded 5 times a week. The YouTuber who lost it all. Yeah, he's not changed a bit. No, he's not uploaded 5 times a week. Probably more 2 or 3 times a week. I really... What is this proof thing? Oh, this is another pity party. Fucking hell. Yeah, this here, like off my meds. Look how thick he looks, man. Off my meds. This dude should... He looks like a fucking... Yeah, you know what? He looks like someone that needs a fucking white van with a puppy in it. Yeah. The P word. Ego death. So he wants you to believe that he took some fucking drug that killed his ego. I'm losing it. It's almost over. Something has to change. All ego-driven videos. Weird. Ego. Ego-ish. Life update. Ego. This advice makes things better. Ego. Oh, power of the internet with fitness influencer Dave Dana. Who the fuck is that? Be less fat. He's making his own podcast. Yeah, he definitely have not gotten an ego death. No. Mosmos is pretty good for that. But like all drugs has to exist within your personality first. Like, yeah, you need to be willing to leave your ego behind, or else they won't work. I really want to see who this dude is that he's talking to here. Oh, he's a Twitter dude. He's a nobody Twitter. Well, he has more followers than I have, but... Davis Fat, aspiring supermodel, accountant. Is this one of those fat positive people? I don't care. I hope he's losing weight. Oh, I need to log on. Yeah, okay, he's losing weight. That's fucking good. That's good. He's doing so much better than Boogie is. Yeah, I like this. I like this. Fucking hell. Doing good, my friend. I love this. Today we've been doing Windows and we've been doing Ubuntu. So Windows and Ubuntu. Yeah, I need to get to bed, but we just looked at a fucking crazy person on the internet that took a long time to look at. I really hope this guy is not going to do anything with Boogie, because he looks like a nice guy, and Boogie is going to fucking abuse the living shit out of him. I hope this is a one-time thing that he's doing with Boogie. Oh, Arnold retweeted him. That's nice. Yeah, slow raps, it's something that I start to incorporate the older I get, is that I'm going for 10, what the fuck is it called? I'm getting tired now. Time under tension. So, the more, you don't have to do it massively slow, but the slower you do it, the more activation you get in your muscle and the more stress you get in your muscles. And it's the stress that basically build and form and stuff like that. But you can't lift as heavy. You cannot lift that heavy. That's kind of the thing. So you kind of have to put your ego aside a little bit. If you're doing it fast, like you see in those CrossFit, where it's nothing but no form but speed, you can power through with speed a lot of weight. But the slower you do it, the more you get out of it. It's really important to keep the time under tension in check. But I've done it before. If I get too fucking, like, I need to get out of here, I kind of just push them away to some degree. And I don't get anything out of it. I have tried Euro Linux. I don't like it. It was too Frankensteinish. I actually need to go to the gym in like 7 hours. But yeah, it's definitely like, it's worth keeping, it's worth doing it slow and have a good form. And don't think so much about the weights. Because nobody gives a fuck about how much you can bench. I see so many people with so bad form nowadays, it's not even funny. Madam Roast Beef. Yeah, cycling and then I did a lot of mountain biking back in the day. Like when I was like a teenager and stuff like that. I loved, like, we have a forest like 2 minutes away from where I live. And I loved just going out there and, you know, driving for hours and hours in the forest. Fucking amazeballs. If you like someone that makes fun of Boogie. This guy here, he's fucking amazing. He has some really good live streams and some really good videos about Boogie. He don't upload too often, but I'm going through all his live streams here. I'm almost done. I need to watch 3 or 4 of them, and then I'm done with all of them. He's a bit of an anime guy. He's an anime lover. I don't know if I can forgive him for that. Yeah, this is the guy here that's like, these two, his documentary kind of guys, like, yeah, Alpha, I'm so fucking Giga Alpha, man. I have to pay fucking sugar babies to come and fuck me. Alpha! Yeah, you should watch a good motorcycling video. I'm not really that into motorcycles, to be honest. I wish I took a motorcycle license when I was younger. I think I'm too old to do it now, but I wish I did it when I was younger. Because, yeah, the truth about my childhood. Oh my god. I do like driving them, you know, but yeah. Yeah, but it looks a little bit fucking weird when a 40-year-old is starting to take a motorcycle license. Like, oh, middle-age crisis, you know. You know, it's kind of a little bit like, it's... I don't want to go that stereotypical path of, you know, getting a tattoo, getting a bike license and stuff. No. Yeah, I don't see a reason. If you already have the license, yeah, drive it as long as you can. But it's just like, get the license at 40. It seems a little bit like, oh. I know that this whole midlife crisis thing is a little bit outdated. Like, what is the 40 is the new 30s or whatever the fuck they call it, but... I don't know, I don't see the need for it. Like, why should I spend money on something that I will more than likely never buy a bike? because it's in my opinion, I do wish I had a car once in a while, but 9 out of 10 days I don't miss a car. It's only when I go shopping or pick up a parcel I'm like, yeah, I wish I had a car. But other than that, I don't wish I had any driving aid whatsoever. Get a permit, then after 6 months you go for the road test. Yeah, that's fucking easy. You buy a bike with your heart and not exactly. I used to have a moped back in the day. I used to know someone. He was the foreman or the boss, or what we call it, for the local Harley club, and he bought Harley Davidsons from places around Europe, and then he built them. He bought broken down Harleys, and he built them up and sold them. So I helped him out once in a while. It's actually really funny, building all kind of choppers up and stuff like that. I do wish I had a car, but yeah. Well, he bought it from people that, it was project Harleys, They had like a leaking whatever, or, they started to work on them but didn't finish them and stuff like that. And then he bought them and got them to Denmark, and then he did it. He finished them and sold them. A leaking Harley, I know they leak all the time, but yeah, I knew him for quite a while. This was when I was a teenager. I was like 15, 16, 17 years old. And he bought like a Harley a year, spent a year fixing it, and then driving on it a little while and selling it. And then me and my other friend, we were visiting him quite often and helping him out. Holy shit. I missed The Office. I need to rewatch that. Oh yeah, these two beefs, man, is fucking amazing. What is it called? Sneeko or something like that, and Charlie is fucking Moist Critical are really going at it. Who is? Oh yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah. Now I'm going to go now. It's like I said, I need to be up in like 7 hours. I may push the time a little bit, but I want to go to the gym tomorrow. Yeah, I will. Rub off. Go watch some damn Irishman while I'm sleeping or going to sleep. So yeah, I'll see you all later. Have an amazing day. Bye bye.